When Song Yining awoke from her plush bed, she was still in a state of bewilderment. Just the previous night, she had been at the airport, idly flipping through a domineering CEO novel highly recommended by a friend. At that moment, she had been lamenting the absurdity of the male lead's dim-witted wife sharing her name. Not only did they share the same name, but the character had also been scarcely mentioned, appearing and disappearing within merely 2 chapters. Yet, upon awakening, she found herself lying in the bed of the very CEO from the story. "Madam, Mr. Zu's lawyer has arrived and is waiting downstairs. Even if you are reluctant, there is no turning back now," Aunt Wong, the housekeeper of the Xu family, stated with a hint of exasperation and barely concealed disdain in her eyes. Rubbing her somewhat groggy head, Song Yining acknowledged with a soft hum and rose to prepare herself. Noticing her finally in motion, Aunt Wong turned to leave, deliberately exhaling a sigh as she departed. Ignoring the housekeeper, Song Yining stood before the vanity, gazing at the artificially charming face reflected in the mirror, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. In her previous life, she had been an air traveler, opting for a short haircut for convenience, so the image of this petite woman with blunt bangs was quite an adjustment. After a brief morning routine, she opened the wardrobe. A wave of soft colors greeted her, leaving her with no alternative but to select the simplest outfit. Slipping on her slippers, she made her way downstairs. Lawyer Bai, a partner of the Xu group, adjusted his glasses at the sound of movement and looked up towards the staircase. There stood the CEO's so-called dim-witted wife, adorned in a simple white dress, directly across from him. As a lawyer, he prided himself on his keen observational skills. Yet the woman before him possessed a pair of inscrutable eyes that intrigued him. "Hello, Miss Song. I am Lawyer Bai, representing Mr. Xu in today's divorce discussions," he introduced himself. Song Yining nodded and reached for the divorce agreement, casually perusing its contents. Her nonchalant demeanor rendered Lawyer Bai's efforts almost redundant. The Xu group's documents were impeccably drafted, leaving no room for criticism. "Do you have any objections regarding the division of property and assets?" Lawyer Bai explained professionally. "Objectively speaking, this is the best outcome you can hope for. As for your previous request for half of the Xu group, that is neither reasonable nor justifiable." Before he could finish, Song Yining swiftly signed her name. Lawyer Bai instinctively glanced at the signature, momentarily taken aback. It is often said that one's handwriting reflects one's character. Her script was surprisingly incisive. "If there is nothing else, I must attend to my other matters," she stated before departing in the direction of her memories. As Lawyer Bai emerged from the villa, a sleek black Panamera whizzed past him like the wind. The fleeting glimpse of white within the car belonged to Miss Song. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. He retrieved his phone and made a call. "The matter is settled," informed the Public Relations Department to release the news. That afternoon, the Xu group announced the dissolution of the marriage between President Xu and Song Yining. Ever since their union, there had been rampant speculation regarding their potential divorce. Yet the sudden revelation of this news ignited unprecedented fervor surrounding the affair. However, it wasn't long before the elite circles discovered that Song Yining had vanished without a trace. While everyone frantically searched for Song Yining, she was seated in the garden of a villa on the outskirts, her phone on the table beside her displaying 236 missed calls and countless WeChat messages. She chuckled softly and randomly opened a voice message from her original father. "Song Yining, hurry back home." "What nonsense," she muttered, shutting off her phone in disdain. During her days of absence, she had remained in this villa, needing to thoroughly understand the circumstances of her predecessor. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is essential for victory, is it not? With this thought, Song Yining couldn't help but pinch the bridge of her nose. To be honest, the surroundings of her original self were rather dire. Song Yining and her brother, Song Yicheng, were the offspring of Song Buiyuan and his first wife. As in all clicked narratives, after the untimely demise of his first wife, Song Buiyuan brought his mistress and their illegitimate child into the Song household. At that time, both siblings were still young, leading them to be misguided by their stepmother. The elder brother, Song Yicheng, was notorious for his playboy antics and had fathered an illegitimate child while still unmarried. Although the child was now 3 years old, rumors of Song Yicheng's romantic escapades with young starlets in the entertainment industry continued to circulate. As for the original protagonist, when she married the male lead, Xu Jichen, it coincided with a power struggle within the Xu family. Her presence had somewhat diverted the attention of the Xu family members. Now that Xu Jichen had secured his authority, the original protagonist was no longer needed as a mere pawn. Having successfully divorced Xu Jichen, it was time for her to tidy up the mess left by the Song family, especially since her stepmother and the illegitimate child were still lurking with ulterior motives. It was only fitting that those who had wronged the original protagonist and her brother should face consequences. Thus, that afternoon, Song Yining had a chance encounter with a media outlet at the villa's entrance and was compelled to partake in a brief interview. Faced with the barrage of questions from the media, the unadorned Song Yining sighed and spoke with a hint of sadness. Am I truly that much of a failure? My mother passed away when I was very young, and I was raised by my stepmother, who is a kind-hearted individual. She always taught my brother and me to strive for what we desire. I was accustomed to having everything I wished for, yet I find myself at a loss now that I have grown. After uttering these words, Song Yining stepped out of the camera's view, walking away with a sense of solitude toward the villa complex. Song Yining had long exhibited a penchant for flaunting her wealth online, garnering considerable attention. Now, as a trending figure, the release of this video has attracted a multitude of onlookers and sparked fervent discussions. Is Song Yining truly this stunning? Indeed, her bangs concealed her beauty before. Song Yining shares her brother's eccentricity. I have a theory. Could it be that Song Yining's stepmother is intentionally spoiling these two children? With this remark, the focus of the conversation swiftly shifted. Seated at her desk, Song Yining gazed at the barrage of comments on the video, a knowing smile curling at the corners of her lips. With the release of this interview, her image-conscious stepmother would undoubtedly be unsettled. Just as this thought flitted through her mind, her phone began to vibrate uncontrollably. The name Dad displayed on the screen exuded a palpable sense of irritation. What caliber of scoundrel can claim to be my father? Song Yining rose, snatched her car keys, and headed towards the Song residence. Half an hour later, at the Song household, as Song Yining pushed open the door, an ashtray came hurtling towards her head. Chapter 3. My dear younger brother, is this all the courage you possess? Song Yining swiftly evaded and, in a fit of frustration, kicked the nearby low cabinet. Raising her voice in a furious inquiry directed at Song Yining Dad, the internet claims Aunt Jiang is deliberately trying to ruin me. Is there any truth to this? At her words, the entire Song household fell silent. Song Yining bellowed in response. How dare you speak like that? Go apologize to your Aunt Jiang immediately. With tears in her eyes, Song Yining rushed towards Jiang Yuan, embracing her tightly. Aunt Jiang, please say something. You truly care for me. Jiang Yuan was taken aback by Song Yining's affectionate advance. Nodding gently, she held Song Yining close and replied softly, I consider you like my own daughter, of course. My feelings are genuine. Only then did Song Yining wipe her tears away, turning to Song Yining, Dad, I want to join the company. They all say I'm useless. Grant me a position as the CEO. Song Yining's face flushed with anger as he coldly retorted, Are you aware of your own capabilities? You wish to enter the company? It is meant for your brother. Do you truly believe you can compete with him? Infuriated, Song Yining stamped her foot and ran back to Jiang Yuan. Aunt Jiang, just look at my dad. I merely wish to join the company. Why does everything go to Song Yining? Standing her ground, Jiang Yuan contemplated the tumultuous scene before her and suggested to Song Yining, Old Song, the children are grown now. Why not hand over Xine jewelry to Yining? After all, it was originally established by her mother. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Song Yining's eyes lit up. Xine jewelry had been on a downward spiral for years, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. If this useless daughter was so eager to take the reins, then let her have it. Very well, considering Aunt Jiang's plea. You may take over Xine jewelry, he declared solemnly. Song Yining frowned. Dad, isn't Xine jewelry on the verge of collapse? I don't want it. I want to go to the headquarters. Keep arguing, and you shall have nothing. Song Yining shouted. If I am to take over Xine jewelry, then you must compensate me. Song Yining began to throw a tantrum. Dad, transfer the Linjiang villa to me. I want those netizens to see. My dad and Aunt Jiang are not the scoundrels they claim. Let us exchange properties. Your brother plans to open a studio after graduation at the Linjiang villa. Song Yining frowned. Aunt Jiang, just look at my dad. Song Yining clung to Jiang Yuan. Isn't that villa also my mother's? Why must it be given to Song Yining for a studio? How can I face anyone after that? As she spoke, she grabbed her bag and swung it against the table, sending several valuable vases crashing to the floor. In an instant, Song Yining and Jiang Yuan were taken aback, as the Song family's hall descended into chaos. I just want to find a place to hide and avoid those reporters. Why? Why? After 5 minutes of madness, Song Yining managed to extract an agreement from Song Yining to expedite the property transfer. Upon exiting the Song residence, Song Yining curled her lips into a smirk, elegantly carrying her bag as she entered the car. Just as the vehicle roared to life, a tall young man approached, noticing her departure. Upon seeing Song Yining get into the car, he offered a slight smile, tauntingly raising his middle finger in her direction. Squinting her eyes, Song Yining recognized him as her half-brother, Song Yichen, who was rumored to be nearing graduation. "You worthless piece of trash, abandoned by the Xu family," Song Yichen scoffed. A contemptuous grin plastered across his youthful face. Ignoring his jibe, Song Yining revved the engine, the sound echoing with a fierce intensity. "What? Planning to hit me?" Song Yichen provocatively inquired. "Come on. If you don't crash into me, I'll think less of you." With a chuckle, Song Yining pressed the accelerator, the car launching forward like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, Song Yichen's expression shifted from challenge to ashen fear. Moments later, she leisurely retrieved her phone and captured a snapshot of his current predicament. Gazing at the yellow puddle on the ground, Song Yining chuckled. "Song Yichen, is this all the courage you possess? You coward from now on. Avoid your sister or face the consequences." Song Yichen, numbly lowering his gaze, realized the car was perilously close to his trousers, mere inches away. Chapter 4. Is this your foolish wife? Until Song Yining's car whizzed past him, Song Yichen remained perplexed about how his sister had managed to halt the vehicle precisely there. After emerging from the car, Song Yining glanced at the diminishing silhouette in her rearview mirror, yet she paid it little heed. Drawing upon her memories of her previous existence, she regarded her younger brother as a cultured scoundrel, outwardly a distinguished university student, young and promising, but in reality, engaged in all manner of dubious activities. Ultimately, he would amount to nothing of significance. Conversely, it was high time to confront her elder brother, who still reveled in the company of frivolous pursuits. As Song Yining journeyed back to the villa in Linjiang, this thought occupied her mind. However, she did not anticipate that upon reaching the entrance of the villa complex, a slender young woman would obstruct her path. "Miss Song, this is your brother's child, though he refuses to acknowledge it," Bai Lily exclaimed, her voice quivering with emotion. "Raising this child alone has been incredibly challenging for me. I heard you divorced and received a substantial settlement. As his aunt, shouldn't you bear some responsibility?" Song Yining paid little attention to Bai Lily's words. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward the little boy who Bai Lily was holding. The child appeared frail, with a disproportionately large head, clearly having been poorly treated. Meanwhile, as Bai Lily became increasingly frantic, the boy merely stood there quietly, his small frame trembling slightly. "Fine. Wait for me at the CAF across the street. I shall join you shortly," Song Yining stated, her eyes sliding past the boy's face to address Bai Lily. "How do I know you aren't deceiving me?" "You must." Bai Lily's protest was abruptly cut off as Song Yining coolly interjected. "What give you the right to bargain with me? Lacking even this modicum of patience, yet you come seeking money?" Her icy gaze pinned Bai Lily in place, causing the latter to instinctively step back in trepidation. Half an hour later, in the CF, Bai Lily cautiously followed Song Yining until they were seated. Her previous bravado significantly diminished. "Miss Song, I implore you, this child truly belongs to your elder brother. I can't continue caring for him. He has severely disrupted my life," Bai Lily lamented, her pitiful visage marred by resentment as she cast a hostile glance at the child. "I truly fail to understand you." Song Yining leaned back against the booth, perplexed. "Every man in the Song family is more capable than my brother. Why did you choose him? Although my father is aged, his wealth surpasses anything my brother could ever amass," she continued, idly toying with her glass. "Interestingly, my stepmother ascended from being a mistress." As Song Yining spoke to herself, Bai Lily's eyes subtly shifted. "I cannot provide you with money. I need my resources to cover my brother's debts. However, I can take this child off your hands. Song Yining fixed her gaze intently on Bai Lily. The gazes of two women intersected in the air, and after a considerable pause, Bai Lily finally conceded. She nodded. Very well. As long as you promise that this child will not trouble me again, I shall never appear before him. Song Yining raised an eyebrow and gestured towards the timid little boy. Would you not inquire about his name? Bai Lily questioned, suddenly perplexed by Song Yining's decisiveness. From now on, his name is of no concern to you. The greatest folly in life is to meddle in matters that do not pertain to you. As soon as Song Yining uttered these words, two young men seated not far from her exchanged glances. Xu Jichen, is this truly your inept wife? Chapter Nam Xu Jichen. Do you think of yourself as a monarch? Today, Zhou Yin had arranged an impromptu meeting with Xu Jichen, and to his surprise, he witnessed this scene. Song Yining appeared somewhat different from the last time he had seen her. She was neither heavily made up nor adorned in conspicuous designer labels, but sat there quietly and composedly, her words subtly urging the woman across from her to entice her father. As Bai Lily prepared to leave, a small boy hurried over, eager to grasp her hand. However, Bai Lily displayed clear disdain, pushing the boy away with a single motion. When Song Yining bent down to assist the child, she sensed two piercing gazes directed at her. She looked up abruptly and met the scrutinizing eyes of Xu Jichen and Zhou Yin. Having previously reviewed photographs of these individuals, she felt no unfamiliarity. Song Yining, are you planning to help your brother raise a child? If this boy is brought home, the Song family will be the subject of ridicule. Zhou Yin couldn't help but comment, while Xu Jichen remained silently observing Song Yining, his demeanor analytical. What does the reputation of the Song family matter? Song Yining chuckled softly, taking the child's hand and walking away. Perhaps due to his heartache, the little boy followed her quietly, no longer crying out for his mother. Song Yining. Just as she had taken a few steps, Xu Jichen's voice echoed behind her. She turned to meet the gaze of the stern man. I have no fondness for illegitimate children, Xu Jichen stated abruptly, adjusting his cufflinks. Song Yining raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What do you mean? I did not take precautions that night. Xu Jichen replied bluntly. Just days before the divorce, he had returned home, inebriated, and awoke to find himself lying closely beside Song Yining, with no trace of any protective measures in the room. If you did not want a child, why did you not take precautions? Must I clean up your mess? The disdain on Song Yining's face was unmistakable. We are adults. Spare me the archaic notions. Do you truly believe yourself to be a king, expecting others to serve you while consuming contraceptive potions? Though her words were sharp, her expression towards the boy remained tender. Zhou Yin could not contain himself and exclaimed, pointing at Song Yining's retreating figure. How is it that she suddenly seems to have gained some sense? Xu Jichen remained silent, his expression inscrutable. He had never regarded Song Yining with any seriousness. Their marriage was merely a strategic maneuver to deceive others. He had never truly looked at her, but that did not mean he welcomed complications. How the company arranged for a few women to be sent to Song Yining, Xu Jichen instructed in a detached tone. I will ensure she returns begging for my favor. As Zhou Yin made the arrangements, he chattered on. You are quite harsh on beautiful women. To be honest, Song Yining looks much more agreeable now. Want to play? That can wait until I finalize my divorce. Xu Jichen rose, his eyes cold. Do not be foolish like Song Yining and create a child. In families such as ours, marriage is a significant affair. Only you would dare to marry someone frivolous. Zhou Yin, trailing behind, muttered in annoyance, but I truly mean it. I genuinely want to pursue her. Huh. Xu Jichen chuckled, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. After both men departed, Song Yining emerged from the restroom, holding the hand of a young boy. Chapter 6. The elder brother was stunned by Song Yining's sweetheart. What is your name? Song Yining inquired gently as she returned to the Linjiang villa with the little boy, noticing his unease. She seated him on the sofa and affectionately ruffled his hair. My mother calls me Little Cat, the boy replied in a barely audible voice, akin to a whisper. Little Cat? Upon recalling Bai Lily's unreserved disdain, Song Yining lifted him onto her lap and tenderly stroked his head. Let us call you Song Qingze, and your nickname shall be Mao Mao. Mao Mao nodded obediently, encouraged by Song Yining's acceptance, and leaned slightly closer to her. Your father might come looking for you soon. I'll find you some earplugs, so you stay put and be good, all right? She instructed Mao Mao, aware that curious eyes surrounded them, certain that this information would reach her elder brother. Half an hour later, Song Yining arrived in a bit of a rush, accompanied by a well-dressed young woman. As he entered the villa's grand hall, he strode purposefully toward the curled-up Mao Mao on the sofa, his hand reaching out as if to snatch him away. "Brother Xing, please do not be angry. What if it harms your health?" The young woman gently pleaded, her demeanor charming. "Song Yining, have you lost your mind after being abandoned by Xu Jichen? Why did you bring this illegitimate child back?" Song Yining bellowed, his voice resonating through the hall. "I have never acknowledged this child. Who knows who Bai Lily bore him with?" While Mao Mao, with earplugs in, could not hear the commotion, fear filled his eyes. Song Yining positioned herself protectively in front of him, preventing Song Yining from reaching him. In a fit of rage, he seized a small vase from the table and hurled it toward Mao Mao. Smack! Song Yining swiftly slapped Song Yining across the face. "Are you awake now?" she demanded, delivering a second slap that left him momentarily dazed, while the young woman, startled by the scene, crouched in fear nearby. "Who invited you here?" Song Yining yelled, taken aback. Song Yining instinctively replied, "Aunt Jiang." "Impossible." Song Yining, not only are you irresponsible, but you also know how to wrongfully accuse others? Song Yining retorted loudly. "I informed Aunt Jiang when I brought Mao Mao back. How could she tell you were dad?" At that moment, Song Yining's mind was consumed by one thought. How could my sister, who only knows about makeup and fashion, be so fierce? Upon hearing Song Yining's rebuttal, he immediately pulled out his phone and lamented, "Look, Aunt Jiang told me you brought back this illegitimate child." Ignoring him, Song Yining repeatedly asserted, "Impossible, impossible. Ning, return this child. I absolutely cannot acknowledge him." Song Yining shook his head vehemently. Amidst the lamentations, one might ponder whether you could tend to your own affairs instead of indulging in such sorrow. Otherwise, refrain from reckless behavior or consider undertaking a more permanent solution. Song Yining exclaimed with exasperation, "Brother, you are not always this way. During your high school years, you excelled academically. How have you devolved into such a fool? Enough of your chatter. I am acutely aware that you cannot relinquish these fleeting romances. Just set off now. I have made an appointment for your procedure at the private hospital." Having spoken, Song Yining ascended the stairs, cradling a bewildered Mao Mao in her arms. However, no one noticed the subtle curve of her lips, nor did they perceive that the charming young woman beside Song Yining had begun a live broadcast the moment she entered. As Song Yining lowered her gaze, about to console Mao Mao, her phone rang in an opportune moment. She glanced down to see an incoming call from Xu Jichen. Chapter 7. The deal with my ex-husband. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yining ultimately decided to answer the call. "Song Yining, I have arranged 5 women for your brother. They possess remarkable skills and commendable histories." Xu Jichen's tone was cool and detached. "What do you want me to do?" After a lengthy pause, Song Yining finally inquired, directing her question towards Xu Jichen. Xu Jichen appeared to scoff lightly and replied, "You need to come to Yongning Hospital immediately." With that, he ended the call. Mao Mao looked up, cautiously observing Song Yining. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you along," Song Yining reassured, glancing back at Song Yining. While the little star had long since vanished. "You should also go to Yongning Hospital. Don't make me drag you there," she added, and with that, she brushed past Song Yining while carrying Mao Mao. Song Yining paused for a moment, then hurriedly pursued them. Little sister," as he chased after them. He began to run, only to see Song Yining's car already speeding away. At Yongning Hospital, when Song Yining arrived with Mao Mao, Xu Jichen and Lawyer Bai were already waiting. Both men regarded Song Yining with a wary gaze, but she feigned ignorance and stood quietly with Mao Mao. "Miss Song, everything has been arranged. Please proceed inside for your examination," Lawyer Bai instructed. Song Yining remained still, turning to Xu Jichen and asking, "What does Mr. Xu mean by this?" "Song Yining, I have made it clear that I do not wish to have an illegitimate child," Xu Jichen replied, raising his eyes slightly. "If you agree to undergo the examination, within reasonable limits, I will grant you one condition." Suddenly, Song Yining chuckled coldly, then entrusted Mao Mao to the nurse's station before stepping inside. During the half hour that Song Yining spent within, Xu Jichen contemplated various possibilities. If it turned out that Song Yining was indeed pregnant, he would insist she terminated. This was precisely why he had brought lawyer by along. Lost in his thoughts, the examination room door swung open, and a female doctor approached Xu Jichen, whispering, "Mr. Xu, the results are in. She is not pregnant and has not engaged in sexual relations." Upon hearing this, an incredulous expression flickered across Xu Jichen's face. Instinctively, he glanced at Song Yining, who bore an air of disdain. "I explained to you before. I merely helped you change clothes. Yet you insist on perceiving me as a petty person, assuming I sought to use you for my own ends," Song Yining remarked with a mocking smile. "Even if I had once harbored feelings for you, I would never stoop to such despicable actions. Furthermore, are you not aware of your own state when intoxicated?" With the examination results laid bare, Xu Jichen felt a twinge of irritation at Song Yining's words, but swiftly suppressed it. "Very well. I will grant you one condition for today," he said, pinching the bridge of his nose as he addressed her. Song Yining raised an eyebrow, too, in a fit of annoyance. Xu Jichen tugged at his tie, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "First, I request that all the women sent to my brother be redirected to my father, and furthermore, there shall be no further targeting of my brother. Second, regarding the land in Nanxing Starlight Plaza, I hope you will take action to prevent the Song family from winning the bid." These two conditions seem to be somewhat below Xu Jichen's expectations. Is it truly that simple? He instinctively wanted to say something, but Song Yining had already clicked away in her high heels. In the next moment, a scream echoed from the end of the corridor. "Sister! No, please." Chapter 8. Song Yining's Midnight Rescue. What does that sound? Xu Jichen in Guit. Lawyer Bai's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "I just went to the restroom, and on my way, I overheard two nurses discussing how Miss Song arranged a sterilization procedure for Song Yining." Xu Jichen remained silent. Noticing his lack of aversion to the topic, Lawyer Bai continued, "Since the little internet celebrities livestream this morning, many people believe that Madame Song is deliberately promoting the downfall of the siblings. Thus, the Song family is currently facing immense public scrutiny." Xu Jichen said nothing, casting a glance at the slender figure before turning away, prompting Lawyer Bai to hastily follow. Song Yining had organized the sterilization for Song Yining and had also taken care of Mao Mao's household registration and kindergarten enrollment. Throughout these days, she had not answered calls from Song Buiyuan and Jiang Yuan. Now that her tasks were complete, she drove through the night. Before entering this narrative, whenever she felt agitated, she would take a drive to clear her mind. Perhaps it was this clarity that led her to notice something amiss. Two cars were ahead of her, and the trajectory of the car on the right clearly indicated an intent to collide with the one on the left. The car on the right was attempting to orchestrate an accident. As this thought flashed through Song Yining's mind, her foot pressed down on the accelerator. She was not driven by an overwhelming sense of justice. Rather, in her past life as a formidable CEO, she had encountered similar tactics. Following a previous incident, she had fervently practiced driving, even engaging in racing. Thus, she resolved to perform a good deed. Her vehicle closely trailed the one on the left. As the car on the right prepared to switch lanes, she deftly maneuvered her steering wheel towards it. The right car, taken aback by her audacity, slammed on the brakes in a moment of panic, ultimately losing control and crashing into a nearby barrier. Witnessing this, Song Yining did not linger and smoothly turned right at the intersection to leave. Meanwhile, the man in the car she had protected withdrew his gaze and placed a call, saying, "Help me track a vehicle." At Cine Jewelry, no one was aware of the turmoil brewing within Secretary Lin these past few days. He had initially planned to resign this month, but since the arrival of the young CEO Song, the company had undergone sweeping reforms in just half a month. Her methods were ruthless, starkly contrasting the rumors surrounding her. "Secretary Lin, please inform the Public Relations Department of a meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon," he mused, only to be interrupted by Song Yining's voice from the adjacent office. He quickly complied. That evening, as Song Yining was en route to find Song Yining, he received a message link from his circle of friends. Instinctively, he clicked on it, discovering that Cine Jewelry had announced the upcoming release of its new Rebirth series in 2 weeks. This news undoubtedly garnered significant attention, especially since the brand had been on a decline since his mother's passing, often imitating designs from international luxury labels. This marked the first significant endeavor undertaken by Song Yining since assuming her new role, and many were eager to observe the extent of influence this former Mrs. Xu could wield. However, judging by the comments below, it seemed that the naysayers were in the majority. At this juncture, a fleeting thought crossed Song Yixing's mind, prompting him to irritably run his fingers through his hair. Upon arriving at the Linjiang villa, he stepped inside only to find Song Yining sitting there with a steely gaze, beckoning him with a wave. For a brief moment, Song Yicheng found himself questioning who truly held the reins. Was it he, or was it she? Chapter 9. Song Yicheng's provocation under the piercing gaze of Song Yining. Song Yicheng instinctively shrank his neck and inquired, "Ningning, have you frozen my card?" "Indeed," Song Yining affirmed with a nod. "I mentioned it to Dad. If you need money, you can always ask Aunt Jiang. She has always been kind to you." "What must I do to unfreeze my card?" Song Yicheng persisted, his thoughts consumed by the matter of his card. "Help me with the design sketches for the upcoming season's collection," Song Yining replied. Song Yicheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want me to create the design sketches?" He nearly shouted in exasperation. "Precisely. If you can produce the sketches for the next season, I shall unfreeze one of your cards and provide you with the remuneration you deserve," Song Yining stated matter-of-factly. Frustration evident, Song Yicheng began to tug at his hair as he grappled with the absurdity of the situation. "Furthermore, this weekend, my nanny has encountered an unexpected issue, so you will need to look after the child while working on your drawings," Song Yining added, leaning closer to him. "Brother, the hard intent jewelry was left to us by Mother, and I do not wish for it to vanish." Just as Song Yicheng was on the brink of losing his temper, Song Yining looked at him earnestly. "Aunt Jiang, please tidy up his room," she instructed before striding out. Mao Mao hurried after her to the living room entrance, looking up at Song Yining with wide eyes. "Auntie," he called softly. Song Yining turned back and winked at him. Mao Mao's face broke into a smile, and his little body seemed to relax. He waved goodbye to Song Yining and trotted over to sit quietly beside Song Yicheng. Though Song Yicheng felt indifferent towards this child, with Aunt Jiang busy tidying up, only the two of them remained in the room, exchanging glances. "What are you staring at?" he asked, scratching his head in irritation. Mao Mao gazed at him for a moment before softly inquiring, "Auntie's brother, is your head itchy?" "Auntie's brother?" Song Yicheng questioned, puzzled. Mao Mao nodded, explaining, "Auntie said that if you don't want me to call you Dad, then it doesn't necessarily mean Dad, but Auntie will always be Auntie." Already irritable, Song Yicheng felt as though he might explode under the scrutiny of the child. Mao Mao, seemingly uninterested in his father, quietly occupied himself with a book of words, seeking Aunt Jiang for assistance with the unfamiliar ones. Meanwhile, as Song Yining concluded her conversation with her brother and had not yet exited the villa area, her car was suddenly surrounded by a convoy of vehicles. Seated in her car, Song Yining observed as Song Yicheng was the first to emerge from a sports car, letting out a soft click of her tongue. It appeared that this younger brother of hers was indeed quite foolish. Opposite her, Song Yicheng was still unable to shake off the traumatic shadow of fear from that day. He felt compelled to teach Song Yining a lesson, for he could not bear to let the matter rest. Thus, he had assembled a group of friends to confront her directly in the villa area. "Brother Jing, is your sister afraid? Why isn't she getting out of the car?" Someone jested. It must be said that recently, the focal point of public opinion within the circle has been Song Yining, captivating everyone's attention. Song Yicheng approached the side of Song Yining's vehicle with purposeful strides, deliberately keeping close to the edge to avoid a repeat of the previous incident, exercising caution. "Song Yining, you shameless wretch, what's the matter? Are you afraid?" Song Yicheng sneered. "You discarded shoe, get down here." Song Yining, seated in the car, showed no intention of alighting, a defiance that evidently incensed Song Yicheng. Suddenly he signaled, and in an instant, a dozen vehicles behind him surged towards Song Yining's direction. With a smile, Song Yining pressed the accelerator with her delicate little shoe. Chapter 10. Another middle finger as Song Yining pressed down on the accelerator. Song Yicheng instinctively recoiled, but upon noticing the multitude of cars behind him, he broke into a derisive smile. However, in the very next moment, he realized that Song Yining's vehicle had also surged forward, hurtling towards a cluster of cars at an astonishing speed. Dozens of vehicles occupied the dual lanes, yet a narrow gap remained in the center. With unwavering determination, Song Yining aimed directly for that opening. Her speed escalated, and the cars initially heading towards her were taken aback by her audacity, causing them to swerve aside, yielding space for her passage. In that fleeting instant as her car sped past, she extended her hand out of the window and raised a middle finger towards Song Yichen. Secretary Lin informed the PR department, "I have a driving record that needs to be released." Song Yining withdrew her scornful gaze and dialed Secretary Lin. Once Song Yining departed, the group immediately leaped from their cars and surrounded Song Yichen. A few gossipy individuals could not contain their comments, exclaiming, "Song Yichen, your sister is quite fierce. I find myself admiring her a bit." As they exchanged words, Song Yichen, filled with rage, shouted, "You're all useless." The moment his words escaped his lips, discontent spread among the crowd. Although the Song family was esteemed, they too came from respectable backgrounds. They had only gathered around Song Yichen because he could afford their company, and they would not tolerate such insults directed at them. "Song Yichen, if you have the ability, why don't you confront her yourself? If we are worthless, then what about you?" They retorted. Their camaraderie was as fleeting as it was superficial, and as quickly as they had arrived, they departed in a huff. Watching them storm away, Song Yichen, enraged, kicked his own car's tire. "Song Yining, I want you dead." Just as Song Yichen returned from the Villa district to school, before he had even entered the dormitory, his phone erupted with calls, most of which were from his parents. "Hello, Dad, what is the matter?" "What?" Song Yichen, unable to articulate much more, felt his expression shift from calm to sheer terror. Song Yun's voice resonated through the phone. "What is going on with that video circulating online? Did you go looking for your sister? Didn't your mother tell you not to provoke her?" Confused, Song Yichen asked, "Video? What video?" Clutching the phone with one hand, he pushed open the dormitory door and was met with a friend's phone being handed to him, displaying a video that had surged to the top of trending topics. The footage captured Song Yining's perspective, fully revealing the expressions and vengeful intentions of Song Yichen and his companions. The comments below the video were inundated with accusations against him, with many tagging the traffic police. "Get back here immediately," Song Yun bellowed. Meanwhile, Song Yining had posted the video on her Weibo, accompanied by a poignant question. "Why do you always harbor such animosity towards me? Must I perish for your happiness?" With a mere video and a single statement, she propelled Song Yichen to the forefront of trending topics. On that afternoon, the project acquired by the Song family was seized by the Xu family, leaving the entire Song family, except for Song Yining, in a state of turmoil. Song Yichen bore a bruise on his forehead from a blow by Song Yun, while Jiang Yuan sat nearby, tenderly applying medicine to his injury. As she tended to him, she quietly remarked, "I warned you not to provoke her these past few days. She's like a rabid dog now." However, Song Yichen was not in a receptive mood. His only desire was to dismantle Song Yining piece by piece. "Call Song Yining back. Look at what she's done to the entire family." Before he could make the call, Jiang Yuan intervened. "Old Song, if you summon Yining now, won't that just provide fodder for gossip? People will undoubtedly say that the Song family favors males over females." It was clearly Song Yichen who instigated the situation. "Yet you would have Yining apologize." Jiang Yuan continued, "I have a plan." Chapter 11. The mysterious man saves the beauty Yichen. "You must record an apology video now, and your demeanor must be sincere," Jiang Yuan said sternly to Song Yichen. Song Yichen wore a look of disdain. "Your actions have begun to affect your father's business. And more importantly, the Zheng family intends to form a marital alliance with us. If the union is successful, our family's enterprise will ascend to new heights," Jiang Yuan continued. Upon recalling the exquisite and captivating young lady from the Zheng family, Song Yichen's expression shifted. Setting aside familial obligations, he found himself quite taken with the radiant Zheng Yu. However, the thought of issuing an apology was something he truly struggled with. "Yichen, it's not as if you're losing a piece of flesh, nor are you apologizing directly to your sister," Jiang Yuan reassured him. Upon hearing this, Song Yichen's eyes flickered slightly. "Your father values you highly, which is why he is so anxious. Quickly record the video. Do not cause us further worry," Jiang Yuan urged, nudging Song Yichen upstairs. As Song Yun attempted to interject, Jiang Yuan had already ascended to massage his shoulders. Song Yining retreated to his room and, with remarkable adaptability, recorded an apology video. Just as he was about to upload it, a public phone call interrupted him. "Hello, my dear brother." The cheerful voice of Song Yining resonated through the line. Upon recognizing her voice, Song Yining's countenance twisted into a grimace. "Let me guess, what are you up to now? Preparing to send me an apology video?" Song Yining laughed. "Brother, you truly lack courage. No wonder you were frightened into submission. See you on Weibo. I'll be waiting," she concluded, hanging up before Song Yining could respond. In a fit of rage, he swept everything off his desk onto the floor. Damn that wretched girl. That evening, despite Jiang Yuan and Song Buiyuan's relentless persuasion, Song Yining refrained from sending the recorded video. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to issue an apology letter under the name of the Song Group. The outcome was predictable. Do not fret. There's a gala tonight, accessible only to the prominent and influential. Our family possesses 2 invitations. You and your father shall attend. Find an opportunity to meet Miss Zheng and ensure her stability." Jiang Yuan gently ruffled Song Yining's hair. Song Yining looked up, his eyes filled with disdain for Song Yining. The Emerald Bay Hotel was hosting a prestigious gala, with security measures exceedingly stringent, reflecting the event's high caliber. Upon Song Yining's arrival, guests were already beginning to filter in at the entrance. A dedicated staff member was meticulously checking invitations before granting entry. Just as Song Yining ended a call with Mao Mao and set her phone down, a voice dripping with sarcasm rang out. "Oh dear, who is this? Is it not the ex-wife cast out by the Xu family?" Song Yining raised her gaze to find a well-dressed young lady looking at her with palpable hostility. She chose to ignore it. Given the demeanor of these wealthy young ladies, it was evident that this one was likely one of Xu Jichen's secret admirers. "Song Yining, did the Liu family extend an invitation to you?" As Song Yining queued to enter, Song Yining stood on the step above her, a smirk playing on his lips. "The Song family only extended 2 invitations. What brings you here?" In the presence of so many onlookers, Song Yining found immense satisfaction in publicly ridiculing Song Yining. Stepping forward, Song Yining leaned closer to Song Yining and whispered softly, "A mere jester seeking attention. No wonder you are the offspring of a mistress, truly unworthy of the stage. You damn." Song Yining swung a fist towards Song Yining, but she deftly sidestepped and advanced another step. Yet, Song Yining remained relentless, intent on confronting her. At that moment, an arm reached over Song Yining, effectively restraining Song Yining's arm. Within Song Yining's line of sight, all she could discern were the exquisite cufflinks adorning the suit sleeve of the intervening figure. Chapter 12. A suitable pair. Song Yining found himself restrained, his arms held firmly by others. Just as he was about to speak, security personnel arrived to escort him out. "On what grounds?" he exclaimed, his voice loud, yet ignored amidst the rising chorus of gasps surrounding him. It seemed to be, "Mr. Liu, the Song family's son, appear to be finished. Mr. Song, please." Amidst the clamor, a man of striking stature extended his hand towards Song Yining. She glanced at him briefly and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." The man acknowledged her with a nod, leading Song Yining past the invitation table and directly into the grand hall. Song Yining did not linger on the man beside her. As they walked, she inquired, "Mr. Liu, was the invitation I received sent by you?" "Today." She donned a finely crafted black dress, its hem brushing against the man's trousers, an air of intimacy enveloping them. Lu Mingyu nodded, towering over Song Yining. To accommodate her, he slightly lowered his head. "It was indeed me. I am delighted that you chose to attend today." He raised an eyebrow as they advanced confidently, seemingly oblivious to the stares of onlookers. Notably, he addressed her as Mr. Song rather than Miss Song. In a corner, Zhou Yin nudged Xu Jichen, his surprise evident as he asked, "Old Xu, when did Song Yining come to know Lu Mingyu?" Xu Jichen merely cast a glance at the slender figure, remaining silent. Zhou Yin, observing the pair, suddenly remarked, "Old Xu, I find it rather peculiar. Lu Mingyu was always regarded as untouchable and intimidating in our youth, yet your ex-wife seems undaunted by his presence." Upon hearing this, Xu Jichen finally directed his gaze towards Song Yining, but she had already slipped out of sight. Song Yining assumed that Lu Mingyu had merely brought her inside, but to her surprise, he led her into a private sitting room adjacent to the main hall. Within this intimate space, they were alone. "Mr. Liu, did you invite me today because I diverted the individual attempting to ram into your vehicle that night?" Song Yining posed her question directly. She was no fool. Her recent movements had been quite predictable, with only that night presenting a deviation. Thus, the individual in the front seat that evening must have been Mr. Liu. Lu Mingyu nodded, his gaze upon Song Yining deep and contemplative, tinged with curiosity. "Mr. Song may propose conditions. I seek to express my gratitude today," he replied with a smile. Song Yining regarded the man seated opposite her, without hesitation, stating, "I wish to collaborate with Zheng Yu." "Is it truly that simple?" Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow. "Rest assured, I am a businesswoman and will not exploit favors for personal gain. My sole purpose in coming here tonight is Zheng Yu," Song Yining declared. Zheng Yu, the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, is perceived by many in the circle as someone who neglects her proper duties. Instead of inheriting the family business, she chooses to delve into the realm of a media studio. However, prior to this, she meticulously examined Zheng Yu's accounts, noting their logical coherence and captivating promotional aspects, making her a commendable partner for collaboration. Furthermore, Song Yining is aware that Zheng Yu is the cousin of Lu Mingyu, which elucidates the Song family's keen interest in a union with the Zheng family. "Mr. Song Yu are not Song Yining." Chapter 13, Secretary Fong. Did anything ambiguous happen between the two of them? Upon hearing Lu Mingyu's sudden inquiry, Song Yining's expression remained inscrutable. She merely chuckled softly and replied, "I am simply myself." Lu Mingyu cast a glance at Song Yining, but refrained from further comment, until a striking figure strode in from outside. Zheng Yu felt a twinge of apprehension upon learning that her aloof cousin was seeking her out, especially since everyone at home had been urging her to abandon her social media pursuits and return to the family business. She feared Lu Mingyu had come to persuade her as well. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find not only her cousin, but also a woman seated across from him. "You are Xu Jichen's ex-wife?" Zheng Yu asked, astonished. When had her brother ever crossed paths with Xu Jichen's former spouse? "Hello, Miss Zheng, I am Song Yining." Rising gracefully, Song Yining extended a formal greeting to Zheng Yu. At that moment, Zheng Yu experienced a fleeting illusion, as if she were gazing upon the professional manager who had long assisted her father in managing the company. She had encountered Song Yining a few times before, each time adorned in flamboyant ensembles and peculiar color combinations, rumored to be imitating Xu Jichen's fashionable ex-girlfriend. Intrigued by gossip, Zheng Yu found herself devoid of any curiosity in the presence of the serene Song Yining. "She wishes to discuss a collaboration with you. You ought to be more serious," Lu Mingyu remarked to Zheng Yu. Puzzled, Zheng Yu glanced at her cousin before taking a seat beside Song Yining. Before they could engage in conversation, someone approached Lu Mingyu. "Mr. Liu, the Song couple is waiting for you in the lobby. They express concerns about their daughter's conduct potentially causing you trouble." The secretary's words were delicately phrased, yet the individuals present were not naive, and both Lu Mingyu and his sister directed their gazes towards Song Yining. Song Yining found the situation both amusing and exasperating. She suggested to them, "If you both have time, why not enjoy a performance before discussing business?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu sprang to her feet. Lu Mingyu glanced at Song Yining and, noticing the amusement on her face, decided to rise as well. Zheng Yu leaned closer to Secretary Fong, whispering before I arrived, "Did anything ambiguous happen between them?" Secretary Fong dared not breathe, shaking her head vigorously. As she indulged in her curiosity, they had already reached the lobby. Outside, Song Buiyuan and Jiang Yuan stood with anxious expressions. Upon seeing Lu Mingyu emerge, Jiang Yuan immediately inquired with concern, "Mr. Liu, are you all right? That child, Yining, has been spoiled by us. Her relationship with Xu has always been unclear, and we fear it may lead to disaster." Jiang Yuan's apprehension appeared genuine as she scrutinized Lu Mingyu and Song Yining, seemingly searching for any hint of romantic entanglement between them. The implications woven through her words were evidently intended to belittle Song Yining's lack of shame. "Aunt Jiang, how can you say such a thing? You clearly stated that my association with Xu Jichen was a tremendous boon for the Song family. I even concealed the matters concerning Song Yijing's exceptional talents for you. How can you accuse me of being unclear? Suddenly, Song Yining exclaimed loudly. The crowd present was left in bewilderment. Song Yijing, exceptional talent? Chapter 14. Xu Jichen, I always feel that you will regret this. As Song Yining uttered these words, the expressions of Song Buiyuan and Jiang Yuan shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Song Yijing charged in from an unknown direction, shouting vehemently at Song Yining. His right hand raised as if to strike her face. Song Yining, you wretched harlot, it is no wonder the Xu family cast you aside. No one would ever look upon trash like you. Song Yining stood there in silence, a soft laugh escaping her lips in response to his vitriol, offering no retort. In stark contrast, Song Yijing's fury was palpable. Jiang Yuan remained silent, instinctively grasping Song Yijing's arm, preventing him from escalating the situation further. However, whispers circulated among the onlookers. The circle was small and comprised of prominent families. The thought of their sons bearing the brunt of such disgrace proved too much for Jiang Yuan to bear. Yining, how could you speak of your brother in such a manner? Jiang Yuan questioned, her gaze piercing into Song Yining, standing beside Lu Mingyu. Song Yining regarded Jiang Yuan with cold composure, no longer pretending to feign concern when it came to Song Yijing's interests. Aunt Jiang, you truly seek to undermine both my brother and me, Song Yining replied, feigning heartbreak. With a heavy sigh, she expressed her disappointment. Today, it was Song Yijing who provoked me, and this morning, he was the one who orchestrated the collision with my car. Who would have thought you would treat my brother and me in such a manner? Father, how can you face our deceased mother? With that, Song Yining turned on her heel and departed, prompting Zheng Yu to follow suit. Song Yijing forcibly pushed his parents aside and pursued Song Yining's retreating figure. At that moment, Secretary Fong glanced at his silent employer and could not suppress his inquiry. Boss, should we arrange protection for Miss Song? She likely prefers solitude. Summon Zheng Yu back. Lu Mingyu commanded. Secretary Fong hurriedly set off to find Zheng Yu. Outside the Emerald Bay Hotel, on the lawn, Song Yijing hastened after Song Yining, only to be caught off guard when she swiftly turned and sent him sprawling to the ground. Good brother, Song Yining knelt beside him, one knee pressing against Song Yijing's leg. She gently patted his cheek and leaned closer, whispering, how many times must I tell you? Do not provoke me when you see me. Such a pig-headed fool, utterly lacking in memory. I cannot fathom how someone so dim-witted could even exist. As she released him, she muttered under her breath. From this day forth, the youngest son, once a source of pride for Song Buiyuan and his wife, the academic prodigy in the eyes of many, would begin to wither. What a pity, she mused, as she approached the wisteria by the edge of the lawn. Song Yining cast a glance toward the shadows nearby, her tone indifferent. What I just said to Song Yijing applies equally to you. We shall not interfere with one another. With that, she departed without a backward glance. Only after her figure faded from sight did two tall men gradually step forth from the shadows. Zhou Yin glanced at the side where Xu Jichen stood, exclaiming softly, look at her. She truly seems like a different person. I can't shake the feeling that your divorce from her feels somewhat unjust. Throughout my life, I have never encountered a woman as intriguing as she. Zhou Yin sighed once more. Xu Jichen extinguished his cigarette, his gaze heavy and lost in contemplation. Chapter 15. What? You intend to attend that racing event? Song Yining had ceased to pay attention to such matters. After finalizing the time for her meeting with Zheng Yu the following day, she prepared to leave. However, just as she was about to depart, she unexpectedly spotted Bai Lily amidst the crowd outside. Following Bai Lily's gaze, she realized it was none other than Song Buiyuan. With this thought in mind, Song Yining resolved to stoke the flames for Bai Lily. Thus, she confidently strode towards Song Buiyuan. Song Buiyuan was at a loss for how to deal with Song Yining, but upon seeing her approach, he was about to unleash his frustration when she extended her hand and said, Dad, I require some startup capital. Could you lend me some money? Before Song Buiyuan could respond, Jiang Yuan's expression had already shifted. Dad, you wouldn't want me to lose face in front of Mr. Lu's associates, would you? If I wish to infiltrate their circle, I will need some initial funding, Song Yining murmured. Upon hearing her mention Lu Mingyu, Song Buiyuan's demeanor softened considerably. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "Tomorrow, I will have someone transfer 5 million to you." Having achieved her objective, Song Yining cast a furtive glance at Bai Lily's figure in the distance and exclaimed a touch too loudly, "Dad, that is simply wonderful. 5 million, just like that." With that, she joyfully grabbed her bag and departed. Surely, Bai Lily must have overheard her, since learning that Bai Lily had borne a child for her elder brother. Song Yining had never underestimated this woman, who seemed to possess a certain cunning. It remained to be seen whether she could ensnare Song Buiyuan. Moreover, Xu Jichen had also promised to send women to Song Buiyuan's side. It appeared that Jiang Yuan had her work cut out for her recently. The following day, at the Linjiang villa, when Zheng Yu arrived, Song Yining was seated in the small garden, entertaining Mao Mao. Upon noticing a visitor, Mao Mao promptly hid behind his small drawing board. "Mao Mao, could you summon your father?" Song Yining gently patted Mao Mao's little head and inquired. Mao Mao glanced at Zheng Yu before obediently scampering toward the main building. As soon as Mao Mao dashed away, Zheng Yu naturally took a seat beside her and remarked disapprovingly, "By adopting him, you are positioning yourself against the Song family, which may not yield you much benefit. Fear not, from now on, I will embody the Song family," Song Yining replied, raising an eyebrow at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu couldn't help but feel astonished. Song Yining had such audacity. "Therefore, please feel free to collaborate with me." Song Yining extended her hand toward Zheng Yu. Many years later, as Zheng Yu recalled that morning, she could not suppress the surge of emotions within her. No one believed that a discarded ex-wife of Xu Jichen could truly embark on a venture, nor did anyone think that a wealthy young lady was genuinely pursuing entrepreneurship. Since no one had faith in their endeavor, why not? Give it a try. What if? Miss Song, I must clarify one point first. I am engaged in self-media, but you need to have content. The vlogs of those affluent young ladies are no longer as captivating, Zheng Yu cautioned. Song Yining nodded. Prior to your arrival, I conducted some research. It is as follows. I am to participate in a non-professional racing exchange meeting in the Shanghai market, scheduled for 3 days from now. Racing? You mean the event where no female competitors have ever made it into the top 10? Zheng Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 16. Zheng Yu. I rarely engage in uncertain matters, still reeling from the shock. Zheng Yu received a proposal from Song Yining. After a considerable pause, she accepted the document, initially intending merely to skim through it. After all, she had long been aware of Song Yining's reputation for ineptitude, making it seem improbable that she could produce a credible plan. Her instinctive reaction was to dismiss Song Yining's participation in the racing event as nothing more than a ploy for attention. However, 5 minutes later, Zheng Yu found herself at a loss for words, clutching the proposal in her hands. As a self-media practitioner, albeit without a fully developed team, she recognized the intrinsic value of the document. Miss Song, the success of this proposal hinges on your ability to secure a top 10 finish at the upcoming racing event. Are you confident in your prospects? Zheng Yu inquired once more. Song Yining nodded affirmatively, stating, I seldom engage in endeavors without assurance. Zheng Yu's grip on the proposal quivered slightly. If Song Yining spoke the truth, she could hardly fathom the implications of such a scenario. Sister, with your courage in this professional proposal, I believe in you. I shall return to prepare immediately. With that, Zheng Yu dashed off, only to collide with a dejected young man halfway through her sprint. My apologies, Song Yixing politely addressed Zheng Yu before meandering toward Song Yining, his demeanor somewhat unsteady. Sister, what do you need from me? When can I go out? I still have a substantial balance on my bar membership. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu recognized him as the father of the child in question. As she exited, she mused internally, he certainly looks the part, and rather handsome too. Song Yining beckoned to her brother, patting the space beside her. Brother, in 3 days, I am attending an event and require a presentable necklace and bracelet. Please ensure they are completed promptly to avoid hindering my plans. Song Yining was not negotiating. She was issuing a directive. Song Yixing scratched his head, frowning as he replied, I wish to go to the bar. I find inspiration there. With a scoff, Song Yining retorted, in your eyes. The bar holds more significance than I do. Very well. I shall resort to drinking the northwestern winds. Perhaps the company should simply fold as well. Hey, Ning Ning. Song Yining lamented, his hair in disarray. He trailed behind Song Yining, muttering, "Fine, I'll do my best. I promise you." "Then thank you, brother." Song Yining smiled over her shoulder at him before ignoring his further protests and beckoning to Momo, leading him to the backyard for play. Song Yining contemplated slipping out unnoticed, but, remembering Song Yining's words and the company left by their mother, he ultimately returned to his design work, dejected. That evening, as Song Yining was reviewing documents, a WeChat message from Zheng arrived. "Song Yining, I've heard through the grapevine that Liang Shun will also be attending. Are you not well acquainted with him? To my knowledge, he is your younger brother's closest friend and also last year's 9th-place winner. I believe that if your brother were to learn of your attendance, he would certainly have Liang Shun create some obstacles for you. Here is the information on Liang Shun. I am sending it to you so that you may prepare yourself psychologically in advance." Upon seeing this lengthy message, Song Yining contemplated for a moment and replied to Zheng Yu with a single sentence. "Little Yu, may I address you as such? If convenient, please inform them of my intention to attend a racing event." Chapter 17. Before the race commenced, Song Yining defiantly raised her middle finger, causing Zheng Yu to nearly drop her phone in shock. What? Song Yining actually wanted her to disseminate this news? Although she shared a common social circle with Liang Shun and the others, making this information public seemed straightforward. Yet, a flicker of concern for Song Yining's predicament began to take root within her. Was such blatant audacity truly permissible? Could Song Yining genuinely assure her place among the top 10? With Zheng Yu relaying the news, Song Yining became aware of the situation. But he dismissed Song Yining's earlier warnings and proceeded to consult Liang Shun and the others. As for Song Yining, aside from visiting the factory to oversee the production of necklace and bracelet samples, she spent the remainder of her time at the repair shop, diligently modifying her race car during these precious 2 days. On the day of her departure, Mao Mao tugged at the hem of Song Yining's dress. She turned around, crouched down, and gently patted Mao Mao's little head, asking, "What's wrong?" "Annie will be back in 2 days." Upon hearing this, Mao Mao, somewhat shy, produced a piece of paper filled with drawings and handed it to Song Yining. Looking down, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was a childlike rendition of a grand ring. Although somewhat chaotic, it clearly showcased her innate talent. "Annie will be safe," Mao Mao said nervously, clutching her clothes, her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't worry," Song Yining reassured, embracing her before departing with Zheng Yu and the others. In the Shanghai race course, as Song Yining leisurely navigated the familiar track, a young man, resembling a disdainful university student, sneered at Song Yining, the one driving the Panamera. "Is that your sister? Is she out of her mind? Has she even modified that car? Does she dare to compete?" As Liang Shun spoke, an image of Song Yining crashing into him flashed through Song Yining's mind. She was utterly unremarkable. Frankly, she was unworthy of being my rival. Liang Shun remarked to Song Yining, "Although we share a good rapport, I have no desire to engage with this individual." Song Yining chose not to add anything further, as he perceived disdain to be one of the most potent forms of insult. Most attendees shared this sentiment, seeing no trace of potential rivalry in Song Yining. Thus, she was largely regarded as a mere joke, or perhaps a clown seeking attention. Nevertheless, the news of the Song family's eldest daughter and Xu Jichen's ex-wife participating in the race spread, garnering significant attention for Song Yining. However, since the organizers had not imposed any restrictions on female participants, no one could expel her from the event. After completing a couple of laps and committing the route to memory, Song Yining signaled to Zheng Yu that it was time to eat. The attention surrounding this competition has always been considerable, primarily due to the fact that most participants hail from prestigious families and possess appealing appearances. Consequently, each year witnesses simultaneous online broadcasts accompanied by a plethora of media coverage. Given Song Yining's identity, she has inevitably attracted some scrutiny. However, the majority of onlookers seem eager to witness her misfortune. As Song Yining approached her vehicle, she sensed a gaze directed towards her. Upon turning, she observed an individual making a throat-slitting gesture. Song Yining mused that this surely indicated Liang Shun's involvement. With this thought in mind, She raised her middle finger at Liang Shun, her helmet already secured. Chapter 18. Why would you take an interest in a divorced woman? As Liang Shun ran the track yesterday, he didn't pay any mind to Song Yining, thus forgetting what she looked like. Just moments ago, when Song Yining gave him the finger, he merely caught a glimpse of her extraordinarily bright eyes through his helmet. I hope you can still be so arrogant when the race begins, Liang Shun remarked disdainfully. Song Yining, however, chose to ignore him, focusing intently on her preparations. Today's racing event consisted of 2 rounds, the preliminary and the finals. During her preparation, she had already heard numerous voices doubting her ability to even pass the preliminaries. By a stroke of luck, she and Liang Shun were placed in the same preliminary group. The preliminaries didn't require competition. As long as one completed the course within the designated time, they could advance to the finals. Once the race commenced, Song Yining did not exert herself fully. She didn't wish to exhaust her energy in the preliminaries, as finishing first held little significance. Thus, her car maintained a steady pace in the initial segment. But to the eyes of others, it appeared as though her skills were lacking and forced. For Liang Shun, this impression was even more pronounced as he sped past her. It seemed even the exhaust fumes mocked her. In the stands, many spectators murmured, suggesting that this young lady lacked real talent, merely possessing a modicum of skill. Ultimately, there was no doubt that Liang Shun completed the race in first place, while Song Yining barely made it in time. When she stepped out her car, Liang Shun was already waiting there. He casually adjusted his hair and with a hint of sarcasm addressed the newly disembarked woman, "Sister, with your level of skill, you dare to give me the finger?" As Song Yining removed her helmet, revealing her striking and beautiful face, the bracelet on her wrist danced alluringly, momentarily leaving Liang Shun speechless. Noticing Liang Shun's unwavering gaze upon her, Song Yining took a step closer. Liang Shun suddenly appeared on high alert, his expression one of surprise as a slight flush crept into his ears. "Young Master Liang, why are you so attentive to me? Could it be that you have taken a liking to me?" As Song Yining drew nearer, Liang Shun distinctly caught a whiff of her delicate gardenia fragrance, rendering him momentarily at a loss for words. "The preliminaries are merely a display of raw power. Now your true capabilities have been laid bare before me," she remarked while fixing her hair, glancing back at Liang Shun before turning to leave. Liang Shun watched her slender silhouette, his face a mixture of color. Just as Song Yining departed, Song Yining rushed over, gripping Liang Shun's arm and speaking in a hushed tone. "Brother Shun, you truly are impressive. That wretched Song Yining is no match for you. Isn't she your sister? Is that how you address her?" Liang Shun frowned, casting a disapproving look at Song Yining. For a moment, Song Yining was taken aback. "Brother Shun, you need not be so courteous to that wretched girl. She is merely here to make an appearance. You must crush her completely in the finals. Has her temperament always been so fierce?" Liang Shun suddenly asked a question out of the blue. Song Yining, caught off guard, failed to catch his words clearly and looked at Liang Shun with a puzzled expression. Liang Shun tapped his back molar with his tongue, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "It's nothing. Damn it. Why on earth was he suddenly interested in a woman who had been divorced?" This was truly perplexing. Chapter 19. Song Yining. Is she truly reckless? On the stands, Zhou Yan cast a curious glance at the silent Xu Jichen beside him and inquired, "Aren't you usually abroad on this day? What made you decide to come and watch the race today? Have you not always despised these racing cars?" Xu Jichen's gaze was fixated on the slender figure preparing nearby. He shook his head, replying, "She is controlling her speed." Who the hell is controlling their speed? Could you refrain from speaking in half-truths? Zhou Yan's impatience was palpable. As Xu Jichen remained silent, Zhou Yan followed his line of sight, noticing Song Yining, having removed her helmet, meticulously inspecting her vehicle, while not far off. Liang Shun was secretly observing her. "Are you saying that Song Yining was intentionally controlling her speed while racing just now?" Zhou Yan asked Xu Jichen. Xu Jichen nodded. "To my knowledge, she lacks experience with cars, yet her performance just now did not resemble that of a novice. In fact, she seemed more skilled than those who have been racing for years, like Liang Shun. You aren't developing an interest in your ex-wife again, are you? Don't forget, you still have your white moonlight abroad," Zhou Yan reminded him. Xu Jichen remained silent, continuing to scrutinize Song Yining with a penetrating gaze. It was truly peculiar. Ever since their divorce, this woman seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Stop pondering. The finals are about to commence. Look at that circle of competitors. She is the only woman among them. I must admit, I am quite eager to see how this unfolds, Zhou Yin said, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Just as Xu Jichen was about to respond, his attention was abruptly drawn to a dark figure not far away. Lu Mingyu? What's he doing here? Before the finals began, Song Yining was donning her safety helmet when, at some point, Liang Shun approached her again. You look quite the part. If you lose to me today, how about you agree to one condition? Liang Shun queried, clicking his tongue. Song Yining nodded, looking earnestly at Liang Shun. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, All right, but if I win, you must agree to one condition of mine. What condition? To promise to sever ties with Song Yining? Liang Shun asked. Song Yining scoffed. Do you truly believe he deserves to negotiate terms with me? Liang Shun raised an eyebrow. Song Yining clenched her fist and extended her hand toward Liang Shun. In that moment, Liang Shun found it hard to articulate his feelings. He raised his hand as well, almost instinctively bumping fists with Song Yining before she swiftly got into her car. As he watched her enter the vehicle, Liang Shun felt an unexpected premonition stir within him. Was she truly as weak as she appeared? On the stands, Zheng Yu, observing the attention drawn to the bracelet and necklace worn by Song Yining, took a deep breath, then focused intently on the car on the track. As all the cars surged forward simultaneously, Zheng Yu felt her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her throat. Unable to contain herself, she stood up. Liang Shun and his companions intentionally maneuvered to obstruct Song Yining's racing line. However, Song Yining began to overtake with an audacious flair. Not only she, but even the spectators behind her couldn't suppress their gasps of astonishment. Was a car number 5 reckless? One misstep could easily lead to a catastrophic flip. Truly insane, utterly fearless. Liang Shun, witnessing that vehicle pass him with such fervor, harbored similar thoughts. That woman is indeed mad. Chapter 20. She actually won. Perhaps it was due to Song Yining's reckless driving style that the cars ahead attempted to encircle her, preventing her from overtaking. However, their efforts proved futile, for Song Yining's audacious maneuvers were nothing short of exhilarating, instilling fear in anyone who dared to obstruct her path. As the race drew to a close, Liang Shun could no longer catch sight of her vehicle. 3 minutes later, Song Yining's number 5 car came to a halt at the finish line, and not a single vehicle was in front of her. Zheng Yu leapt up in excitement, nearly screaming, but then remembered Song Yining's instructions and began to fervently applaud her. The others followed suit. Upon exiting his vehicle, Liang Shun felt as if his legs might give way. Even now, his hands trembled slightly. For a brief moment, he feared he might crash, yet there stood Song Yining, remarkably composed as she engaged with the media. Truly, she was a madwoman. Meanwhile, due to the surge of clips circulating online, Song Yining's remarkable performance, along with the necklace and bracelet she had displayed during her interview, began to attract significant attention. The official account of Cine Jewelry promptly provided purchasing channels, and in an instant, the pre-sale figures for that jewelry set reached astonishing heights. Having achieved her desires, Song Yining began to tidy up, preparing to depart. However, before she could exit the backstage area, she was intercepted by Liang Shun. I lost. What conditions must I agree to? Liang Shun asked, a hint of despondency in his tone, though his gaze towards Song Yining sparkled with a glimmer of hope. I want a dedicated counter at Hengxing Plaza, Song Yining stated directly. Hengxing Plaza was a well-established and highly sought-after shopping destination. Securing a position there would greatly benefit the future transformation of Rui Jewelry. Unexpectedly, Liang Shun showed no hesitation and readily nodded. Are you returning tomorrow? I will have someone deliver the contract to you. Upon hearing this, Song Yining nodded in affirmation. By the way, since you won against me, I allow you to propose one more condition. Liang Shun showed no signs of wanting to depart. Then keep your distance from Song Yining. Song Yining remarked casually, waving her hand as she walked away. Don't let him become your backing. Liang Shun raised an eyebrow, contemplating her words, yet his tall figure followed her as he called out, Do you want to take my family's private jet back tomorrow? Song Yining chose not to respond, intending to meet Zhengyu when her phone rang. She glanced down and saw it was Xu Jichen. Hello, President Xu, Song Yining greeted. Liang Shun stood nearby, taken aback. How could she address her ex-husband in such a formal tone? This was hardly in line with the rumors that suggested she still harbored feelings for him. Are you asking me to meet? I'm sorry, I have plans tonight. Song Yining replied coolly before ending the call. Not far ahead, Zhengyu waved enthusiastically, shouting, Song Yining, come quickly. We might still catch my brother's private jet. Liang Shun was left bewildered. Her brother? Zhengyu is an only child, isn't she? Which brother is she referring to? Not quite. She has a cousin, Lu Mingyu, who has also arrived. Is it merely a coincidence? I have not heard of any connection between them. Upon this realization, Liang Shun took out his phone and called a few of his associates, instructing them to sever ties with Song Yining from now on. Chapter 21. An encounter with the ex-husband on board Lu Mingyu's private jet. Zhengyu joyously showcased her various social media accounts to Song Yining, chattering incessantly. I must tell you, this marketing campaign for you has been extraordinarily successful. Your family's jewelry is bound to sell out. Even I, after watching that video, feel compelled to purchase a matching set. It's simply marvelous. I always knew I could do it, yet they insisted I was being unprofessional. Zhengyu exclaimed animatedly. Is your brother on this plane as well? Song Yining suddenly inquired. Zhengyu waved her hand dismissively. My brother has a meeting to attend. He let me return first. Why? Are you interested in him? He is notoriously indifferent to women. No, I merely find that your brother possesses an uncanny ability to see through people. Being around someone like him makes me feel utterly exposed, Song Yining replied. Upon disembarking, Song Yining headed straight to the office to discuss subsequent matters. By the time she finished, it was already late at night. She stood at the entrance of the office building, awaiting Secretary Lin's arrival with the car. Unbeknownst to her, a light drizzle had commenced, and she leaned back slightly, her mind still occupied with various thoughts. Just as she became lost in contemplation, the sound of polished shoes approached from behind. Instinctively, she turned to see several individuals emerging behind Xu Jichen, whose face bore signs of fatigue, likely from a long day's work. As soon as Song Yining turned, Xu Jichen's gaze met hers, yet he remained silent, his eyes regarding her as though she were a stranger. Quickly, she averted her gaze and turned to enter Secretary Lin's car. Secretary Lin, please take me to that wonton shop in the alley, she instructed as she settled into the vehicle. Secretary Lin hesitated, a look of concern crossing his face. Boss, it's rather late, and that place is quite secluded. I fear you might. Just take me there. It's fine. You can get out of the car, Song Yining interrupted, waving her hand. I need to see if my guess is correct. Secretary Lin, bewildered by her words, had no choice but to comply. They soon found themselves seated at the modest wonton stall, having ordered 2 small bowls of wontons. However, before the proprietor could serve them, 3 young men clad in black suddenly rushed towards Song Yining. One of them lifted a bag, attempting to place it over her head. Boss, run! Secretary Lin shouted, sensing danger. Yet upon glancing back, he was taken aback to see Song Yining standing her ground, engaging them in combat instead. Secretary Lin, call the police, Song Yining yelled, her actions unyielding as she even found the time to remove her high heels. Those heels proved to be quite effective as a weapon. When Xu Jichen stepped out of his car, he was met with a peculiar scene. Song Yining stood barefoot, hair disheveled, wielding a pair of high heels, while 3 thugs lay on the ground. The wonton stall owner clung tightly to Secretary Lin, appearing utterly terrified. It was indeed a rare occurrence. When had it been so long since a brawl like this had transpired? The wonton shop owner sighed in despair, fearing that this matter would adversely affect his future business. Have you called the police? Song Yining inquired, glancing at the secretary who had been taken hostage by the owner. Secretary Lin nodded in response. Upon seeing this, Song Yining seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her entire being collapsing weakly to the side. In the next moment, Xu Jichen strode over to her with his long legs. Chapter 22. Song Yining, you wouldn't have deliberately lured me here, would you? The moment Xu Jichen laid eyes upon Song Yining, his attention was immediately drawn to her delicate, fair feet. Realizing his focus had strayed, he finally shifted his gaze to her weary face and remarked, laced with a hint of mockery, Song Yining, you wouldn't have intentionally brought me here, would you? As Xu Jichen spoke, Secretary Lin rushed over to assist Song Yining in standing. She opened her eyes, fatigued, casting Xu Jichen a glance that bore the weight of disdain, disregarding his words entirely. Instead, she halted Secretary Lin's intent to escort her to the hospital, asserting, the police have already been notified. I shall wait here for their arrival. Xu Jichen surveyed the somewhat dilapidated chairs of the wonton stall, but chose not to sit. Instead, he stood aloofly, his tone devoid of warmth as he stated, You, a wealthy young lady, dining in such a place at this hour. What other miscreants would not seek you out? Regardless of Xu Jichen's remarks, Song Yining feigned deafness, remaining unresponsive until the police arrived a few minutes later. Officers, this incident is likely not coincidental. You might inquire further. I suspect my stepmother, Ms. Jiang Yuan, orchestrated this. Before the police could pose their questions, Song Yining spoke directly. Hearing this, Xu Jichen's brow furrowed in concern. Is this individual also involved? The officer inquired, gesturing towards Xu Jichen. Song Yining shook her head. I do not know him. Xu Jichen. Under Song Yining's subtle nod, news of the incident spread swiftly through the night. The few delinquents, caught off guard, had not anticipated their capture. Once detained at the police station, they readily divulged the identity of their mastermind, Jiang Zheng, the brother of Jiang Yuan. Officers, we had no idea this woman was so formidable. We were deceived. It is all Jiang Zheng's fault. The group babbled. Song Yining paid them no mind, instructing Secretary Lin to take her directly to the Song family's villa. Upon her arrival, the villa remained eerily quiet, indicating that Song Buiyuan and Jiang Yuan had yet to receive any news. Miss, the sir and madam have already retired, the butler whispered. With a dismissive scoff, Song Yining sank into the living room, seizing a small teacup from the table and hurling it at a splendid vase nestled in the corner. In an instant, the entire Song family was jolted by the sudden commotion. As Song Buiyuan descended the stairs, his face was a storm of fury. Song Yining, what nonsense are you up to in the dead of night? Father, I have already sent you a message detailing what transpired tonight. Please review it before speaking. Song Yining replied, leaning back wearily against the sofa. Her eyes narrowed as she gauged Song Buiyuan's reaction. In less than a minute, Jiang Yuan emerged from behind, weeping and wailing, Darling, I am innocent. I did not instruct Jiang Zheng to do this. And Jiang Zheng has already been taken by the police, Song Yining remarked, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the noise and rubbing her ears. Soon, everyone will be aware of this matter. Tomorrow, the stocks of the Song family will undoubtedly plummet. Father, you truly have married a remarkable wife. Song Yining spoke with biting sarcasm. Song Buiyuan turned to look at Jiang Yuan, his face reflecting the ominous signs of an impending storm. Jiang Yuan felt her strength wane, nearly unable to remain upright. What brings you here? Song Buiyuan inquired, directing his gaze at Song Yining. Song Yining raised her eyes, fixing her gaze upon the repugnant couple with a chill in her tone as she stated, Naturally, I have come to seek compensation. Chapter 23. Mr. Lu's late-night company, I will accompany Aunt Jiang to understand the situation, Song Buiyuan remarked to Song Yining. Upon hearing this, Song Yining remained silent, adopting an attitude of indifference towards their actions. Observing her demeanor, Song Buiyuan, with a somewhat unsatisfactory expression, gestured to Jiang Yuan. Follow me to the study. 5 minutes later, the couple arrived punctually. Jiang Yuan's eyes were slightly red, suggestive of recent tears, while Song Buiyuan displayed a fatherly concern and inquired gently, I have learned that this matter does not pertain to Aunt Jiang. It was initiated solely by Jiang Zheng. Dad, is it unrelated to Aunt Jiang, but what about our family stocks? The outside world does not concern itself with such nuances, Song Yining replied with a sardonic smile, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Jiang Yuan, wishing to interject, was silenced by a mere glance from Song Buiyuan. He regarded his somewhat intimidating daughter and asked in a gentle tone, What compensation do you desire? I heard that Aunt Jiang purchased a property near a university for Song Yining. I am just starting my career and finances are tight, Song Yining articulated, not entirely direct in her intention. Very well, I will arrange for someone to assist you with the transfer of ownership tomorrow, Song Yining replied without hesitation. Husband. Jiang Yuan's face turned a shade of green with urgency. That property was valued at 20 million. Initially, Song Yining had opposed the purchase, and it was she who had contributed substantial personal funds to facilitate it, intending for Song Yining to engage with influential young elites, as many affluent individuals resided in that community. The thought of relinquishing it to Song Yining left her feeling faint. What do you know? It is better for her to take the money than to tarnish our family's reputation. Do you truly believe the Song family has no dignity? Song Yining, rarely raising his voice, expressed his frustration towards Jiang Yuan. She could only silently endure. Since you have agreed, I do not wish for any detrimental remarks about the Song family to emanate from you, he added, emphasizing his concern for the family's reputation. Song Yining nodded and walked straight out. It was already late at night, and the villa district was nearly deserted. She had not driven, and thus strolled leisurely outside. After a moment, without turning back, she spoke cheerfully, "Don't follow me. Come out." The man trailing her at a distance abruptly halted and soon approached her side, draping a large coat over her shoulders. Encountering Lu Mingyu here was somewhat surprising for Song Yining. To her knowledge, he should still be in the Shanghai market. How had he suddenly returned, and to this place? Yet, neither spoke as they continued walking until they reached the outskirts of the villa area, where Lu Mingyu's driver awaited them. "I'll take you home," Lu Mingyu finally spoke. Song Yining did not refuse, and upon arriving at the entrance of the Linjiang villa, she remembered the coat draped over her shoulders. But his car had already vanished from sight. She pinched her brow and shook her head, remaining rooted in place as she entered the villa. In stark contrast to the desolate stillness of the Song family's villa during the late hours of the night, as she opened the door, both a large and a small head lifted from the table. Song Yining, still in a state of drowsiness, surveyed his sister with a bleary gaze and, upon noticing nothing amiss, muttered in a muffled tone, "Sister, considering that I waited for you at this late hour, could you perhaps allow your brother to spend tomorrow at the bar? I have a little lover who is in need of some affection." Song Yining replied curtly, "Get lost." Chapter 24. In a bygone era, you would be regarded as the illegitimate son of a concubine. After receiving a rejection from Song Yining, Song Yicheng returned to his room, feeling somewhat disheartened. As he passed by Mao Mao, who was rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the little fellow, but ultimately chose to remain silent and walked past him. "Andy," Mao Mao called out, still rubbing his eyes, as he hurried towards Song Yining. "Andy, are you all right?" Cradling the little one in her arms, Song Yining finally felt a sense of relief as she ascended the stairs. The following evening, at the prestigious Shuxiang Mingyuan near Jing University, Song Yining was escorting a few young gentlemen towards the community entrance, chatting animatedly. "Come over to my place tonight. My mother bought me a house here. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." "Is Liang Shun really going to come? Can you genuinely invite him?" someone inquired curiously. Liang Shun was known for his reckless nature. Yet, given that they were all students, many wished to befriend him through Song Yining, for he was the eldest son of the Liang family. "Of course, Brother Shun and I are like brothers. You need not worry," Song Yining assured them with a nod. Upon hearing this, the group linked arms and made their way to the community entrance. However, just as Song Yining was about to enter with a swagger, the facial recognition machine persistently chimed. "Recognition failed. Recognition failed. Security, come here. Why can't I get in today?" Song Yining shouted toward a nearby security guard. At that moment, several young men trailing behind him were captivated by a striking figure nearby. "Wow, that young lady seems quite attractive," one remarked. "Don't be ridiculous. That appears to be Song Yining's sister," someone with insider knowledge whispered. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Yining turned to see Song Yining standing beside him, his brows furrowed in annoyance. "What are you doing here? Do you even know where this is? How dare you come here after seizing my villa at Linjiang?" Song Yining had come with an agent to sell the property. Though the house was newly acquired, she had no desire to associate with the fool that was Song Yining. Hearing him mention the Linjiang villa, she could not help but raise the file in her hand and lightly tap it against his face. "Dear brother, please understand that the Linjiang villa is my mother's inheritance. Did your mother not inform you when she ascended to the position of mistress? If this were the olden days, you would be nothing more than the illegitimate child of a concubine, lacking the audacity to bark here. Song Yining felt that every encounter with Song Yichen resembled a game of teasing a dog. Security, is this how you conduct your duties? Allowing anyone to enter? We pay such exorbitant property fees. Are you merely supporting idlers? With so many young gentlemen watching, Song Yichen felt an inexplicable unease. To be frank, while the property prices here were not particularly high, the community was small and well located, making each unit priceless. Thus, he had proudly brought his friends to view it. "Miss Song, welcome home." The security guard approached Song Yining, nodding in acknowledgement. Song Yining chuckled and led the agent inside. Upon seeing her enter, several young gentlemen following behind Song Yichen could not help but gather around, whispering, "Impressive, Song Yichen. Your family actually acquired 2 properties here. How did your parents manage that?" With a smug smile, Song Yichen turned to the nearby security guard and said, "The facial recognition device is malfunctioning. Please open the door for me." The guard glanced at Song Yichen and shook his head earnestly. The facial recognition device is not malfunctioning. Everyone else stood there, bewildered. "What do you mean the facial recognition device is functioning? Then what is broken?" Chapter 25, Foolish Brother. "Please step into the trap." Song Yichen had begun to grasp the situation. Upon hearing the security guard's words, he stepped forward and seized the guard by the collar. Questioning him with irritation, "What do you mean? I'm the owner here. Why am I unable to gain entry?" "You cannot gain entry simply because you're not the owner here," came the retort from the inside. "If you have any inquiries, you should promptly consult your mother." "You wretched person." Song Yichen spat, cursing as he dialed Jiang Yuan's number. After a brief conversation, it was evident that Song Yichen's countenance darkened considerably. "What's going on?" Several young gentlemen gathered around him. "The house has been schemed away by Song Yining." With so many witnesses present, Song Yichen found himself unable to fabricate an excuse and could only stammer incoherently. "Doesn't Liang Shun also possess a property here? Why don't we seek him out?" urged the others. "Hurry and contact Brother Shun." Having just lost face due to Song Yining's machinations, Song Yichen promptly retrieved his phone to reach Liang Shun. However, after several attempts, he found himself unable to connect. "Brother Shun must be busy. I will ask Qingge. He has a good rapport with him." With that, Song Yichen dialed this so-called Qingge. The call connected swiftly, but it was soon met with Qingge's voice. "Song Yichen, do not reach out to Brother Shun in the future. Our relationship is not that close." With that, he hung up decisively. Song Yichen was left bewildered. Did Qingge imply that Liang Shun intended to sever ties with him? He had finally managed to associate himself with Liang Shun, who was scheming against him from the shadows. The young gentlemen, who were in close proximity, overheard snippets of the conversation and instinctively distanced themselves from Song Yichen, not knowing Liang Shun versus Liang Shun's disfavor. These are 2 vastly different concepts. If they hoped to befriend Liang Shun in the future, they could not afford to be seen closely associating with Song Yichen. A conclusion reached swiftly by the group. Consequently, the crowd that had once surrounded Song Yichen dispersed in an instant. Once the young gentleman had vacated, Song Yining emerged from the shadows alongside the intermediary. "Miss Song, did you not mention having an excellent buyer?" The intermediary inquired softly. "In truth, properties here are not difficult to sell. Shortly, you will accompany me out of the community entrance. That young man is sure to approach you. Simply state that you are the intermediary selling the property. And as for the price, adhere to market rates. 100 million. Song Yining instructed the intermediary. The intermediary frowned slightly. "Miss Song, the price can indeed be higher. You are aware that this community is often known for its inflated prices and scarcity of listings. A quote of 100 million is acceptable, but I will offer you a 4% commission." Song Yining regarded the intermediary, her tone calm as she replied, "I understand that most often it is merely 2%, and rarely does it exceed 3%. Regarding the contract, my secretary will reach out to you in an hour." Upon hearing about the 4-point commission, the agent contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After bidding farewell to Song Yining at the entrance of the community, Song Yichen indeed stepped forward and firmly grasped the agent's arm. "I ask you, what is your relationship with her?" Song Yichen was intensely incensed at that moment. The agent slightly adjusted his glasses and, with great poise, replied, "Hello, I am an agent. May I inquire if you are interested in purchasing a property? Chapter 26. Xu Jichen. Are you unwell? What was that woman seeking you for? Song Yining asked the intermediary with a hint of irritation. The intermediary, adjusting his glasses with calm professionalism, replied, Sir, I am merely an intermediary. If you have housing needs, you may contact me. I cannot disclose any further information. Frustrated, Song Yining released him, contemplating the group of wealthy young men who had just departed and the unreachable phone calls to Liang Shun. A wave of apprehension washed over him at the thought of returning to school. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to the intermediary, Song Yining took it upon herself to post on Peking University's online forum, recounting the tale of a certain young master whose pretentiousness had backfired and resulted in mockery. After posting, she discreetly erased any traces before leisurely setting off to inspect the location at Hengqin Mall. Within the university, Song Yining's post acted as a catalyst. Those who had accompanied Song Yining became aware of Liang Shun's disdain for him and began to chatter among themselves. Consequently, the number of followers behind Song Yining dwindled significantly, inciting him to furiously throw objects in his dormitory. He realized he needed to devise a solution to this predicament. Unexpectedly, Song Yining did not anticipate Liang Shun's personal appearance. She was merely there to assess the location, not yet at the stage of signing a contract. Moreover, Liang Shun, appearing as though he had just risen from his slumber, seemed somewhat out of place beside Song Yining, who was clad in professional attire while he appeared like a university student. I am merely checking the counter location. Your presence is unnecessary, and you should focus on your studies, Song Yining remarked, glancing at the youthful man beside her. Liang Shun ruffled his hair and raised an eyebrow, saying, Not everyone receives such treatment as you. Song Yining paid him little mind, her attention directed at the counter location, with Secretary Lin following closely behind, occasionally jotting down notes. I've seen the video clips online. The effect you achieve is far superior to that of hiring a spokesperson. I hear that one chain is in high demand. Liang Shun attempted to initiate conversation, yet was thwarted by the technical nature of Song Yining and Secretary Lin's dialogue, leaving him unable to interject. It was only then that he realized Song Yining was not merely dabbling. She was genuinely knowledgeable, even identifying several issues currently plaguing the malls they visited. Recognizing this, Liang Shun ceased his attempts at conversation and silently accompanied her until mealtime, when he finally invited her to dine. Song Yining promptly raised her hand and decisively stated, Let me treat you. Although Liang Shun seemed poised to argue, Song Yining had already stepped ahead. However, it was evident that Liang Shun was more familiar with the restaurant. As Secretary Lin went to place the orders while Liang Shun stepped out. Alone at the table, Song Yining perused the menu. Just then, a shadow fell before her, and upon looking up, she found herself face to face with Xu Jichen, impeccably dressed. Song Yining, weren't you quite resolute at the time of your divorce? Why are you now trailing me so closely? Xu Jichen's gaze was laced with mockery. Song Yining stared at him in bewilderment, regarding Xu Jichen as if he were an imbecile. She had completely dismantled the illusion surrounding him. No matter how impressive he might be, his self-absorption rendered him utterly exasperating. Never mind. Think as you will, she thought to herself. Song Yining initially intended to offer an explanation, but just as he was about to speak, his desire dissipated. Hey, you've taken my place. At that moment, a refreshing voice floated over from the side. Xu Jichen looked up and recognized that the newcomer was Liang Shun. Instantly comprehending the implication behind Song Yining's earlier gaze. You have managed to charm the son of a Liang family again. Song Yining, you truly possess a certain allure. Xu Jichen regarded Song Yining with a gaze imbued with complexity. Chapter 27. Xu Jichen does not appear to be as he seems. Xu, please refrain from speaking so harshly. We are merely discussing a collaboration, Liang Shun remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. You truly have some issues. With that, he plopped down beside Xu Jichen, deliberately encroaching on his personal space. Xu Jichen, having always been sensitive to proximity, furrowed his brow and promptly left. Before departing, he cast a glance at Song Yining that resembled that of a scavenger eyeing prey. Your judgment has been rather poor, Liang Shun said to Song Yining after settling down. My sister once mentioned that Xu Jichen has many flaws, far from the facade he presents. She is currently abroad visiting my brother-in-law. When she returns, I shall introduce you to her. She leads a rather monotonous life. Liang Shun chattered on. Song Yining vaguely recalled Liang Shun's sister, who had been adopted by the Liang family and married a rising star in the business world. However, she was not well acquainted with her personality. Everyone has their moments of poor judgment, Song Yining commented regarding her marriage to Xu Jichen. Meanwhile, Liang Shun began to ramble on about his experiences at Peking University. That evening, upon returning home, Liang's mother confronted him with a look of exasperation. Have you been associating with that boy from the Song family again? I've warned you countless times that his intentions are far from pure. Look at you. Since you've been with him, have you accomplished anything of substance? Instead, the Song family often exploits our name for their ventures. If it weren't for your sister intervening, your father and I would have already taken action. Liang's mother continued her tirade. Liang Shun, casually reclining on the sofa, absent-mindedly rubbed his ears and then pulled out his phone to show his mother. See, I've blocked him completely, and all my little brothers have done the same. You can spread the word that I no longer have any contact with him. You were right. He truly is not a good person. Son, what has caused this sudden epiphany? Liang's mother looked at him in astonishment. Liang Shun proceeded to recount his business discussions with Song Yining, sharing some of the issues she had pointed out in the marketplace. After listening, Liang's mother sat in silence on the sofa for a long time. If this truly reflects your own thoughts, then you are indeed impressive. However, you aren't harboring any ulterior motives, are you? She queried, eyeing him with suspicion. Liang Shun remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Liang's mother suggested, let us wait for your sister to return. She can assess this young woman. Meanwhile, the Liang family's recent collaboration had effectively sidelined the Song family. Considering Song Yijing's close relationship with Liang Shun, Song Buiyuan promptly called his son, anxious. Son, why has the Liang family suddenly excluded us? Have you had a falling out with Liang Shin? You must mend this. Do not be stubborn. Song Buiyuan's tone was filled with urgency, startling Song Yijing. It seemed that Liang Shun was indeed serious this time. Without him, the prospects for the Shuyuan property were bleak, and his social circle had shrunk significantly. Father, there seems to be a slight misunderstanding between us. Rest assured, I shall resolve it promptly. Song Yijing spoke in a measured tone. Song Buiyan did not ponder much on it, as there had been similar incidents in the past. It seemed that the young master of the Liang family was rather difficult to deal with. After hanging up the phone, Song Yijing sat by the bedside, contemplating for a considerable time before finally retrieving the business card of the agent. Hello, I would like to purchase that apartment, she stated. The agent on the other end of the line brightened at her words. Miss Song, your calculations are indeed astute. It appears it took no more than 2 days for this Mr. Song to make his appearance. Chapter 28 Song Yining. The vase you absconded with is worth 2 million. When Song Yining received the call from the agent, she heard the agent say, Miss Song, this Mr. Song has a strong desire to purchase a property. But upon hearing the price, he hesitated and ultimately did not finalize the timing. At this point, the agent's tone was somewhat disheartened. Rest assured, he will contact you by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, Song Yining reassured, as she searched for her keys, preparing to return to the Song family home. As expected, upon arriving at the Song residence, she indeed found Song Yijing had also returned. Presumably, Song Yijing was there to discuss the funds required for the property purchase with Jiang Yuan. What brings you back? Song Buiyan inquired, feeling a certain unease in his heart. Dad, could you lend me some money? I've been busy dealing with these young ladies and gentlemen, and I'm short on cash, Song Yining stated bluntly, asking for money. What business do you have? Song Buiyuan frowned, responding, Did I not just give you 5 million? Aunt Jiang also gifted you a property as compensation. A house is a static asset. I've secured a counter at Hengqin Plaza and need funds to manage the Liang family. Song Yining deliberately mentioned the Liang family. Upon hearing the name, Song Buiyan frowned. The Liang family is our own. There's no need for any favors. The young master of the Liang family is quite close to your brother. Let him speak on your behalf. Instantly, Song Yining's gaze shifted to Song Yijing as she remarked, Oh, I recall that the young master of the Liang family even avenged my brother. You should learn from your brother, Song Buiyuan commented. There isn't any money left to give you. The company has a project that requires substantial funding. If you truly wish to cultivate a relationship with the Liang family, seek your brother's assistance. Song Yining was already beginning to usher her away, and surprisingly, Song Yining, who had been mentioned, remained silent, offering no boastful remarks. Song Yining scoffed. Whether the relationship is favorable or not remains to be seen. Even if I were starving, I would not seek his help. As she spoke, she glanced around and picked up a vase from the corner, making to leave. By the time Song Yining noticed, Song Yining had already exited. Damn it, that vase is worth 2 million. Song Yining lamented, being a man who valued money dearly. The thought of Song Yining having taken a vase left him feeling restless for the night. Meanwhile, upon hearing his father mention financial constraints, and considering his own strained relationship with Liang Shun, Song Yining pondered for a moment before pulling Jiang Yuan aside to discuss his desire to purchase a home. That house was bought for 20 million. Now you want to pay 100 million to reclaim it. All that money would essentially be a windfall for Song Yining. Jiang Yuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Mom, think about it. The house is intrinsically worth that much. We were able to acquire it for 20 million only through the Liang family's connections. Now that Liang Shun is ignoring me, how much more will our family lose in the future? Song Yining persistently tried to persuade Jiang Yuan. Mom, Liang Shun spends most of his time there outside of school. If I lose the house, how can I possibly mend our relationship? Moreover, this house would sell easily. We would not have to worry about finding buyers. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Jiang Yuan turned to Song Yining, her tone grave as she inquired, have you had a significant falling out with Liang Shun? Song Yining did not hold back, replying, he has blocked me, and I can no longer penetrate his social circle. All right, I understand. I will arrange the funds for you as soon as possible, Jiang Yuan sighed. At that moment, Song Yining was solely preoccupied with her own joy, completely unaware of the dire consequences that Jiang Yuan's words would later impose upon her. Chapter 29. The provocation of the barmaid. The following noon, the agent called Song Yining, his tone tinged with apprehension. Miss Song, Mr. Song has contacted me to schedule a signing in the afternoon. Is this reliable? Everything had been anticipated by Song Yining, leaving the agent in a state of disbelief. Rest assured, it is indeed reliable, she replied with a smile. Excellent. It seems Jiang Yuan is quite competent. And thanks to that foolish mother and son, I've effortlessly achieved a small goal. Brother, please prepare a meal for Mao Mao during lunchtime. I need to step out for a while, Song Yining called out after ending the call. Song Yining, engrossed in his design drafts, looked up at the little one beside him and pouted. A day trip to the bar? Feeling upbeat, Song Yining nodded, sure. Surprised, Song Yining immediately stood up. But Song Yining paid him no mind as she grabbed her car keys and headed out. Jiang Yuan accompanied Song Yining to sign the contract, and the process went smoothly. However, the thought of a small sum entering Song Yining's account left Jiang Yuan feeling somewhat resentful, prompting her to utter a rather harsh remark. Yining, you probably haven't seen this much money before, so be sure to manage it well and don't let anyone deceive you. There are far too many dimwits around these days. Twisting the keys in her hand, Song Yining leaned closer to Jiang Yuan and whispered in a voice meant only for their ears. Aunt Jiang, why the sudden extravagance? Surely you haven't mortgaged the old Song family residence? Jiang Yuan's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Good brother, if you have the opportunity, please speak favorably of me in front of Liang Shun. Song Yining raised an eyebrow at Song Yining before departing. Song Yining, preoccupied with the joy of owning a house, paid little attention to Song Yining. At Moonlight Bar, Song Yining looked speechlessly at the pair behind him, exclaiming, Ning Ning, who brings their sister and a child to a bar? He had hoped for a chance to unwind, only to be surprised by the presence of both Song Yining and Mao Mao. Brother, I only agreed to a day trip to the bar. I never mentioned anything beyond that, Song Yining stated candidly. Song Yining felt helpless, and with these two tales in tow, he could hardly pursue any romantic endeavors. Instead, he settled for a booth to drink quietly. Song Yining did not press him further, taking a seat nearby, but soon her attention was drawn to two women across the way. I say, Mrs. Meng, is this how one behaves as a wife? I merely shared a drink with Mr. Meng, and you look at me like that? A stunning woman, cigarette in hand, mocked the gentle woman seated opposite her. Mr. Meng frequents our bar every month. He has entertained many of his acquaintances here. If you have time to spare, you might as well hone your skills in the bedroom. With that, she sauntered off, leaving the so-called Mrs. Meng in tears. Mrs. Meng? Song Yining pondered. She realized she had no recollection of such a person. However, this young Mrs. Meng appeared deeply sorrowful, discreetly wiping away her tears. Song Yining pondered for a moment before stepping forward to offer a packet of tissues. Thank you, Mrs. Meng instinctively accepted it, turning away with a hint of embarrassment as she murmured her gratitude. I need to use the restroom. Perhaps feeling a bit flustered, she quickly rose, expressed her thanks to Song Yining once more, and hurriedly made her way towards the restroom. Annie, why was that lady crying just now? Mao Mao inquired with curiosity, gazing at Song Yining. Before she could respond, a glass of water unexpectedly splashed across her face. Chapter 30 Before the Palace Coup. Did one not know what the wife looked like? The glass of water arrived quite unexpectedly. Fortunately, the diminutive Mao Mao was just beneath the table, thus escaping the splash. Liang Qian, you truly lack any sense of shame. Song Yining had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when a youthful girl, possessing an innocent appearance, seated herself opposite her and uttered words that were undeniably cruel. Mr. Meng has no feelings for you. If it weren't for your leverage over the Liang family, he would never have married you. Only those who are unloved become mistresses. He does not love you. Why do you still cling to the title of Mrs. Meng? You cannot even give him a child. Though the young girl appeared to be of college age, her words were piercing, striking at the very core of one's heart. Alas, Song Yining was not the frail Mrs. Meng she had just been depicted as. She swiftly seized Mao Mao, who was about to dash out like a little wolf cub, and elegantly retrieved a handkerchief to dab her face before raising her gaze to the innocent girl across the table. Speak, what is your name? Song Yining casually tossed the handkerchief onto the table, her tone icy. By you. For reasons unknown. Upon seeing Song Yining's expression, Bai felt a surge of fear and instinctively responded. Didn't they say Mrs. Meng was an exceedingly gentle person? Why does she appear so formidable? Was her intelligence erroneous? Indeed, it was said she occupied this position. Did you not know what the wife looked like before the coup? Song Yining chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Bai took a moment to process this, finally realizing, ew, you are not Mrs. Meng? To be so audacious as a mistress, I must commend you. Song Yining smiled. Since you excel at being a mistress, I presume you have a talent for winning a man's affection. Bai instinctively began to rise. She sensed an ominous aura in the woman's words. No, she must escape. This person is certainly not Mrs. Meng. Sister, we are all adults here. We must bear the consequences of our actions. Song Yining stood, lightly patting Bai Yu's cheek. What are you going to do? Fear now enveloped Bai Yu's face. At that moment, the real Mrs. Meng, who had just returned from the restroom, appeared, her eyes red and teary, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. Excuse me, was she looking for me? Mrs. Meng, Liang Qian, asked anxiously as she turned towards Song Yining. Ms. Liang, please take a seat and enjoy the show. Song Yining motioned to the space beside her. 10 minutes later, under Liang Qian's anxious gaze, Bai Yu stood stripped down to her undergarments on the performance stage, facing a chorus of whistles and scrutinizing stares from a group of men. I am Mr. Meng's person. Mr. Meng will not let you get away with this. Bai Yu cried out amidst her tears. Fool, Song Yining disdainfully remarked. I sincerely apologize. She came seeking me, and you have suffered unjustly because of it. Liang Qian continued to offer apologies towards Song Yining, who remained observing from the rear. My husband has been frequenting this place lately. Today, I intended to confront him, but unexpectedly, I was first subjected to humiliation, and then I was approached by the mistress. I feel utterly defeated, Liang Qian said, her tone increasingly despondent. I will confess today's events to my husband. I will not allow this to implicate you. Upon recalling Bai Yu, Liang Qian quickly added, Did Bai Yu just call you Liang Qian? May I inquire about your relationship with Liang Qian? Song Yining did not answer her. Instead, she posed a question. Do you know my brother? Chapter 31. Song Yining, adhere strictly to the principle of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Indeed, upon hearing that name, Song Yining pondered whether Mrs. Meng was the sister Liang Shun had mentioned. Well, I suppose I am somewhat acquainted with her, Song Yining mused. nodding in acknowledgement. Ning Ning, let us return home first, urged Song Yining softly from behind. Weren't you eager for a day of bar hopping? We shall return once you have satisfied your thirst for adventure. Song Yining retorted unexpectedly. With a resigned expression, Song Yining glanced down to see Mao Mao rubbing his eyes and immediately pointed him out, saying, "Look, he is sleepy too. We should head back." Mao Mao's little head was drooping gradually, and upon noticing this, Song Yining turned to Liang Qian and said, "Let us go together. I will see you home." After escorting Liang Qian back, Mao Mao had fallen asleep in the car. Only then did Song Yining turn to Song Yining and exclaim, "Ning Ning, that Meng Yin is not to be trifled with. He hails from a rough background, and everything he does is infused with a certain ferocity. In short, it would be wise to keep your distance from his affairs. Please, enlighten me about what you know." Song Yining encouraged him to continue. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yining replied, "It seems that during their high school years, Liang Qian took a knife from Meng Yin to save him, which rendered her unable to bear children. Consequently, Meng Yin was forced to part ways with his first love. Under the domineering influence of the Liang family, he stayed by Liang Qian's side until they wed. I have heard that Meng Yan's business has flourished significantly, yet his relationship with Liang Qian is merely superficial. Of course, this is all hearsay from Bar. Ning Ning. Treating his mistress this way may lead to trouble for you." Song Yining expressed his concern. "May my brother grow swiftly, so that he may one day shield me." Song Yining replied earnestly. Following this statement, a profound silence enveloped Song Yining. Song Yining had initially anticipated meeting the Liang siblings first, but to her surprise, it was Meng Yin who sought her out, as foretold by Song Yining's ominous words. Meng Yin, as assistant, personally came to invite her to the Cine Jewelry. And Song Yining, undeterred, sent a message to Song Yining before heading to an upscale restaurant nearby. Upon her arrival, aside from the somewhat roguish-looking man seated in the center, she recognized Bai Yu, the victim from the previous night, and Liang Qian. Liang Qian sat across from Meng Yin, her complexion pale, and Song Yining naturally took a seat beside her. At the sight of her, Bai Yu, perched upon Meng Yin's lap, trembled slightly. Meng Yin patted Bai Yu's face, grinning ominously. "Why are you shaking? Hurry and apologize to Miss Song. You are quite audacious. Even daring to confront Xu Jichen's ex-wife? No wonder this sister is formidable. She has been divorced." Bai Yu exhibited none of the distress from the previous night. Instead, she cast a defiant gaze toward Liang Qian and Song Yining. "An apology, you say? I am a firm believer in reciprocation. Since Mr. Meng permits your apology, I shall graciously accept it." With that, Song Yining raised her glass of water and splashed it directly onto Bai Yu's face. However, given Bai Yu's position on Meng Yan's lap, he too was caught in the deluge. Beside them, Liang Qian visibly tensed, instinctively grasping Song Yining's hand. She understood that at this moment, Meng Yin was somewhat irked. There was no need for Mr. Meng to be angry. Choosing a fool as a lover comes with the awareness of being entangled by that fool. Song Yining let out a cold laugh. "You." Meng Yin, momentarily taken aback, quickly adopted a mocking tone as he directed his words at Liang Qian. "Liang Qian, just look. Any random woman is far more interesting than you." Liang Qian's face turned pale in an instant. Song Yining pulled Liang Qian to her feet and said in a calm tone, "However, it seems that Liang Qian's taste in men is just as poor as Mr. Meng's." Chapter 32. Are you really getting a divorce? Meng Yin chuckled lightly and remarked, "Miss Song, everyone must bear the consequences of their words. Are you certain you possess the means to speak to me in such a manner? As far as I know, your divorce from Xu Jichen did not yield you a substantial sum, did it? You will come to know whether I possess the means in due time." Song Yining retorted with a smile, before preparing to leave with Liang Qian. "Sister, you should have a good talk with Sister Liang, so you can soon join the ranks of carefree divorced women." Bai Yu chimed in, while seated on Meng Yan's lap. Song Yining calmly turned back, saying, "Sister, a report will arrive at your school in half an hour. The words Mr. Meng just spoke apply to you as well. Everyone must take responsibility for their statements." She waved goodbye to Bai Yu with a smile. As soon as Song Yining and Liang Qian departed, Bai Yu immediately clung to Meng Yan's neck and whispered, "Mr. Meng, she wouldn't actually do it, would she? Please help me withdraw from school." Get lost, Meng Yin replied, his earlier nonchalance replaced by a scornful gaze fixed on Liang Qian's retreating figure. Bai Yu was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Meng Yan's meaning. However, he had already stridden away, leaving Bai Yu frantically pursuing him, unable to keep pace with Meng Yan's driver. It was not until the following day that Bai Yu received a check from Meng Yan's assistant, marking the definitive end of their relationship. Of course, that was merely a postscript. After Song Yining and Liang Qian left the restaurant, Song Yining intended to escort Liang Qian home, but Liang Qian declined. Do you have a moment? Will you sit with me for a while? Liang Qian inquired. Are you still working? Song Yining responded, somewhat evasively. Liang Qian appeared taken aback, gazing at Song Yining with gentle eyes. I married Meng Yin right after graduating from university and have not worked since. What did you study in university? Song Yining asked, her curiosity piqued. Design, Liang Qian replied. I have a passion for fashion. I previously opened a new style design shop, but I did not manage it diligently, focusing entirely on my family, which led to its downfall. I am going to an exhibition today. Would you accompany me? Song Yining proposed, as she sought direction at a silk exhibition and thought it fitting to bring Liang Qian along. However, before they could reach the exhibition area, Liang Qian was intercepted once again. Are you looking for her again? How many lovers does Meng Yin have? Song Yining remarked, swiftly ushering Liang Qian into the car, her gaze coldly assessing the delicate beauty before her. Are you Mrs. Meng? I'm pregnant with Mr. Meng's child. Could you please consider divorcing him? The petite beauty asked Song Yining. Upon hearing this, Song Yining could almost ascertain that Meng Yin must have promised these mistresses some form of incentive, perhaps offering them a little goal if they could convince Liang Qian to divorce him. Otherwise, the frequency of such encounters would not be so high, nor would individuals approach her in tears without even recognizing her. Oh, then by all means give birth to it. However, you appear quite slender, and your hips do not seem wide. It may not be an easy delivery. Remember to have Meng Yin arrange for a reliable hospital, Song Yining advised. As she spoke, she even sent a WeChat message to Liang Qian in the car. Call the police now. Upon receiving the message, Liang Qian immediately dashed out of the vehicle. At that very moment, the woman who had been standing opposite Song Yining suddenly drew a fruit knife and charged towards her, shouting loudly, Are you getting a divorce or not? Chapter 33. The individual who will soon cause a stir in the investment circle stands before her upon witnessing the woman withdraw a knife. Liang Qian promptly conveyed the situation and location to the police over the phone. Surveying her surroundings, she seized a nearby display board and thrust it towards the woman. The security personnel, having observed the unfolding scene, rushed in to assist, yet Song Yining deftly subdued the individual with just a few moves. The sound of the fruit knife clattering to the ground sent a jolt through Liang Qian's entire being. Are you all right? It's all my fault. We must maintain our distance from now on. I don't want you to be dragged down by me. Liang Qian rushed forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she scrutinized Song Yining, relieved to find her unscathed. Overwhelmed, she finally broke down in sobs. The more you crumble, the more you wish for a divorce, thought Meng Yin, having achieved his objective. Song Yining, observing the distraught woman, found herself puzzled as to why the Liang family merely watched without intervening. Please leave. I will wait for the police here. Liang Qian gestured towards Song Yining. Song Yining shook her head. I haven't seen the exhibition yet. I cannot leave. Liang Qian appeared momentarily speechless. Are you so dedicated? Of course. My career is my foundation, Song Yining replied candidly. Thus, they remained in place until the police arrived, and once the matter was concluded, they entered the exhibition. While exploring the exhibition, Liang Qian noticed that Song Yining was not examining the materials, but rather the intricate patterns on the fabrics. You seem knowledgeable. Could you explain these patterns to me? They must be part of the intangible cultural heritage, correct? Song Yining inquired. Liang Qian nodded, her interest in the subject matter enabling her to articulate her thoughts fluently. Song Yining listened intently, her mind operating like a computer, swiftly absorbing the information. When they finally exited the exhibition, the hour was late. Thank you for today, Liang Qian expressed her gratitude, feeling slightly embarrassed. Don't mention it. I will drive you home. I have a meeting to attend shortly, Song Yining replied, her mind already formulating a comprehensive plan. Despite being behind the wheel, she engaged in a flurry of phone calls through her Bluetooth headset. Even after Liang Qian exited the vehicle, the sound of Song Yining's voice lingered in her ears. Song Yining's car headed directly to the company, where she coincidentally encountered Zhengyu in the elevator. I am planning to invest in a program for inheritors of intangible cultural heritage, laying the groundwork for a series of jewelry featuring traditional patterns like the stacked ring motif for Xian jewelry. You will handle the video promotion aspect. The timeline is half a month, Song Yining articulated clearly to Zhengyu. Once the footage is complete, please send it to Secretary Lin. Why not send it to you? Zhengyu asked, perplexed. I have more pressing matters to attend to in the next half month, Song Yining replied as they arrived at the company. Upon seeing her, Secretary Lin immediately handed over a thick folder of documents. Boss, the materials for the Xu technology project are all here. Song Yining nodded in acknowledgement. Zhengyu followed closely behind, initially intending to subtly inquire whether Song Yining had recently been in contact with her cousin. However, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, she found herself unable to utter a single word of gossip, instinctively immersed in the professional atmosphere, completely oblivious to the intricacies of commerce. Zhengyu had no understanding of what Secretary Lin had just mentioned regarding Xu technology. Thus, when the Xu technology incident, which would later cause a stir in the investment circle, emerged 2 weeks later, she remained unaware that the protagonist was standing right before her. Chapter 34. I agree to collaborate. Fong Xiyuan, the founder of Xu Technology, recently succeeded in developing an advanced technology, resulting in a high valuation for his company within the investment community. When Xu Technology announced its need for investment, numerous individuals vied to become investors. However, Fong Xiyuan possessed an eccentricity. He required only $1 billion in investment, but insisted on meeting with the heads of each investment firm personally. It is rumored that he has eliminated most contenders, leaving only 2 in contention: Xu Jichen, the head of the Xu family business, and Meng Yan, a rising star in the commercial sector. According to whispers in the industry, Meng Yan holds a slightly higher chance, as securing this project would yield immense value for him. A guaranteed profitable venture. Song Yining isolated herself at home for 3 days, after which Secretary Lin arrived to pick her up. Observing the revitalized Song Yining, Secretary Lin, albeit somewhat apprehensive, remarked, Boss, Xu Technology has allotted only 5 minutes for you. They do not seem optimistic about us, so it may not be taken seriously. Song Yining waved her hand dismissively. That will suffice. Although Secretary Lin had not worked with Song Yining for long, her recent endeavors had proven reliable, prompting him to drive with a sense of reassurance. With results from Xu Technology due in 2 days, the atmosphere was devoid of distractions, and Song Yining, impeccably dressed for the corporate environment, drew little scrutiny as she entered the office. Upon her arrival, Fong Xiyuan regarded her with utmost seriousness, glancing at his watch before stating, You have 4 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. Given the magnitude of Xu Technology, why do you seek merely $1 billion in investment? Taking a seat across from him, Song Yining replied calmly, Because your technology has vulnerabilities. Seeking $1 billion is a conservative approach, a strategy for both offense and defense. She raised an eyebrow. As soon as her words fell, Fong Xiyuan sprang to his feet, leaning over his desk, his expression one of astonishment as he queried, Who told you this? Are you suggesting that this insight was not self-derived, but rather sourced from an expert behind me? Song Yining chuckled softly. You consider yourself a businessman. I assumed you understood the principle that appearances can be deceiving. My purpose today is to engage in investment with Xu Technology. I possess $1 billion and can assist you in rectifying the technical shortcomings. Ignoring the fluctuating emotions on Fong Xiyuan's face, she continued, What are your requirements? Fong Xiyuan's voice trembled as he posed a question. Having encountered hundreds of investors, she was the only one to identify flaws in his technology. Such insight could only stem from someone with profound understanding. Otherwise, many industry veterans would remain oblivious. His hands began to tremble slightly. It is quite simple. I currently hold only $1 billion. As a businessman, I seek to maximize returns with minimal investment. After speaking, Song Yining glanced at her watch and added, The 5 minutes have elapsed. Should you reach a decision, please contact me. Here is my business card. As she spoke, Song Yining tossed down a business card and made to leave. Wait, Fang Xiyuan called out to stop her. I agree to collaborate with you. Song Yining turned around, glancing at the middle-aged man whose expression was somewhat agitated. She nodded in response. Very well. Chapter 35. Xu Jichen. Keep your distance from Sister Secretary Lin had been waiting outside, frequently glancing at his watch. When he saw Song Yining emerge, only 6 minutes had passed, causing his heart to sink. It seemed his boss had little hope this time. Contemplating this, Secretary Lin felt a bittersweet pang within. He dared not inquire about the outcome and could only faithfully follow behind Song Yining. As they prepared to descend, they encountered Xu Jichen, who had arrived with a group. Xu Jichen, tall and imposing, cast a scrutinizing glance at Song Yining, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Song Yining, you truly are relentless. Are you stalking me in secret? Song Yining increasingly believed Liang Shun's words. Xu Jichen was indeed not as intimidating as he appeared. Therefore, she chose to ignore him and proceeded to enter the elevator with Secretary Lin. As she brushed past Xu Jichen, he seized her shoulder, pinning her against the elevator wall. Secretary Lin instinctively moved forward, only to be halted by a warning glance from Song Yining. Song Yining, your skill in feigned retreat has improved. I underestimated you before. Xu Jichen chuckled, his eyes, concealed behind glasses, scrutinizing her with an inquisitive glint. Song Yining turned her head towards Secretary Lin. Wait for me in the parking lot. With that, she pressed the elevator button, leaving only herself and Xu Jichen inside. Secretary Lin glanced at Xu Jichen's secretary before hastily making his way to the parking area, while Xu Jichen's secretary taunted him from behind. Don't you find it humiliating to follow such a boss? Without looking back, Secretary Lin retorted, none of your business. As he ran, he mused whether his boss would engage in an elevator showdown. Would Xu Jichen end up bruised and battered? 2 minutes later, Xu Jichen leaned against the wall, his posture resembling a bent shrimp. From now on, keep your distance from me, Xu Jichen. Do not be so narcissistic. What are you really worth? A married man still pining for his first love should stay as far away as possible. Do you really think the world revolves around you? Song Yining rubbed her wrist and spoke coldly. After our divorce, let us not interfere with each other. I hate to repeat myself. Your keen interest in me led me to believe you had feelings. Xu Jichen, reeling from her 2 strikes and a kick, found himself unable to rise. Bewildered as to where his secretary had gone while Song Yining's secretary had already arrived. As Xu Jichen awkwardly leaned against the wall, Song Yining and Secretary Lin turned to leave. Yet, after a few steps, they encountered a group. Miss Song, your presence here isn't for an investment in Siyuan technology. Is it? Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he inquired. As far as I know, Miss Song is not involved in the tech sector. Surely you wouldn't resort to using your body as leverage? However, your figure doesn't seem to align with Siyuan's preferences. Meng Yan's gaze held a hint of derision. Whether I am lacking in skill remains uncertain, yet it is evident that Mr. Meng's dismal performance will not gain any acclaim. Song Yining extracted a folder and gently tapped Meng Yan's face, admonishing him to refrain from flaunting his inadequacies before her. With a light chuckle, Song Yining departed alongside Secretary Lin. The secretary cautiously followed until they reached the vehicle, at which point she quietly inquired, Boss, Mr. Meng has been quite formidable lately. Do you think he will harbor any resentment? Song Yining smiled and reassured her, rest assured, in the future, our momentum will surpass his. Chapter 36. The signing conference of Siyuan Technology Investment. After Song Yining departed, Meng Yan made his way towards the elevator, where Xu Jichen lingered at the entrance. His complexion somewhat pallid. Mr. Xu, have you been dealt with by your ex-wife? Meng Yan jested. I shall take my leave now. I eagerly anticipate securing the business with Siyuan Technology. With the assistance of his secretary, Xu Jichen slowly rose, feigning ignorance of Meng Yan's remarks, and turned to walk away. Yet, inwardly, he was seething at Song Yining. In stark contrast, Meng Yan ascended the elevator in high spirits. However, upon exiting, he was informed that Fang Xiyuan would be unavailable for meetings for the next 2 days until the investors were announced. Meng Yin held no dissatisfaction regarding this. He was determined to acquire the Xu Technology project. Upon returning from Xu Technology, Song Yining went back to the Linjiang villa. She had previously hired a private investigator to shadow Song Yining and had received several photographs in her email over the past few days. After reviewing them, it appeared that Xu Jichen's earlier gift had begun to yield results. Song Yining had been returning late frequently and was indeed accompanied by different women. "Sister, what are you looking at?" Song Yining inquired curiously as he approached. Closing her laptop, Song Yining countered, "Have you completed the new design sketches?" Song Yining nodded. "Yes. Since that brat started kindergarten, I've found it much quieter, and naturally my efficiency has increased." As Song Yining took the tablet from her brother, she couldn't help but be astonished by his talent. It was rather exceptional. "You carry on, I'm off to rest." Song Yining yawned and waved his hand, preparing to return to his room. "Brother," Song Yining suddenly turned back, smiling. "Thank you for your hard work." Song Yining was taken aback, his cheeks flushing slightly as he departed with an air of nonchalance. 2 days later, the investor signing conference for Xu Technology commenced as scheduled. The meeting was quite intimate, with media attendance strictly prohibited. Attendees comprised prominent investors in the industry, leading to skeptical glances directed at Song Yining when she appeared alongside Secretary Lin. "Isn't that Mr. Su's ex-wife? How did she receive an invitation?" Someone questioned, puzzled. Fong Xiyuan isn't known for his appreciation of beauty. Song Yining merely smiled in response to the murmurs and took her seat, which was positioned between Xu Jichen and Meng Yin. Upon seeing this arrangement, Secretary Lin's expression darkened. Yet he could only sit quietly in the back, praying that his boss would not be bullied by Mr. Su and Mr. Meng. "Miss Song certainly possesses some capabilities," Meng Yin remarked, glancing at Song Yining. "I wonder what means she employed to gain Fong Xiyuan's approval. He is quite peculiar and seemingly indifferent to women." "Mr. Meng, your mistress splashed water on me, and your other paramour nearly attacked me," Song Yining replied in a measured tone. "I have been exceedingly polite in my dealings with you. Why did your mistress confront you? Did you provoke her?" "Xu Jichen in dezet, Ning. Relying on men to ascend, you truly are relentless." Song Yining could hardly contain his amusement. "Xu Jichen, do you think you are more virtuous than President Meng? Just a rotten cucumber." Meng Yin glanced at Xu Jichen, then at Song Yining, and remarked in a leisurely tone, "President Su, I heard that your esteemed one is about to return to the country." Xu Jichen fell silent immediately. Just as the two men wore contrasting expressions, a young assistant approached Song Yining and said, "President Song, we may begin now." Upon hearing this, Song Yining stood up, and Meng Yin straightened his posture instantly. "President Song, we may begin now. What does this imply?" Chapter 37. I am not Xu Jichen's ex-wife. "I am your rival with this thought in mind," Meng Yin suddenly called out to the assistant. "What does President Fong mean?" Meng Yin rose directly to inquire. The assistant shook his head. "I am merely following President Fong's instructions." A possibility dawned on Meng Yin, and a flicker of fire ignited in his eyes as he coldly directed his voice towards Song Yining. "Are you resorting to underhanded tactics?" Song Yining shook her head. "Do you think Fong Xiyuan is a fool? We are all businessmen, driven by profit." With that, she departed in a striking manner, her high heels clicking confidently against the floor. Xu Jichen stood behind Meng Yin, frowning. Did Song Yining secure the investment rights? Meng Yin slammed his fist onto the chair, his voice icy. "Don't ask me. I have no idea." "Aren't you confident in securing this deal? How could you stumble now?" Xu Jichen's demeanor was that of an onlooker, relishing in Meng Yin's earlier arrogance. For a moment, Meng Yin found himself resisting the very thought of this possibility. If it were true that Song Yining had seized the investment rights, it would mean a golden opportunity slipping through his fingers, forcing him to overhaul his subsequent plans entirely. "Xu Jichen, if you utter another word, do you believe I won't have your American acquaintance dealt with?" Meng Yin was evidently furious. Hearing Meng Yin mention that individual again, Xu Jichen's expression darkened. He seized Meng Yin by the collar, his face hardened with menace. "Do you dare? Test me and see if I won't take action against Liang Qian. I would welcome you doing so. I would wholeheartedly support it." To Meng Yin, Liang Qian was of little consequence. As the two men faced off, Song Yining stood in the shadows, observing them. Regardless of marriage or divorce, Xu Jichen had an immutable white moonlight in his heart. Although Meng Yin was married, he casually wielded his wife as a bargaining chip. Neither was commendable. Song Zong, let us commence. The prepared Fong Siyuan approached Song Yining, inquiring. She nodded in response. After the two men exchanged threats, they returned to their respective positions. Meng Yin pondered that until the final moment, no one could be certain of Song Yining's success. She was merely an unremarkable woman. What capital did she possess to thrive in the investment circle? Perhaps he was overthinking it. Xu Jichen shared a similar sentiment. Neither believed that Song Yining could earn Fong Siyuan's endorsement. 10 minutes later, the signing ceremony officially commenced. When Meng Yin witnessed Song Yining, clad in professional attire, shaking hands and signing with Fong Siyuan, his gaze lingered on her, while he hammered his hand until it bled. He scrutinized Fong Siyuan's expression, noting it was relaxed, not compelled, but genuinely at ease. This indicated that Song Yining had indeed touched something within Fong Siyuan. Suddenly, Meng Yin recalled Song Yining's earlier words. Whether you possess capital, you will know in due time. This woman was not the fool as rumored. He had underestimated her. She clearly possessed her own set of formidable teeth. As Song Yining descended, Meng Yin was fixated upon her with unwavering intensity. She chuckled softly and echoed a question from a few days prior. Mr. Meng, do I now possess the capital to converse with you? At that moment, Meng Yin regarded Song Yining with eyes devoid of the previous jest. I am not Xu Jichen's ex-wife. I am your rival. Song Yining tilted her chin up slightly, smiling as she departed. Chapter 38 by Lily. The very same who bore Mao Mao with her brother was an unexpected revelation. Upon returning home, Song Yining felt an overwhelming sense of ease as she discarded her high heels and settled comfortably onto the sofa, her body entirely relaxed for the first time. She had achieved a modest goal that marked her initial capital accumulation. With finances in place, the path ahead appeared uncomplicated as she possessed an extraordinary talent for multiplying wealth. In the evening, Mao Mao returned from kindergarten, and Song Yining joyfully embraced the little one as he rushed towards her, taking his small backpack and patiently inquiring about the amusing events of his day. Little sister, when did you return? Song Yining descended from upstairs, surprised to find Song Yining at home. Upon spotting Song Yining, Mao Mao instinctively hid behind Song Yining, his large eyes cautiously observing him. It seemed as if Song Yining paid no attention to the child, as he took a seat across from Song Yining. However, before she could utter a word, his phone rang with an irritable tone. Upon seeing the caller ID, Song Yining instinctively glanced at Song Yining. Little sister, it's Dad. He found it peculiar, as this seemed to be the first time his father had taken the initiative to call him. Put on speaker, Song Yining suggested. Preoccupied with matters pertaining to Siyuan technology, she hadn't had the time to engage with the Song family. And the fact that Song Buiyuan had called was likely not a harbinger of good news. Song Yining, get your butt back here immediately. As soon as the call connected, Song Buiyuan shouted furiously before abruptly hanging up. Little sister? Song Yining, now compliant with Song Yining's wishes, sought her counsel. Song Yining shook her head. No need to respond. He cannot summon us at will. What does he think we are? Song Yining nodded in agreement. Annie, can you help me with my arts and crafts? Mao Mao inquired, producing a small piece of cardboard and directing his question at Song Yining. Of course, she replied. Brother, please fetch some rice and millet from the kitchen with the maid. We'll work on it together. Song Yining frowned, but couldn't resist the authoritative gaze of Song Yining. Half an hour later, just as Mao Mao completed his craft project, another call from Song Buiyuan interrupted them. Song Yining, weren't you told to come back? Where are you? Song Buiyuan's voice erupted with agitation. Instinctively, Song Yining handed the phone to Song Yining, who smiled and said, Dad, what's wrong? Brother left ages ago and forgot his phone at home. Is he not there yet? Could something have happened? Should I call the police? Call the police for what? From Song Buiyuan's tone, she discerned an undercurrent of panic. He seemed lost in thought, remaining silent for a while before suddenly exclaiming, You should come too, to witness the consequences of your actions. Without hesitation, Song Yining agreed, playing with Mao Mao for a little longer before instructing the maid at home. She then drove with Song Yining towards the Song family villa. At the Song family villa, upon the arrival of Song Yihong and his sister, Jiang Yuan was seated on the sofa, tears streaming down her cheeks. Song Yining held a feather duster, sitting nearby, while Song Yining appeared pale, occupying a chair, and a figure clad in white sat across from him. When Song Yining entered, the person even glanced in her direction. Upon realizing it was Song Yining, she swiftly turned her back, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. It was Bai Lily, the very same Bai Lily who had given birth to Mao Mao with her brother. Chapter 39. Your brother has been wronged. What on earth is happening? What is this family meeting about? Song Yining casually inquired as she settled onto the couch alongside Song Yicheng. Look at the mess you've caused, Song Yining exclaimed, hurling an ashtray towards Song Yicheng. Swiftly, Song Yining intercepted it with a cushion, causing the ashtray to crash onto Song Yining's knee. Father, if you must speak, then speak. Your temper is making me want to throw something too, Song Yining complained. Upon hearing Song Yining's mention of anger, Song Yining fell silent for a moment. Father, you're angry. Aunt Jiang, please explain what is going on. Song Yining's gaze roamed over by Lily and Song Yicheng. That Bai Lily, under some influence, has actually harmed Yicheng and even took photos to extort money. Jiang Yuan was visibly agitated, clearly having been through a storm of emotions. Let's call the police. After hearing this, Song Yining decisively stated, years ago, Bai Lily deceived my brother, bearing his child. Perhaps it was my father's adversaries who, seeing our family in disarray, employed her to target the sons of the Song family. Brother, we must report this. Wait, how can we report such a scandal? Song Yining glared indignantly at Song Yicheng. Speak. Was it you who wished to harm your brother? Were you the one who instigated Bai Lily? Song Yicheng, not particularly eloquent, merely furrowed his brow in response to Song Yining's accusations, his expression unchanging. Does my brother possess such formidable power that he could be reduced to this state? Father, are you out of your mind? Song Yining launched into a tirade. Even if someone were indeed instigating, how could Yicheng be overpowered without removing his trousers? Song Yining was so enraged he looked ready to spit blood. And Jiang, you too? Song Yining questioned, perplexed, as the biological mother of my brother. How can you not consider his safety in such a situation? Safety? Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What safety? Are you not concerned about the potential diseases that such a battle-hardened person as Bai Lily might transmit to my dear brother? If he contracts something, how could he ever marry a wealthy heiress? Song Yining asserted. On hearing this, Jiang Yuan immediately leapt to her feet in shock. She hurriedly grabbed Song Yicheng, intent on rushing him to the hospital. Wait, you haven't given me the money yet. Bai Lily shouted at Jiang Yuan. How much does she want? Song Yining turned to Song Yining. 2 million. Song Yining replied. Just give it to her. Money can resolve the simplest of problems, Song Yining remarked. Let's draft a contract. One signature for one payment. How can we let her off so easily? Jiang Yuan glared at Bai Lily, wishing she could inflict 1,000 cuts upon her. Reporting her is not allowed. Do you intend to kill her? And Jiang, are you even more irritable than I am? Song Yining frowned. Enough. Let us go to the hospital for an examination. I'll call the lawyer to come over. Song Yining waved at Jiang Yuan, noticing that in the corner, Song Yihong wore a frown, his expression replete with aversion. A sense of unease crept into Song Yining's heart, leading him to suspect that this matter should not involve Song Yihong. Is there anyone else, apart from the two of you, who partakes in your nocturnal escapades? Song Yining suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed on Song Yicheng's retreating figure. What did you say? Song Yicheng was on the verge of an outburst. What if Black Lily or Red Lily were to come knocking tomorrow? Should my brother continuously bear the brunt of this turmoil? Song Yining grasped Song Yihong's hand, feeling it tremble slightly. Speak. Is there anyone else? Jiang Yuan felt her vision blur momentarily. Chapter 40. Xu Jichen and his white moonlight next-door husband. What shall we do? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, collapsing into Song Yining's embrace, embodying the essence of a delicate woman. Bai Lily stood to the side, discreetly observing Jiang Yuan, seemingly lost in thought. Song Yining, producing a vine from somewhere, pointed it accusingly at Song Yicheng, demanding, speak. Be honest. Song Yicheng felt a trace of fear towards Song Yining. Casting a glance at Bai Lily, he gritted his teeth and confessed, that night we were drinking, and she transformed into an alluring beauty. I had no idea she was the one who had a child with my elder brother, But that night, my classmate and I were apart. We did not engage in any indecorous behavior. Enough. Go get tested. Song Yining pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. Jiang Yuan quickly ushered Song Yining out. Song Yining glanced at Bai Lily and then approached Song Yining, inquiring with enthusiasm, "Dad, I heard the last vase I took was worth 2 million. Could you possibly get me another to make a pair?" This was met with a low curse from Song Yining. Yet, Song Yining remained unfazed, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Lily. See, this is old Song's prowess. Nevertheless, Bai Lily's swiftness was astonishing, having managed to ensnare Song Yining in such a short span. After 2 days of recuperation at home, Song Yining immersed herself into the launch of new products for Cine jewelry. When Liang Qian called, she had just finished reviewing a film shot by Zheng Yu. Her schedule was now tightly packed, prompting Liang Qian to choose an evening at a private vineyard for their dinner. "Song Yining, what a coincidence! My sister has already met you," Liang Shun exclaimed as he greeted her, his grin reminiscent of a simpleton from a wealthy family. "By the way, there's something my sister asked me to convey. This venue was reserved by her, but Xu Jichen contacted the owner and arranged a table next door. I inquired and found out that his white moonlight has returned from abroad. My sister wanted me to warn you. She is quite formidable, so be prepared." Leaning closer to Song Yining, Liang Shun continued his chatter. Song Yining glanced toward the neighboring courtyard and nodded slightly. "Yining, you've arrived. I just ran into my teacher's son, which made me a bit late." Liang Qian approached, her tone gentle. "When I was in school, I attended a tutoring class with Xu Jichen's white moonlight, named Xu Xiao, hailing from a family renowned for its embroidery. Ever since I met her, I have faced bullying every 3 days and ridicule every 5. She is a master of manipulation." Liang Qian, concerned that Song Yining might suffer should they cross paths, divulged everything she knew. She just returned from her doctoral studies in America, probably arriving today. Pointing at the adjacent courtyard, Liang Qian suggested, "Let us time our departure to avoid an encounter. Rest assured, I have no intentions toward Xu Jichen, so her targeting me would be futile." "Let us eat," Song Yining interjected. "My sister has shared her news. Now it's my turn to divulge some gossip." Liang Shun glanced at Song Yining, his tone infused with a hint of pride. "Last night at our club, I happened to encounter your father. Well, if I am not mistaken, he seems to have found himself a rather innocent young lady, appearing even younger than myself." As Liang Shun spoke, he retrieved a photograph from his phone. Upon seeing the image, Song Yining felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 41. Song Yining, you are utterly incomparable, not even to a single toe of yours. She is no longer youthful nor a university student. Her prowess lies solely in her exceptional makeup skills. Song Yining couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, in every profession, there exists a standout talent. Is this young lady perhaps aiming to collect the men of the Song family like stamps?" Liang Qian and his sister were left bewildered by her words. Song Yining chuckled softly and pointed to a photograph, revealing a secret. This young woman had recently transformed Song Yining into a striking beauty with her alluring persona. Liang Qian gazed in astonishment. Could she be a beauty blogger? Song Yining shook her head. "I am uncertain. However, the intrigue surrounding the Song family is undeniably growing. My mother had intended to join us today." Liang Qian gently remarked, "My mother has always hoped that Liang Shun would not grow too close to Song Yining, and I am grateful to you for that." Song Yining merely smiled, while Liang Shun occasionally stole glances at her, barely touching his meal. The conversation between Liang Qian and Song Yining flowed effortlessly, particularly as she had recently delved into the study of intricate patterns, which she considered a form of academic pursuit. As anticipated, the trio departed without encountering the group from the neighboring courtyard, though their laughter occasionally drifted over. "Rest assured, I am relatively familiar with these roads," Song Yining assured them as she bid farewell to Liang Qian and his sister. Just as she prepared to leave, a phone call from the company interrupted her, prompting her to wave goodbye and step aside to take the call. Once the conversation concluded, she started her vehicle and departed. However, as she navigated the winding road halfway up the mountain, an unexpected incident occurred. Today marked the welcome banquet arranged by Xu Jichen for Xu Xiao, and as a group emerged from the winery, they witnessed a Porsche Panamera zoom past them. "Hey, isn't that Song Yining?" What's she doing here? Could she be following you? Xu Jichen's close friend, Zhou Yan, inquired. Xu Jichen furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced at Su Xiao, seemingly reluctant to mention Song Yining in her presence, as she represented a blemish on his past. Song Yining, is she the woman married to Aiken? Su Xiu stood nearby, her bright eyes fixed on Xu Jichen, making him feel as if he were sinking into their depths. Zhou Yan observed Xu Jichen, then scratched his head and nodded. I think I will drive and meet her, Su Xiao declared, winking at Xu Jichen. As he handed over the car keys, he settled into the passenger seat, stating, She is not even in the same league as you. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao laughed, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Zhou Yan watched as their car pulled away and, curious, someone nearby asked, Should we follow them? I actually find that Song Yining quite intriguing. Zhou Yan shook his head. Let it be. Their relationships are complicated. Why would you want to get involved? Just head home obediently. Meanwhile, in the car, Xu Jichen kept stealing glances at Su Xiao, who drove with remarkable skill, effortlessly maneuvering the turns as she asked, Aiken, do you still have any lingering feelings for her? Xu Jichen's response was a cold snort. May I take a turn with her? After all, she has monopolized your time for so long and even orchestrated a proposal of marriage. Su Xiao inquired with a remarkably calm demeanor. She wouldn't last more than a couple of moves against you. Xu Jichen waved his hand dismissively. Su Xiao chuckled softly before pressing the accelerator with fervor. Soon, the sleek Panamera came into her view. As soon as she spotted Song Yining's car, Su Xiao steered her vehicle closer towards it. Chapter 42. Who is playing whom? Xiao, you should keep your distance from Song Yining. She is somewhat unhinged. Xu Jichen observed as Su Xiao's vehicle veered closer to Song Yining's car, gradually encroaching upon it. Instinctively, he grasped the handle of the car door and addressed Su Xiao. Xiao, are you worried about her? Or do you not trust me? Su Xiao maintained her control over the narrowing distance while responding to Xu Jichen. Chun, are you concerned for her well-being? Or do you doubt my capabilities? Xu Jichen shook his head. Xiao, I fear she may harm you. With a confident smile, Su Xiao reassured him, that won't happen. This is merely psychological warfare. As my car approaches hers, she will inevitably feel fear and instinctively yield the right of way. Such is the fascinating nature of human psychology. Though her words were light-hearted, Xu Jichen felt a sudden wave of uncertainty as he gazed upon her resolute expression. The image of Song Yining flashed in his mind, her excessive confidence, as if she held dominion over every circumstance, reminiscent of the recent incident with Si Yuan technology. He could not deny that in that moment, Song Yining radiated brilliance. Catching a glimpse of Xu Jichen's momentary distraction, Su Xiao's demeanor shifted sharply. She directed her vehicle ever closer to Song Yining's, diminishing the distance to a mere fraction. Ordinarily, one would expect the occupants of the opposing vehicle to be terrified and either halt or swiftly change lanes. Yet Song Yining's car continued to glide steadily along the road, seemingly impervious to the encroachment. In her vehicle, Song Yining had long been aware of the other car's presence and recognized it as Xu Jichen's. Initially, she had no intention of entangling herself with him again. However, upon turning the corner, his car began to behave erratically, persistently drawing closer, an unmistakable provocation. For a fleeting moment, Song Yining chuckled softly. This blatant challenge suggested that Xu Jichen assumed she would never gamble with her life, thus willingly yielding the way. Yet if he sought danger, he need not blame her for the consequences. Did he not presume she would step aside? She resolved not to comply. Thus, Song Yining maintained a steady pace, showing no inclination to yield. She sensed that something was bound to transpire today and needed to gather evidence beforehand. As Xu Jichen's south car attempted to close the gap yet again, she promptly dialed the police. Hello, I am on Dong District South Huanshan Road. A vehicle has been persistently changing lanes to encroach upon me. I am unsure how to proceed and do not dare to stop. Could you please dispatch assistance swiftly? After making the report, Song Yining continued her steady course, exhibiting no signs of agitation. The car beside her mirrored this behavior. Both drivers evidently engaged in a psychological duel. With a slight curve of her lips, Song Yining chose to disregard the provocation, waiting to see who would falter first. 5 minutes passed, and as the two vehicles reached the mid-slope, the adjacent car could no longer restrain itself. It suddenly angled towards Song Yining's vehicle, and should she fail to evade, a collision was imminent. Seeking disaster, Song Yining silently cursed, then firmly grasped the steering wheel without any hesitation. Positioned on the right side with a guardrail beside her, she reasoned that if he truly intended to collide, the likelihood of his vehicle overturning was significantly high. Her objective was to elevate that probability to a certainty. As anticipated, her vehicle did not yield. In the next moment, the car collided and flipped over, rolling onto the opposite side of the road. At that precise moment, a traffic officer appeared just ahead. Chapter 43 Song Yining. Why did you not yield to her? Upon witnessing the overturned vehicle, the traffic officers promptly exited their cars to assist, first rescuing the occupants inside. Xu Jichen, seated in the passenger seat, was the first to be extricated. His head was bleeding, a clear indication of injury, and as the officers pulled him from the vehicle, they detected a heavy scent of alcohol emanating from him. As Song Yining emerged from her car, she was taken aback upon seeing Xu Jichen. Xu Jichen, why did you sideswipe my car? Wait, if you're in the passenger seat, then who is driving? The officer turned to Song Yining, a look of confusion on his face, and inquired, do you know each other? Song Yining nodded. He is my ex-husband, but I'm unaware of the identity of the driver. She shook her head, but proceeded to assist. When they pulled a woman from the driver's seat, the officer's gaze towards Song Yining shifted to one of sympathy. Did you do this on purpose? Song Yining directed her question at the unconscious and bloodied Xu Xiao. At the seeing Xu Jichen. At that moment, Xu Jichen was too distraught to consider anything else. He cradled Xu Xiao in his arms, visibly shattered, and exclaimed, Hurry, call 120. Xiao Xiao, please wake up. The officer regarded Xu Jichen with a hint of disdain, yet upon noticing another vehicle behind, he promptly told his colleague, Inquire whether the driver of that car has a dash cam. We need to ascertain what transpired. Song Yining, are you out of your mind? Why didn't you yield to her? She has just returned to the country. Xu Jichen shouted at her. Song Yining, infuriated to the point of laughter, retorted, Dare you produce your dashcam footage? Who was it that persistently tailgated me? I called the police while I was in the car. Today was merely luck. Otherwise, I would have already plunged over the guardrail to the bottom of the ravine. Am I supposed to risk my life for the two of you? Besides, you both have been drinking, haven't you? At that moment, a courteous young man emerged from the vehicle behind them, willingly handing over his dashcam footage to the officers. Since his car had been following closely, the entire incident was recorded clearly, revealing that Xu Xiao had been driving recklessly, leading to the officers assigning full responsibility to them and mandating that they cover the repair costs for Song Yining's vehicle. Fortunately, Song Yining's car was still operable. After glancing at the rear vehicle, she expressed her gratitude to its driver. However, as she departed, she vaguely noticed someone seated in the back. Frankly, the timely arrival of that vehicle, or perhaps the intention of that individual to assist her, piqued her curiosity. Who could it be? Never mind, one step at a time. As Song Yining prepared to leave, Xu Jichen continued to glare at her with resentment, his tone laced with malice. Song Yining, why aren't you the one injured? Who told you to drive under the influence and deliberately sideswipe? Song Yining dismissed him, exchanging a brief farewell with the officers before driving away. As she left, Xu Jichen could no longer hold on and succumbed to unconsciousness. That night, chaos ensued within the Xu household. The following day, upon regaining consciousness, Xu Jichen found himself calling out Xu Xiao's name. Madame Xu sat to the side. Upon hearing him call out Xu Xiao's name, she instantly expressed her disdain, saying, What a troublemaker. Driving on her own, dragging my son into this mess. Does she truly believe this is their small town? She thinks she can do as she pleases. The doctor pointed to the scar on Xu Jichen's forehead, stating, Madame Xu, the scar on Mr. Xu's face can only be left untreated for now. We shall wait for the scab to form before gradually diminishing its appearance. What a calamity. This scar will undoubtedly affect my son's fortune. Madame Xu lamented, feeling a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly causing her to faint with rage. Inform everyone that no one is permitted to visit that woman, Xu Xiao. Even if Xu Jichen wishes to go, it is out of the question. Madame Su commanded the security guard stationed at the entrance. Chapter 44. I absolutely opposed the marriage between Su Xiao and a Chun. When Su Xiao awoke, her face was swathed in bandages. Instinctively, she touched her face and could not help but scream in terror. Hearing the commotion, the doctor rushed over and, upon seeing Su Xiao frantically exploring her face, explained, "You have some abrasions on your cheeks. It is best not to move too much, or you may be left with scars." How could this happen? Su Xiao, who cherished her visage above all, was immediately consumed by panic at the doctor's words, clutching her head in despair. "For the sake of your recovery, it is prudent to remain still. Furthermore, you have sustained some fractures in your leg." The doctor urgently summoned a nurse to help restrain her from moving recklessly. Despairing, Su Xiao lay back on the hospital bed, her spirit seemingly extinguished. Outside the room, Mrs. Su stood quietly, listening to Su Xiao's lamentations. She turned to Mr. Su with a cold demeanor, stating, "Did you hear that?" Her every word revolves around her face. She has shown no concern for our son. Meanwhile, our son dreams of her and calls her name. Mr. Su remained silent, yet a flicker of disapproval crossed his eyes. "No visitors are allowed. When she is discharged, she will cover her own expenses." Mrs. Su, now incensed at the sight of Su Xiao, muttered, "Don't think I'm unaware she has been living comfortably abroad, not earning that scholarship on her own. Our son has been her benefactor. What a blind fool." Mr. Su accompanied Mrs. Su back to Xu Jichen's hospital room, patting her hand gently. "By the way, I've heard that Song Yining has been thriving in business lately. I've come across several mentions of her, particularly regarding her securing investment from Sihua Technology. In any case, if you encounter her, refrain from speaking to her harshly as you have in the past." Song Yining? Can she truly possess such intellect? Mrs. Su expressed skepticism. Mr. Su nodded. "One must not judge by appearances. Song Yining might have genuinely cared for our son in the past. After the divorce, she may have been affected and turned her focus to entrepreneurship. However, the one next door certainly harbors ill intentions. Let's not speak of this in front of our son. As long as we disapprove, they cannot marry, can they?" Mrs. Su pondered briefly, nodding in agreement. Yet unease lingered in her heart, for a significant portion of the Su family's enterprises were managed by Xu Jichen. Should he insist on spending money on Su Xiao, they would be powerless to stop him. Fate is a curious thing. Mr. Su was a man who viewed life with equanimity. At the same time, the unveiling of the new heirloom collection at Cine Jewelry was met with great enthusiasm. Song Yining was busy at the company when she received an urgent report from Secretary Lin. "Boss, Mr. Xu Jichen is here. Show him to the conference room." Song Yining instructed. Secretary Lin nodded, but felt a sense of inevitability regarding his presence. As Xu Jichen sat in the conference room of Cine Jewelry, he momentarily felt as if he had transformed back into that impulsive youth from years ago, coming here to demand justice for the woman he cherished. When Song Yining entered, a teacup was hurled toward her face. Song Yining swiftly sidestepped, seizing another teacup nearby and striking it against Xu Jichen's knee. This was her customary method of retaliation. "Are you unwell? Speak to me once you have recovered." Song Yining stood by the doorway of the conference room, gazing at Xu Jichen. Xu Jichen rose to his feet, his towering figure advancing step by step toward Song Yining, his voice cold and unyielding. "Was that intentional the other day? Did you deliberately wish to harm her?" Chapter 45. Xu Jichen felt a sudden wave of heat wash over him. Upon hearing this, Song Yining let out a cold laugh and remarked, "If you wish to discuss this, please take your leave." Xu Jichen stepped forward, grasping Song Yining's arm, his voice low and urgent. "Do you not realize that her face may be left scarred?" "Xu Jichen, I ask you." Song Yining turned to meet his gaze, enunciating each word with clarity. "Did I force her to step away from my car? I was merely driving along. So why did you approach me? Are you brave enough to reveal the audio from your dashcam? Was your initial intent not to toy with me? Answer me." "Xu Jichen," she pressed. Xu Jichen, caught in the intensity of her stare, found himself momentarily speechless. Song Yining was indeed correct. Xu Xiao had intended to toy with her. If one chooses to play, one must also bear the consequences. Having finished her statement, Song Yining noticed Xu Jichen still gripping her arm. In a swift motion, She swung her arm towards his face. Instinctively, he released his hold, and she cast him one last glance before departing. Xu Jichen lingered in place for an extended moment. The fierce and somewhat menacing look in Song Yining's eyes as she left igniting an unsettling warmth within him. What an eerie sensation. Recently, the Liang family had organized a charity gala. Given the nature of such events, which sought to gather generous donations, many individuals found themselves on the invitation list. Song Yining was not particularly fond of attending such gatherings, yet she succumbed to the persistent calls from Liang Qian and her brother, as well as Zheng Yu's encouragement, who assured her that she could network with numerous business professionals. Thus, she ultimately decided to attend. The gala was held at a five-star hotel owned by the Liang family. Upon her arrival, Song Yining settled into a corner with Zheng Yu and Liang Qian, engaging in conversation. Zheng Yu, a natural chatterbox, eagerly shared gossip about various attendees. Wait, why is Meng Yin accompanied by a woman? Zheng Yu remarked, glancing toward the entrance, where Meng Yin entered with a young lady by his side, displaying a flagrant ease. This scene cast a shadow over Liang Qian's expression. She was not one to assert herself aggressively. In such moments, she would merely retreat into the shadows, consumed by sorrow. Is the Liang family unkind to you? Song Yining finally voiced her concern. Otherwise, why would they stand by and watch Liang Qian suffer in this marriage? No. Liang Qian quickly waved her hand. Actually, my parents have advised me numerous times, but I am too entrenched in my feelings. I do not wish to let go. I have loved him for so many years. Zheng Yu could hardly contain herself, interjecting, "You are merely a victim of your own masochism. I met him when I was younger. He was completely different then, but people change." Ah, Song Yining, your ex-husband has arrived as well. Is the woman he brought the infamous Su Xiao? Zheng Yu exclaimed, playfully patting Song Yining's thigh. Song Yining looked up to see Su Xiao, who seemed to struggle with mobility, nearly leaning entirely on Xu Jichen for support. You two are utterly useless, allowing these women to trample over you without a care. Zheng Yu glanced at Liang Qian and then at Song Yining, suddenly venting her frustration. Nevertheless, I shall take you upstairs shortly. Throughout my life, every time I attended a banquet here, I invariably stumbled upon clandestine affairs. Zheng Yu whispered. Liang Qian's face flushed slightly, while Song Yining looked at Zheng Yu in exasperation. Miss Song, what a pleasure it is to encounter you. A charming figure suddenly appeared before Song Yining. Chapter 46. Xu Jichen, is your face itching? This marked the first occasion when Song Yining scrutinized Su Xiao. Su Xiao possessed a pair of exceptionally spirited eyes, endowing her entire visage with an enchanting liveliness. Draped in a vintage haute couture gown, she resembled a delicate sprite standing beside Xu Jichen. Xu Jichen, however, paid no heed to Song Yining, his full attention devoted to Su Xiao, fearful that she might stumble or falter. Zheng Yu incessantly nudged Song Yining's back, but she merely offered a distant nod towards Su Xiao. In response to Song Yining's frigid demeanor, Su Xiao cast a sorrowful glance towards Xu Jichen. Only then did Xu Jichen direct his gaze at Song Yining, his tone far from cordial as he inquired, "Do you possess any manners? Is this how the Song family raises their children? I wish to take a stroll in the garden behind. Will you accompany me?" Song Yining turned toward the two individuals beside her. Liang Qian promptly rose, while Zheng Yu simmered with unexpressed anger, struggling to contain her emotions. Song Yining, I'm addressing you. Xu Jichen's voice was laced with fury. Observing Xu Jichen in his current state, Song Yining was reminded of her initial encounter with him upon her arrival in this world. Back then, she had perceived him as an astute individual, yet now he appeared rather pedestrian. Under the scrutiny of Song Yining's gaze, Xu Jichen felt a familiar heat rise within him. He lowered his head, murmuring a few soothing words before attempting to lead Su Xiao away. Resting against Xu Jichen's embrace, Su Xiao suddenly posed a question. Is Miss Song's dissatisfaction with me due to lingering feelings for Ah Chun? Her voice was neither loud nor soft, yet many in the vicinity caught wind of it. Zheng Yu and Liang Qian were about to interject when Song Yining halted them. My discontent with you stems from your previous attempt to orchestrate my downfall in a car accident, Song Yining remarked, casting her gaze towards Su Xiao's leg. Do you require me to reveal the dashcam footage from that day? As for you, incessantly bothering me, do you truly believe I covet your man? Have some confidence. Not everyone is worthy of my attention. Song Yining regarded Su Xiao with an expression of bemusement. Indeed, many shifted their focus to Su Xiao's leg, their whispers buzzing in the background. Seizing the moment, Zheng Yu seized the opportunity to recount Su Xiao's actions from that fateful night. Xu Jichen glared at Song Yining, his eyes ablaze. In silence, she questioned, "Is your face itching?" Upon comprehending those 3 words, Xu Jichen felt as though he were rooted to the spot, a wave of heat enveloping him. He remained silent, guiding Su Xiao's waist as they moved inward. It was only then that Zheng Yu and the others proceeded toward the garden, only to find that someone awaited them there. No wonder your sister fails to capture Mr. Meng's affections. It seems she spends time with someone as brazen as you. How could any man possibly love you? The young girl, entwined with Meng Yan's arm, stood there, addressing Liang Qian with a sarcastic tone. How much does Meng Yan pay you each month? Song Yining leaned against the doorframe, inquiring of the girl. The girl regarded Song Yining with a wary expression. Why do you want to know? Song Yining reached out to touch the girl's face, smiling as she replied. I merely wish to inquire about the current market rates for such individuals. You. Upon hearing that term, the girl lunged toward Song Yining. However, I comprehend your sentiment. A garrulous individual who does not aspire to ascend is certainly not commendable. Song Yining deftly sidestepped, casting a discreet glance towards the nearby security personnel. Liang Qian, which number are we on now? Is it the 5th? This one's combat prowess pales in comparison to the 4th. Song Yining directed her gaze towards Liang Qian. Meng Yan's discerning eye has increasingly waned. Chapter 47. Xu Jichen's intentions. Meng Yan observed the unfolding events from a distance. Noting how his female companion was on the verge of collapse due to Song Yining's relentless taunts, he let out a sigh of annoyance. It was truly troublesome. Liang Qian's association with Song Yining did not bode well. In the future, it would be prudent to choose a companion with a sharper tongue. Otherwise, the prospect of divorce would remain elusive. However, he could not afford to linger much longer. The thought cast a shadow over Meng Yan's gaze. Ah, Song Yining, why has no one from your family arrived? Surely, nothing untoward has transpired? Zheng Yu surveyed the surroundings, failing to locate any members of the Song family. They were likely preoccupied. Song Yining smirked, pondering whether Jiang Yuan was aware of Song Buiyuan's extramarital affair. Come on, it's nearly time. Let us take a stroll and see if we might encounter any intriguing couples. Zheng Yu couldn't contain her excitement at the thought of witnessing the spectacle. While Song Yining and Liang Qian displayed little interest, the tedium of remaining seated prompted them to follow Zheng Yu up the fire escape. Before they reached the upper floor, Song Yining's phone rang. Who is it? Disrupting our enjoyment. Zheng Yu leaned in, noticing an unregistered number. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yining pressed the answer button. Instantly, a series of intimate sounds echoed from the device. Is there any sound system in the hall? Song Yining whispered to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was initially taken aback, but quickly nodded vigorously, seizing Song Yining's phone and sprinting outside. Soon, the hall resonated with sultry sounds, leaving everyone bewildered, unsure of who was orchestrating this prank. However, it wasn't long before the voices of 2 individuals became audible. Aiken, my leg still hurts. Aiken, will you marry me? Of course, I will only marry you. Song Yining has already stepped aside, though the call lasted only a few minutes, thanks to Zheng Yu's efforts. The audience grasped approximately 90% of the exchange. Zheng Yu returned the phone to Song Yining, exclaiming, now you both have made a name for yourselves. She purposely called to provoke you. Where did you say those intriguing couples could be found? Song Yining felt a wave of disgust wash over her regarding Su Xiao and inquired of Zheng Yu. Leading the way, Zheng Yu quickly pinpointed the room. She instructed Zheng Yu and Liang Qian to hide in the corridor before she boldly kicked the door, creating quite a commotion. Isn't it repulsive, Su Xiao? We are divorced, and yet you still come to annoy me? Xu Jichen, look at the quality of the company you've chosen. While you 2 were indulging in your escapades, she called me and played the recording truly perverse. Song Yining's words were clear and resolute before she departed, leaving Zheng Yu in the corner, giving her a thumbs up. Inside the room, Xu Jichen, caught in a moment of impulse, refused to admit he had any reaction to Song Yining, not even for a second. Hence, he had clandestinely engaged with Xu Xiao. It was indeed a clandestine affair, but unexpectedly, he suddenly heard Song Yining's voice. Startled, he nearly compromised everything. Xu Xiao was equally frightened, both of them rendered almost incapacitated. What did her words mean? Did you record it for her? Xu Jichen asked Xu Xiao, his expression rigid as he gazed at her. Chapter 48. Meng Yan's secret. Xu Xiao was taken aback by Song Yining's unexpected arrival at this place, and even more so by the audacity with which she recounted the entire sequence of events. After a moment of contemplation, she embraced Xu Jichen tightly, her voice trembling as she confessed, "Chun, I feel so insecure. I want to drive her away. I sense something amiss in the way you look at her." Xu Jichen initially felt a surge of anger, yet upon hearing Xu Xiao's words, he found himself at a loss for words. It was as though the most concealed corners of his heart had been laid bare. He remained silent, wrapping his arms around Xu Xiao in return. At that moment, they were oblivious to the happenings outside. As Zheng Yu stealthily guided Song Yining and Liang Qian back to the hall, they caught a faint sound of a man's voice emanating from the corridor ahead. Liang Qian suddenly froze. It was Meng Yan. She recognized that voice immediately. "Jiao Jiao, I will resolve Liang Qian's matter soon. Do not worry. Take care of yourself there." Meng Yan's voice was remarkably gentle, a tone Liang Qian had never heard before. Song Yining, recalling the gossip she had previously overheard, furrowed her brow. It seemed Meng Yan displayed such tenderness towards those he cherished. Why then was he marrying Liang Qian? Zheng Yu glanced at Liang Qian, noticing her pallor. "Liang Qian is merely a plaything. She cannot compete with me. I will handle everything and await your return." Meng Yan continued. Overwhelmed, Liang Qian could no longer bear to listen and quietly slipped away, covering her face. Concerned for her well-being, Zheng Yu and Song Yining followed suit, treading lightly as they exited. However, Meng Yan's keen ears detected their presence. He hastily ended the call, sensing an approach. After scanning the area without spotting anyone, he called his secretary, instructing, "Come here and review the hotel surveillance footage." When Xu Jichen and Xu Xiao departed, it was already quite late, and the crowd had thinned considerably. Xu Jichen noticed a plethora of missed calls and messages on his phone. Just as he was about to check them, Mrs. Xu's call came through. After concluding the call, he turned to Xu Xiao and said, "My parents want us to return home for a visit. Do not be afraid. They are very kind." Xu Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding. She reasoned that since Xu's parents had welcomed someone like Song Yining, they must possess a gentle disposition. Thus, she tenderly approached Xu Jichen and accompanied him home. Throughout their journey, Xu Jichen's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. Xu Xiao quietly inquired, "Could it be that there's an urgent matter at the company?" Xu Jichen glanced at his phone and replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just a group chat. Probably about Zhou Yin and the others." Seated in the passenger seat, Xu Xiao gently brushed her hair aside and asked Ah Chun, "Do you think Uncle and Aunt will like me?" Xu Jichen affectionately patted her head, assuring her, "They certainly will." Like a pair of enamored youths, they arrived at the Xu family's ancestral home, sweetness enveloping them. However, as soon as they stepped inside, Mrs. Xu swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Xu Jichen's face. "Have you brought disgrace upon the Xu family today? Look at what you brought home." Madame Xu's face turned pale with fury. Following the events of this evening, she had become the subject of ridicule within the circles of high society. "What?" Xu Jichen gazed at Madame Xu in utter bewilderment. "And you, a single young lady, if you harbored no improper thoughts, how could such foul language possibly have escaped your lips?" Madame Xu disregarded Xu Jichen's words and turned her scornful gaze toward Xu Xiao, bitterly declaring, "You are truly an uncouth wretch. As long as I draw breath, you shall never enter the Xu family." Just as Xu Jichen attempted to interject, Madame Xu struck him once more, subsequently shutting both of them out. Chapter 49. Xu Xiao is unlike you. Her disposition is gentle. Is it truly necessary for you to be so ruthless? Although Xu Jichen was captivated by affection, he remained cognizant of the circumstances. He recognized that the messages on his phone were not mere trivial exchanges, but rather pertained to him, prompting him to swiftly retrieve his device and peruse the contents. Before long, he had unraveled the situation. "Xiao Xiao, Did you call Song Yining yesterday? Xu Jichen inquired, glancing at the somewhat flustered Su Xiao beside him. With tears glistening in her eyes, Su Xiao nodded slightly. Somehow, Song Yining managed to broadcast that voice. Everyone present tonight must have heard it, Xu Jichen remarked. This is also the reason for our parents' anger. Chun, I did not intend for this to happen, she replied softly, shaking her head. Miss Song appears to be quite different from the rumors. Were I a man, I believe I would find her quite captivating. As Su Xiao spoke, she began to sob quietly. I truly did not mean for this to occur. The deed was done, and I shall take you home to rest now. Xu Jichen could hardly bear to hear Song Yining's name. The mere mention of it evoked memories of the scene at the hotel, rendering him incapable of standing upright for the time being. That woman, Song Yining, is utterly deranged. During their return journey, Xu Jichen remained silent. While Su Xiao occupied the passenger seat, her thoughts racing. Song Yining was entirely different from her expectations. She was exceedingly cruel, having first injured herself and now tarnished her own reputation. In just a few days, she had endured so much torment. Indeed, she had been underestimated. Rest well tonight. I shall come to find you tomorrow, Xu Jichen said as he escorted Su Xiao upstairs. She embraced him briefly and whispered, Chun, I will love you forever. Without looking back, she entered the house. Xu Jichen furrowed his brow, finding her words somewhat peculiar. As he got into his car, he made a phone call instructing, have someone keep watch over the Dongyuan villa. Report anything immediately. After giving his orders, he drove towards Song Yining's villa by the river. As fate would have it, Song Yining had just concluded a conversation with Liang Qian and Zheng Yu when their vehicles crossed paths outside the villa. Xu Jichen's car blocked her way, and leaning against it, he lit a cigarette, casting a cold gaze towards Song Yining. Su Xiao is unlike you. Her disposition is gentle. Is it truly necessary for you to be so ruthless? Xu Jichen exhaled a smoke ring, fixing his eyes on her. And so? Song Yining replied, her demeanor I see. If Su Xiao mistreats me, must I simply endure it? I concede that the reckless driving incident was her fault, stemming from her lack of security. Xu Jichen responded, his impatience evident. You cannot still be harboring hopes towards me, can you? As long as Su Xiao does not provoke me. I care not how many times you both come and go. However, should you choose to incite my ire, you will only bring suffering upon yourselves. Song Yining glanced at his watch and remarked, it is rather late now. Following the usual antics of that little white flower, Su Xiao should be at home contemplating suicide to elicit your forgiveness. Are you truly certain you wish to remain here, engaging in this futile exchange? Hearing Song Yining mention Su Xiao once more, Xu Jichen's brow furrowed deeply. Yet in the next moment, his phone rang, the call from the bodyguard stationed at the Dongyuan villa. Mr. Su, it appears that Miss Su Xiao has attempted to cut her wrists. Xu Jichen abruptly lifted his gaze towards Song Yining. Chapter 50 indeed. Song Yining had accurately perceived everything. With a sardonic expression, Song Yining remarked, tell her to keep her distance. I have no interest in competing for a man. There is no need for such unrefined tactics that only serve to embarrass oneself. I have witnessed enough of the rivalry among women. Believe me, if you rush over there, you might even find a farewell letter she left for you. Watching your first love in such pain will only intensify your resentment towards me and your guilt towards Su Xiao. Naturally, the events of tonight at the hotel will be easily forgiven. She clicked her tongue in disdain. Of course, do not lay all the blame on the women. After all, if you were truly disinterested, you wouldn't have mingled with her. Raising her hand, she waved the keys. Now, go back to your white moonlight. With that, her sports car zipped past Xu Jichen like a gust of wind. Xu Jichen frowned but drove back to the East Courtyard Villa. The bodyguards were already waiting there, and upon seeing Xu Jichen, they hurried over to report, Mr. Su, Miss Su has been taken away by the ambulance. This envelope was found on her. Xu Jichen looked at the words farewell letter on the envelope, momentarily at a loss for words to describe his feelings. How did you discover her intentions? Xu Jichen asked, tucking the envelope away as he directed his question at the two bodyguards. They gestured towards the house, explaining, we heard a loud sound of shattering glass accompanied by a woman's cries. We realized something was amiss, rushed over, and broke the glass, only to find Miss Su had attempted to harm herself. Xu Jichen nodded. Tonight's events must not be disclosed to anyone. He parked the car outside the hospital, but did not rush in. Instead, he sat in the car and opened the farewell letter. It contained a simple line, Aiken, I will love you forever. I'm sorry. Xu Jichen had cherished Su Xiao for many years, and those words filled him with overwhelming guilt. Yet, Song Yining's remarks from that evening struck him like a thunderbolt, awakening him to the reality of the situation. He found himself unable to deny the truth in her words. Indeed, she had guessed everything correctly. With this realization, Xu Jichen exited the car, but did not head to Su Xiao's hospital room. Instead, he sought out the doctor who had treated Su Xiao earlier. In the presence of the doctor, he voiced his concerns. Was her wrist injury severe? The doctor, somewhat taken aback, responded honestly, the patient likely felt fear, so the wound isn't deep. She should recover quickly. Xu Jichen understood and made his way to the hospital room. Inside, Su Xiao had awakened, tears streaming down her face. Xu Jichen gently brushed her cheek with his hand, his voice hoarse. Why would you joke with your life? Su Xiao shook her head. I don't want to live. I don't want you to spend your life subject to others' ridicule. Xu Jichen remained silent. Su Xiao grasped Xu Jichen's hand, her tone softening. Aiken, why does Miss Song treat me this way? Does she harbor resentment towards me? What must I do to divert her attention away from me? Do you have any thoughts? Xu Jichen gently caressed Su Xiao's face. He had heard that Miss Song was at odds with the Song family. If we were to exert pressure on the Song family, would they not discipline Miss Song? Su Xiao spoke, had completion pod. Xu Jichen sat at the bedside. For the first time today, a sense of fatigue washed over him. Chapter 51. A playful encounter with Song Yining. Song Yining regarded Su Xiao with indifference, finding herself surprisingly amused. One day, she drove to meet Zhengyu, who resided in an upscale community in the East District, characterized by its splendid views and spacious flats. Zhengyu, a woman of swift action, kept her waiting in the car. Just as boredom began to set in, a familiar figure caught her eye. It was none other than Song Yining. What could he possibly be doing here? Had Jiang Yuan procured another property for him? It seemed implausible. That initial small ambition had already compelled Jiang Yuan to take considerable risks. Unbeknownst to Song Yining, Song Yining was oblivious to her presence. His gaze fixed intently on the petite woman beside him, clad in an elegant Chanel ensemble, her straight hair cascading down her back, suggesting she hailed from a wealthy background. Song Yining, possessing decent looks and a respectable lineage, had surprisingly moved on from the shadow of Bai Lily and embarked on a romantic venture. What are you staring at? Zhengyu queried as she entered the car and noticed Song Yining's intense focus outside. Has Song Yining found a girlfriend? Is she from your community? Do you know her? Song Yining inquired, gesturing toward the couple ahead. Zhengyu could only discern the woman's silhouette and shook her head. I really can't tell. But her attire is rather extravagant. Clearly, he has a poor taste in women, Song Yining remarked with a dismissive click of her tongue. Shall we have some fun with him? Zhengyu asked, her curiosity piqued. Observing the delighted grin that stretched across Song Yining's face, Song Yining replied, just stay hidden. I shall toy with him for my amusement. With that, she drove directly in front of Song Yining, catching his attention alongside the petite woman. As the car came to a halt, the window slid down, and Song Yining removed her sunglasses, beaming at Song Yining. Mr. Song, have you found a new flame so soon? I haven't yet confronted you about your mistreatment of my sister. In the midst of her words, her gaze drifted toward the woman opposite Song Yining. The sight was startling enough that her sunglasses slipped from her grasp. Song Yining, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, hastily reassured the woman beside him. Hui, don't listen to her nonsense. She is my sister. I have never wronged you in any way. You scoundrel, how dare you act so shamelessly? It's truly disheartening, especially considering my sister has lost a child due to you. With those words, Song Yining pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Song Yining floundering in a state of confusion as he attempted to explain himself to the woman. Your brother's taste resembles your father's, both favoring delicate flowers, Zhengyu commented, leaning back in her seat. Indeed, they're strikingly similar. They could be the same person. Song Yining mused. Zhengyu spat out her milk tea in shock. What? The same person? Her jaw dropped in disbelief. You previously mentioned that the young woman your father met was the same as the one who threatened your brother. Are you saying this one is too? Song Yining nodded, affirming, indeed, she must be a beauty influencer, possessing extraordinary makeup skills. To be frank, I have begun to harbor doubts. The last time she approached Song Yining for 2 million for a photograph. Perhaps it was staged. Why is that? Zheng Yu inquired. She is quite fearful of me. Just a moment ago, I noticed her drop the bag she was holding, Song Yining replied. However, one thing is certain, she must be in need of money again. This time, she is presenting herself as a wealthy beauty, likely seeking even more. She treats Song Yining like an ATM, resorting to her whims whenever funds run low. Truly an extraordinary individual, Zheng Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 52. Does my brother's girlfriend come from a wealthy family? When Song Yining received a call from Song Yining, she initially thought it was Song Yining reporting her behavior at home. However, Song Yining directly stated, "Come back for a visit. Madame Xu is here." Madame Xu? The mother of Xu Jichen? She called Liang Qian to inquire, what kind of person is Madame Xu? Liang Qian was quite perceptive, aside from Meng Yan. She had a clear understanding of most matters. Yet, Song Yining had hardly interacted with Madame Xu, so she sought some insight for preparation. Madame Xu values her son above all else and is somewhat concerned with her reputation. Just engage her appropriately, Yining, Liang Qian advised. After expressing her gratitude, Song Yining drove to the Song family's villa. Upon her arrival, she found Jiang Yuan enthusiastically pouring tea for Madame Xu. Yining has arrived. Please take a seat, Madame Xu said, recalling her husband's words before he left, and thus she treated Song Yining with courtesy, devoid of any harshness. I wish to discuss the charity gala with you today, Madame Xu continued, pulling out a card from her bag. I heard from your father that you are currently starting a business. This card contains 50 million as compensation for you. However, I have one condition. Should you encounter any provocations from Xu Xiu in the future, I hope you can show our family some consideration. As Madame Xu presented the card, both Jiang Yuan and Song Yining widened their eyes in astonishment. Song Yining observed their reactions and accepted the card with grace, replying, "With your assurance, Aunt, I feel much more at ease. I will have Aiken handle that little wretch, Xu Xiu." The mention of Xu Xiu ignited Madame Xu's ire. Song Yining raised an eyebrow. Pleased, she had, like by Lily, found a veritable source of funds. That's enough. There's no need to see me off. As a young lady, you should be mindful of your reputation, Madame Xu remarked, a hint of discomfort lingering in her heart, for had Song Yining not chosen to keep the recording private, such a scandal would not have erupted. With a polite nod, Song Yining replied, "Certainly, Aunt." Her submissive demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the 3 members of the Song family who stood behind her. After all, in their eyes, Song Yining was a fierce individual who could confront her own father without hesitation. Once Madame Xu departed, Song Yining remarked sarcastically, "You really know how to put on a show today." Holding up the card, Song Yining replied, "What can I say? The offer is simply too generous." Jiang Yuan glanced at the card and then at Song Yining, stepping forward to grasp Song Yining's arm. "Ningning, your father has been facing some challenges at work. Given that you seem financially stable, why not consider it a way to help him out?" "Dad, is this your intention?" Song Yining turned to Song Yining and asked. "This compensation is for the humiliation I suffered at the hands of Xu Jichen and his associates. Our family business is doing well. Do we really need this 50 million? Song Yining glanced at Jiang Yuan before responding. "Your aunt is merely concerned about me. But don't look at me like that. I wouldn't withhold your money." A sense of impatience colored Jiang Yuan's expression, clearly eager for the funds. Song Yining pretended not to notice and suddenly caught sight of several luxury gift boxes placed on the table. "Are these also for me?" she inquired. No. These are gifts from your brother's girlfriend, and there is one for you as well." Upon mentioning Song Yining's girlfriend, Jiang Yuan's expression brightened considerably. "The young lady comes from a well-off family and is quite sensible. We should invite her over for dinner another day. However, I must ask you, Ningning, to exercise restraint as it pertains to your brother's future," Jiang Yuan whispered. "And Jiang, what does my brother's girlfriend do?" Song Yining casually opened the gift bag addressed to her and inquired of Jiang Yuan. "Oh, I've heard that her family owns several mines," Jiang Yuan replied, unable to conceal her delight. "They own mines?" Song Yining exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 53. Song Yining pondered over how to make Song Yining experience a significant setback. Today, when I visited Hui, Song Yining was up to her usual tricks. I promised Hui I would purchase a necklace for her. Song Yining turned to Jiang Yuan and said, "Please support me in this endeavor. In the afternoon, I will have your card unblocked. When associating with such young women, one must not appear miserly," remarked Song Yining. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, her words laced with caution. "Isn't she the only daughter in her family? Treat her well, and in the future, all those mines will eventually belong to you. The necklace is not worth much. You should buy her a few. By the way, let us gift her my jade bracelet as well." Song Yining nearly burst into laughter. She exclaimed, "I recall that Aunt Zhang's jade bracelet is quite valuable, isn't it? Several million, perhaps?" Jiang Yuan eyed Song Yining with slight wariness, then smiled and said, "Ning, one day, and it will help you find a good man too. And then I'll gift you a bracelet as well. There are two of them after all. Then I shall thank you in advance, Auntie." Song Yining replied with a playful smile. "By the way, could you inquire with Hui about when her parents will visit? Our families should meet," Jiang Yuan suggested. Song Yining nodded in agreement. Song Yining waved his hand and left with the jade bracelet in tow. Observing the cheerful couple, Song Yining found it amusing. They were fully aware that finding a suitable partner for Song Yining in the capital was fraught with complications due to his numerous vulnerabilities. However, securing a wealthy mine owner from a distant land suited their intentions perfectly, as if the mine had already become their own. How utterly sordid. Upon returning to the office from the Song residence, Secretary Lin hurriedly approached Song Yining, reporting, "Boss, our newly launched Intangible Cultural Heritage Floral Pattern Bracelet Series is experiencing excellent pre-order numbers. The Student Council from Jing University wishes to invite you to participate in a seminar. Will you attend?" "Yes," Song Yining replied decisively. Secretary Lin hesitated, standing to the side, seemingly at a loss for words. Noticing his expression, Song Yining inquired, "What is it? Is there an issue?" Secretary Lin, appearing somewhat troubled, said, "Boss, I inquired about the seminar, which is primarily organized by the School of Management. Besides your presentation, the majority will consist of a Q&A session, meaning the students will pose various questions to you. I have reviewed previous seminars, and many participants struggled to respond effectively. This is my concern. You worry I might falter? Do not fret," Song Yining reassured him, waving her hand while handing over the luxurious bag she had been holding. "You've been working hard lately. This is for your wife. Absolutely genuine." Secretary Lin was moved to the point of tears. Recently, those acquainted with Song Yining at Jing University have learned about his relationship with a wealthy heiress from a mining family. Many flocked to him upon hearing the news. And with his card unblocked by Song Yining, Song Yining has been living quite comfortably these days. Upon seeing the poster for the latest interview session adorned with Song Yining's photograph at school, he could not help but chuckle aloud. How amusing it was that such a lightweight dared to grace our institution. If we don't show her a thing or two, she might think this place is akin to a kindergarten. Contemplating this, Song Yining decided to make a few calls, determined to ensure that Song Yining would embarrass herself on the day of the discussion. Chapter 54. That day. It was Lu Mingyu who helped her on the day of the symposium. Zheng Yu had initially suggested that Song Yining wear a new-style Chinese dress, which would perfectly align with the theme of the event. Paired with exquisite jewelry from Cine, it would undoubtedly create a splendid effect. However, once Song Yining entered her work mode, the powerful aura of a strong woman enveloped her. After several attempts at changing outfits, she ultimately settled on a shirt, black trousers, and high-heeled shoes. "I feel like I might just be swayed by you," Zheng Yu remarked, snapping photos while expressing her admiration. Song Yining rolled up her sleeves and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Zheng Yu chuckled and approached to adjust her attire, leaning in curiously to ask, "Aren't you worried? My cousin is quite familiar with the leaders of the management school. Having him assist would be no trouble at all." It had been a while since Song Yining had seen Lu Mingyu. For some reason, she recalled the driver who had offered the dashcam footage during the incident with Su Xiao. Casually, she turned to Zheng Yu and said, "Last time, Liang Qian took me to a private winery in Banshan for a meal. The food was delightful. Once this hectic period is over, I'd love to take you all there. Is it the one at the mountaintop? I've been there with my cousin, who is well acquainted with the owner," Zheng Yu exclaimed. her eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Song Yining realized the connection. It was highly probable that the driver who had offered the dashcam footage was indeed associated with Lu Mingyu. He was assisting her. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of Beijing University, Song Yining preferred to arrive early. When she got there, the crowd was sparse. The attendees, being the elite of society, regarded her with indifference, as if she were merely an ordinary individual or a wealthy heir, rather than an esteemed business manager. My goodness, I feel an immense psychological pressure standing here, Zheng Yu whispered. Song Yining patted her hand reassuringly. We are all human, aren't we? I feel as though I'm surrounded by a multitude of my cousins, Zheng Yu said with a wry smile, causing Song Yining to nearly burst into laughter at her description. Half an hour before the meeting commenced, the students began to arrive one after another. The symposium was moderated by the student council, and Song Yining started by discussing the theme of traditional craftsmanship, including promotional strategies and the follow-up on production lines. After delivering a succinct overview, they transitioned into an exhilarating Q&A session. Sitting there, Song Yining could distinctly sense the students' heightened enthusiasm. Miss Song, a male student raised a microphone. Do you believe your current achievements are a result of your advantageous family background? Song Yining smiled and retorted, You are dressed in expensive clothing. May I ask if your presence at this prestigious institution is due to a favorable family as well? The boy was momentarily taken aback by her response. No offense intended, but to be frank, I have not yet achieved much, at least not on the surface. Song Yining candidly remarked. Thus, if I have the opportunity to participate in this event again next year, I shall inform you whether there is a connection between the two. Miss Song, as a third-generation business heir, what do you perceive as the distinction between yourself and a professional manager? Another inquiry arose. Song Yining raised an eyebrow and responded. I believe I can embody both a professional manager and a third-generation business heir, whereas a professional manager may only fulfill the role of a manager. Chapter 55, Cousin. She is incredibly charismatic, Go. The male student who posed the question clearly had his eyes alight, not due to satisfaction with Song Yining's response, but because he perceived that she had inadvertently stepped into the trap he had set. Consequently, his subsequent inquiries revolved around the professional expertise of a managerial role. To be frank, unless one has specialized knowledge and a profound understanding of the subject, providing a satisfactory answer is exceedingly challenging. He was quite certain that Song Yining had fallen into the snare and would find it difficult to extricate herself. However, Song Yining's ensuing replies astonished both him and several teachers present. She not only articulated theoretical concepts, but also illustrated real-world situations, making the entire discourse comprehensible and devoid of errors. Her responses ignited a competitive spirit among the audience, prompting a barrage of increasingly sophisticated questions, all of which she addressed effortlessly. By the conclusion, two teachers could no longer contain themselves and stepped forward, yet they too were deftly countered. Zheng Yu, hiding behind the camera, was left dumbfounded. Ultimately, Song Yining instructed Secretary Lin to present some thoughtful jewelry tokens to the teachers and students who had posed questions, and then expressed her gratitude for the opportunity to share her insights, expressing hope for future engagements. Her demeanor was both graceful and poised. Zheng Yu felt her heart swell with admiration, even secretly snapping a photo to send to her cousin. Brother, she was incredibly charismatic today. Go for it. Lu Mingyu. Zheng Yu did not have the chance to reply to Lu Mingyu, instead joining the crowd in applause. In a corner, Song Yining glared fiercely at the two lackeys he had summoned, muttering curses under his breath. Useless fools. As Song Yining departed, she cast a glance toward that corner, prompting Song Yining to instinctively lower his head to evade her gaze. However, it was not long before his phone buzzed with a message from Song Yining, simple yet striking. It contained no words, only an emoji of a raised middle finger. Song Yining. She actually knows I am here. After Song Yining left, numerous students uploaded recordings of her presentation online, her eloquence and sensitivity to questions earning her newfound respect from many. Dressed simply in a white top and black pants, with delicate fingers adorned by a piece of heartfelt jewelry, the ring quickly sold out. In the hospital, Su Xiao, having watched a video, flung her tablet across the room in frustration. Just as Xu Jichen entered, the tablet collided directly with his leg. Xu Jichen Wien set, causing Su Xiao to sit up abruptly from her sickbed, tears streaming down her face. Ah Chun, are you all right? I didn't mean to. Su Xiao exclaimed anxiously. Xu Jichen picked up the tablet, which displayed Song Yining's face. Her expression drew the viewer's gaze instinctively. The doctor informed him, "You could be discharged tomorrow." Xu Jichen rubbed his temples. "I can no longer stay at the East Garden property. My parents have sent someone to clear it out. I have a large flat at Songmei. You should move there. Do my parents still harbor misunderstandings about me?" Su Xiao gazed at Xu Jichen, tears cascading from her eyes like precious pearls. "Are they disappointed in you? It matters not to me, as long as they hold no grievances against you. Once you have recovered, you should return to school." Xu Jichen looked at Su Xiao and remarked, "Indeed, it is preferable for a woman to have a career." Su Xiao was taken aback and replied, "Ah Chun, did you not previously disapprove of my dedication to my career?" Chapter 56. Meng Yin scrutinized Liang Qian as one would examine merchandise. Xu Jichen returned the tablet to Su Xiao, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "You should focus on your work to avoid overthinking. Furthermore, didn't you express your desire to study abroad and return to educate others?" Su Xiao fell silent. Noticing Xu Jichen's lack of further consolation, she suddenly looked up and asked, "Ah Chun, do you still have feelings for Song Yining?" Xu Jichen's expression darkened. He regarded Su Xiao with a serious demeanor and replied, "If I truly had feelings for her, do you think I would have let her divorce me?" Su Xiao understood Xu Jichen all too well. She recognized that he was on the brink of anger, so she refrained from pressing the matter further and instead leaned into his embrace. "Our affairs do not involve anyone else," Xu Jichen said, gazing down at her. "You need only to concentrate on yourself." Su Xiao muttered an acknowledgement. "I understand. Should I apologize to Miss Song?" Upon recalling Song Yining's demeanor, Xu Jichen shook his head. "There's no need. It's evident that she would not accept your apology." Su Xiao's expression shifted slightly. After leaving the hospital, Xu Jichen inquired of his driving secretary, "What events has Song Yining participated in recently?" The assistant glanced at Xu Jichen's expression in the rearview mirror, and upon seeing him appear composed, replied, "Miss Song attended a seminar at Jingda this morning." Xu Jichen acknowledged with a hum, but midway through the journey, he retrieved the video on his phone. Can a person change so drastically? He pondered aloud. The secretary shrank back slightly, reflecting before shaking his head. He had often delivered documents to Xu Jichen and had encountered Miss Song numerous times. She had always been vibrant and her inquiries eccentric, a stark contrast to the knowledgeable persona presented in today's video. Such traits, as any learned individual would know, are not feigned but stem from genuine understanding. The secretary regarded Xu Jichen once more before continuing at his nod. "Sir, is it possible that Miss Song was pretending?" Pretending? This was a perspective Xu Jichen had never considered. But what could be her motive for such deception? After concluding the seminar, Song Yining was being urged by the chattering Zheng Yu to go out for a meal when Liang Shen's call came in urgently. "Song Yining, can you reach my sister? I've tried calling and messaging her, but there has been no response, and no one is home." Liang Shen's voice was laced with concern. Song Yining offered some words of reassurance before turning to call Song Yixing, asking, "Do you know where Meng Yin often goes to unwind?" Song Yixing, a former frequenter of indulgent pursuits, would likely have some insight. "Zheng Yu, drive to Emerald Bay," Song Yining articulated clearly. "Also, let your cousin know we need his assistance, as Emerald Bay is under the Liu family's domain." At this moment, in the private room of Emerald Bay No. 3, Liang Qian stood at the door, clad in a white dress, feeling utterly at a loss. Today, Meng Yin had unexpectedly messaged her, requesting that she prepare herself to accompany him to an event. She had assumed it would be a formal gathering requiring a female companion. To her astonishment, she found herself the sole woman amidst a group of Meng Yan's boisterous companions, who were busy smoking and drinking. What was she doing standing there? Shouldn't she hurry inside? They had previously promised that she was an excellent dancer. Let her entertain them with a dance for their amusement. Meng Yin lounged in a chair, adorned with dark eye makeup, scrutinizing Liang Qian as if she were an object on display. Chapter 57. When she lifted her gaze towards Meng Yin again, there was no trace of affection left in her eyes. Liang Qian felt a sudden chill at the scrutiny of the men around her. and she began to cough due to the smoke lingering in the private room. Meng Yan, could you please refrain from smoking? She implored, her complexion pale. Hearing Liang Qian's request, Meng Yan reacted as though he had heard the most ludicrous jest. A man's pleasures are few. You expect me to quit smoking? Who are you to me? Liang Qian raised her eyes, regarding Meng Yan as if he were a stranger. We are husband and wife. Huh. Ask them who still has any interest in their wives. Besides, you know better than anyone how our marriage came to be. If it weren't for your Liang family's coercion, would I ever have married you? Meng Yan chuckled mockingly. On the night of the charity gala, you heard everything in the fire escape, didn't you? Leaning back in his chair, Meng Yan disdainfully remarked, you are not even worth a single finger of hers. Gu Jiao Jiao is not what you think she is. Back then Liang Qian's words were abruptly cut short as Meng Yan splashed a cup of tea toward her. The water drenched her dress, rendering the fabric somewhat transparent. Yet, Meng Yan paid no mind to it. Liang Qian, stop putting on airs. Dance with the brothers. Once you finish, I will let you go. As Liang Qian turned to leave, a mere glance from Meng Yan caused someone to step forward and shut the door to the private room. Liang Qian's gaze, filled with sorrow and despair, sought Meng Yan's. In his eyes, she found no hint of love. After all these years, what had she truly been hoping for? Suddenly, Liang Qian laughed, a sound that clearly furrowed Meng Yan's brow. Liang Qian, do not force my hand against women, he warned, extinguishing his cigarette and directing his words at her. Liang Qian remained silent, quietly setting down her bag. Just as she placed it down, the door was violently kicked open from the outside, startling the men in the room. Meng Yan's eyelids twitched instinctively, and in the next moment, Song Yining strode in, still clad in the white top and black pants from the symposium that day. Yining. Upon seeing Song Yining, the pent-up grievances within Liang Qian erupted, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Song Yining, what are you doing here? Meng Yan looked at this madwoman. Zheng Yu rushed in, immediately shouting, Meng Yan, what do you mean by bullying a woman? Bullying her? Huh. Meng Yan squinted. What about Liang Qian is worth my bullying? Her family background? She is merely a foster daughter of the Liang family, of average service, and she cannot bear me children. Yining, it's all right, I will dance. Once I finish, I will divorce him, Liang Qian said softly, grasping Song Yining's arm. Song Yining held onto Zheng Yu beside her, helping Liang Qian with her bag, and then asked with a serious expression, are you certain you are not joking? Yes, I have come to a realization. He knows I love him, so he understands precisely how to make me suffer. Liang Qian shook her head, her eyes swollen with tears. Today, I have truly lost hope. From this moment on, I shall harbor no further expectations of him. Divorce is the only path I shall take. Zheng Yu, please close the door. Song Yining instructed as she addressed Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu hesitated, but at a glance from Liang Qian, she complied and stepped forward to shut the door. Before leaving, Song Yining gently patted Liang Qian's shoulder, reassuring her, we will both be out there. Do not worry. Liang Qian nodded in response. When she turned her gaze back to Meng Yan, there was no longer a trace of affection in her eyes. Chapter 58. Song Yining, if you defeat me, Meng Yan, I shall consent. Outside the private room, Zheng Yu gazed at Song Yining, who was leaning against the wall, and inquired with confusion. The Liang family has always treated Liang Qian as if she were their own daughter. She is, after all, a wealthy young lady. How could she endure such humiliation? Song Yining shook her head. No destruction, no establishment. Before Zheng Yu could respond, the sounds of several men cheering erupted from within the room. Inside, Liang Qian's eyes were unfocused, as if she were blind to her surroundings. All she was aware of was Meng Yan sitting across from her, as she danced fervently, seemingly striving to expel the pent-up sorrow that had long resided in her heart. At first, Meng Yan watched with a smirk, but as he continued to observe, his expression shifted. Liang Qian appeared to immerse herself deeper in her dance, her face a mask of anguish that was both pained and detached, evoking a sense of despair. Enough, stop dancing, Meng Yan shouted, glancing at the eager faces of his companions, and in a fit of rage, he crushed a wine glass in his hand. Yet, Liang Qian seemed oblivious to his outburst, lost in her own rhythm. For the first time in her life, she did not allow Meng Yan's decisions to sway her thoughts. She danced like a shattered butterfly, performing the final dance of her existence. After what felt like an eternity, the dance finally came to a close. Liang Qian steadied her breath and lifted her gaze to meet the somber visage of Meng Yan. I have finished my dance. This piece is titled Farewell. I shall agree to the divorce. I will sign the divorce agreement your secretary brought me when I return. As Meng Yan watched Liang Qian turn to leave, he suddenly spoke, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Previously, I implored you for a divorce, and you delayed until today to acquiesce. However, upon reflection, I find that I no longer desire a divorce. When Song Yining and Zheng Yu entered the room, they overheard Meng Yan's declaration of reluctance to divorce. Liang Qian turned back, her expression dazed as she gazed at him. Upon seeing the playful look on his face, her tears spilled uncontrollably. What? Shall I repeat myself? Meng Yan asked Liang Qian. I do not consent to the divorce. Zheng Yu swiftly pulled Liang Qian aside. Wiping her tears, while Song Yining leaned casually against the door, her gaze fixed on Meng's injured left hand, which had been cut by the shattered glass. She inquired in a nonchalant tone, what must Mr. Meng do to facilitate the divorce? Let us do this, Song Yining proposed, sitting upright as Meng Yan faced her. Miss Song, the matter concerning C-Yuan technology is settled, yet I cannot swallow my pride. Why not engage in a duel? If you can walk out of this room on your own accord today, I shall consent to the divorce, and we will sign the agreement. What say you? Yining, let us go, Liang Qian urged, grasping Song Yining's arm to leave. However, Song Yining patted both her and Zheng Yu's hands before turning back to Meng Yan with a smile. Upon entering, I noticed your secretary outside. Have him bring in the divorce agreement. As for the fight, we should draft a contract in advance. Regardless of the outcome, neither party shall bear any responsibility, and the loser must fulfill their promise immediately. What do you think, Meng Yan? Meng Yan gazed earnestly at Song Yining. Are you serious? Naturally, Song Yining nodded. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan's rowdy companions regarded Song Yining with expressions of astonishment. They were well aware that Meng Yan, seasoned by a lifetime of streetwise experience, possessed a formidable strength that even the most robust of men would find challenging to withstand, let alone the delicate-framed Song Yining. Chapter 59. I believe in her. Liang Qian firmly grasped Song Yining's arm, refusing to let her enter. Just as Song Yining was about to soothe her, a tall figure hurriedly approached from the end of the corridor, clearly in urgent need. Senior brother, Liang Qian instinctively called out, as her teacher was Lu Mingyu's mother, leading her to address Lu Mingyu as senior brother. Upon seeing Lu Mingyu, Zheng Yu looked as if she had spotted a savior. She opened her mouth to speak, but Lu Mingyu's gaze had already shifted towards Song Yining. Mr. Lu has also arrived? Is it to prevent me from causing trouble in your hotel? Meng Yan stood up, already signaling his dubious companions to disperse, leaving only him and Song Yining in the room. All losses incurred in the private room would be borne by the loser. Song Yining noticed Meng Yan's secretary had come in, and she signed the document first, then gestured for Meng Yan to sign the agreement regarding the brawl. Only then did she allow Zheng Yu to take Liang Qian away. Zheng Yu kept winking at Lu Mingyu, urging him to stop Song Yining from engaging in a fight with Meng Yan. Meng Yan is utterly insane. What if someone gets hurt? Song Yining glanced at Lu Mingyu and then willingly closed the door. As soon as the door was shut, Zheng Yu turned to Lu Mingyu and exclaimed, Cousin, weren't you supposed to stop Song Yining? Why are you silent? Lu Mingyu regarded the closed door of the private room and calmly replied, I believe in her. What do you believe in? Just look at her slender arms and legs. Zheng Yu was on the verge of losing her composure. Inside the room, Song Yining removed her high-heeled shoes and stood to one side, her gaze coldly fixed on Meng Yan. Meng Yan had taken off his suit jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves, disdain evident in his tone as he said, Song Yining, what a pity that you are a woman. Had you been a man, you might have been a worthy opponent. Song Yining looked at Meng Yan's solid muscles, her expression remaining neutral as she replied, I have long warned you that blind confidence comes with a price. Meng Yan approached her, retorting, who has to say who is blindly confident? Those waiting outside the private room soon heard the sounds emanating from within. Not the clatter of furniture, but rather the unmistakable sounds of an actual fight. It is my fault. I always drag her down. Liang Qian was on the verge of collapse, her gaze vacant as she stared at the wall. A few people waited outside, time dragging on painfully. Liang Shun, having learned what was transpiring inside, moved forward to kick the door open, only to be stopped by Zheng Yu. Can you not have a little faith in her? Zheng Yu felt as though she had been brainwashed by her cousin Lu Mingyu, actually believing that Song Yining could hold her own against Meng Yan. Are you out of your mind? How could a woman like Song Yining possibly defeat Meng Yan? Liang Shun was growing increasingly agitated. Lu Mingyu's gaze fell upon Liang Shun, assessing the young man's thoughts. I'll step aside for a moment. After guarding the door for a while, Lu Mingyu walked to the fire escape and asked his assistant Fong, "Do you have a cigarette?" Secretary Fong was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly produced a cigarette and a lighter, offering them to Lu Mingyu. In his recollection, after years of serving Lu Mingyu, this marked the first instance of him smoking. Just as Lu Mingyu's cigarette remained unlit, a commotion suddenly erupted from the private room, prompting him to discard the cigarette, his polished black shoes crushing the forlorn stick as he strode purposefully towards the source of the disturbance. Chapter 60. Song Yining, well done. As the door to the private room swung open, Meng Yan's entourage of rascals rushed in, only to be swiftly expelled by Zheng Yu and Liang Shun. Just as Liang Shun was about to charge inside, the voice of Song Yining resonated from within. "Liang Qian, come in." Liang Qian instinctively searched for Song Yining amidst the crowd, finding her in the corner, her face unmarred by any wounds. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Approaching her gently, Liang Qian embraced her, fearful of causing her any pain. "Please sign the divorce agreement." Song Yining gestured towards the document laid upon the table. Liang Qian nodded, her fingers trembling as she inscribed her name, bidding farewell to a decade of her youth. "Now, let Meng Yan's secretary in." Once Liang Qian completed her signature, Song Yining continued. Outside, Liang Shun shouted towards Meng Yan's secretary, who appeared utterly baffled by the commotion. Yet, upon entering, he beheld Meng Yan slumped against the floor, his arms hanging limply, blood staining his face, his expression one of utter despair. "Call an ambulance and have the hotel compensation form signed," Song Yining instructed with remarkable composure. Hearing the commotion, Meng Yan instinctively gazed at Song Yining across the room, where she stood illuminated by the sunlight, her eyes icy and resolute. "Song Yining, well done." Meng Yan coughed involuntarily. The secretary, hesitant to speak, made the call and cautiously approached Meng Yan to assist him, realizing that his boss seemed utterly defeated. After Meng Yan was helped away, Song Yining appeared to be drained of all vitality, a spurt of blood escaping her lips. Liang Shun, in a state of panic, was about to rush in when a tall figure swiftly stepped ahead, lifting Song Yining into his arms and striding towards the exit. "Who is he? By what right does he take Song Yining?" Liang Shun shouted in pursuit. Zheng Yu struck Liang Shun on the back of his neck, exasperated. "Hurry and attend to your sister." Liang Shun turned back to support Liang Qian, yet his glare remained fixed on the imposing figure. Secretary Fong experienced a series of shocks that day. First, witnessing his boss smoking, and now this. He pressed the accelerator almost to the floor, with his boss in the back seat cradling the injured Song Yining. Blood trickled from her lips, and they resembled a pair of star-crossed lovers from a drama. "Stop staring and drive," came the voice of Lu Mingyu from the back seat. Caught in the act, Secretary Fong reddened in embarrassment and focused intently on the road to the hospital. "I'm fine. It's not internal bleeding," Song Yining reassured, shaking her head. "I just bit my cheek." "And how long have you known Liang Qian? Is she worth risking your life for?" Lu Mingyu's tone was laden with disapproval. Song Yining locked her gaze on the disheveled man before her and retorted, "And you? How long have you known her?" "It was you who helped me with the dashcam footage during that incident at the mountains, wasn't it?" "That's a different matter." Lu Mingyu averted his eyes from hers. Song Yining shook his head, stating, "There is no difference. I only seek a clear conscience. Saving you is one instance, and rescuing her is no different." Secretary Fong, who was discreetly observing, unmistakably noticed that after Song's declaration, his boss's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 61. It seems that she might be the future mistress. In the hospital, Lu Mingyu had someone conduct a thorough examination of Song Yining, and the results confirmed that she was quite healthy, with only minor injuries that were not severe. Liang Qian and Zheng Yu remained by her side, while Yang Shun was sent home by Liang Qian. After completing the hospitalization procedures, Secretary Fong spotted his boss standing at the corner of the corridor and approached him, somewhat obsequiously remarking, "Boss." I inquired and discovered that General Manager Meng is downstairs. Both of his arms have been dislocated and 3 of his ribs are fractured. Lu Mingyu merely acknowledged him with a sound of assent. Secretary Fong, unable to discern whether his boss was pleased or displeased, quietly stood to the side in anticipation. After a considerable pause, Lu Mingyu turned to leave, momentarily hesitating as he passed by Song Yining's ward before continuing on his way. Secretary Fong noticed this shift and thought to himself, "It seems that I must pay more attention to this manager Song. Perhaps she will be the future mistress of the household." Within the hospital room, Liang Qian gazed at Song Yining's swollen cheek, tears brimming in her eyes once more. Song Yining raised her hand, saying, "It's all right, I'm fine. I'll rest here for a day, and Secretary Lin will come to fetch me tomorrow." Liang Qian, still puzzled, finally voiced the question that had been troubling her. "Yining, is work really that alluring to you? Is the feeling of standing shoulder to shoulder with these so-called domineering CEOs truly that gratifying?" Song Yining looked at Liang Qian and replied, "You should try it sometime, revolving around your career." Liang Qian sat there in a daze, unaware of the tumult that this statement stirred within her. The secretary of her senior brother addressed them as Miss Liang and Miss Zheng, yet only referred to Yining as Manager Song. Such a designation was something she had never heard in connection with her mother. As Zheng Yu and Liang Qian whispered to each other, Song Yining's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw that it was her brother, Song Yicheng. "Brother?" Song Yining answered, "What is it? Aunt Jiang has taken you and Mao Mao to the Song family villa? No need to return just yet. Stay there. Whatever you need, ask Aunt Jiang for it. Don't hold back. Spend freely. Just one thing, you must always keep Mao Mao close." Song Yining instructed, "I'm not feeling well today, so I'll leave the family matters to you." Song Yicheng's heart softened for his sister. Hearing her vulnerability ignited a surge of responsibility within him. Meanwhile, at the Song residence, after hanging up the phone, Song Yicheng pulled Mao Mao, who was sitting quietly on the sofa, closer to him, their legs brushing against one another. Jiang Yuan glanced at Song Yicheng and then at the visibly anxious Mao Mao, smiling as she said, "Yicheng, why so tense? This is your home. Feel free to do as you wish." "Really?" Song Yicheng looked at Jiang Yuan, who nodded affirmatively. "Of course. And Jiang, I beg you, please help me." Song Yihong looked at Jiang Yuan with a face full of frustration. "I reside in the Linjiang villa, and I'm nearly going crazy from confinement. It's been ages since I last had the pleasure of shopping, and now that I have finally returned home, could you indulge me by purchasing some outfits?" Undoubtedly, Song Yihong possessed a remarkable flair for the life of a dandy. Jiang Yuan had welcomed both Song Yihong and his father with the intention of inquiring about Song Yining, hoping to seize the opportunity to reprimand him. Naturally, she was inclined to oblige, as one cannot bear to lose a child while trying to ensnare a wolf. However, she was unaware that Song Yining had instructed Song Yihong to spend extravagantly at the Song family estate. Thus, when the personal shopper from H Company arrived at her doorstep with a selection of garments half an hour later, it was already too late for Jiang Yuan to reconsider. Little did she know, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 62 Mother. News has arrived from Liang Shun's side. Song Yining has been assaulted. Jiang Yuan, observing the grand spectacle, chuckled and inquired of Song Yicheng, "Xing, since you reside at the Linjiang villa, has your sister not provided you with new garments?" Song Yicheng nodded, "Of course. But it seems my sister has recently suffered losses in the stock market, and our family is rather financially constrained. Aunt Jiang, you will cover the cost for these clothes today, won't you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan quickly grasped the crucial information, nodding in response, "Indeed. You mentioned that Yining has faced setbacks in her investments?" Song Yicheng confirmed, speaking vaguely, "It appears so. In any case, my sister is quite impoverished." Jiang Yuan's mind raced, as if contemplating something profound, while Song Yicheng seized the opportunity to enthusiastically select garments. It is well known that clothing from the H brand is exorbitantly priced, and with Song Yicheng's tall and slender frame, he reveled in his choices, while Mao Mao quietly followed him like a small shadow. After indulging himself, he finally noticed the little shadow behind him and lifted Mao Mao, turning to the sales assistant. Is there anything suitable for him? Indeed, we have a bag that would suit a young child, along with a new accessory. The assistant replied with a beaming smile, preparing the invoice while cheerfully adding, Mr. Song, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Song Yining gestured towards Jiang Yuan, prompting the assistant to approach her with the invoice. Jiang Yuan, still in a daze, was suddenly jolted by the figure on the receipt. For $1,950,000? In a mere half hour, Song Yining had spent $4,950,000. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. With my sister's financial state, I am on the verge of becoming a beggar, Song Yining remarked, satisfied with his acquisitions, and kindly slung the small backpack on a Mao Mao's back. Feeling the weight of many eyes upon her, Jiang Yuan refrained from expressing her discontent and reluctantly settled the bill, her teeth clenched in frustration. And Jiang, it seems the C brand has released several new styles. Shall we invite them over this afternoon? Song Yining asked, grinning widely at Jiang Yuan. She replied ambiguously. It was at this moment that Song Yining returned, pushing open the door. Upon witnessing the scene in the living room, he was too astonished to react and immediately addressed Jiang Yuan. Mother, Song Yining has been beaten. Mao Mao, upon hearing this, dropped the small bag from his hands, while Song Yining turned to Song Yining with a look of disbelief. The news comes from Liang Shun's side. It appears Meng Yan was the assailant, Song Yining continued. She is currently lying in the hospital. Did they mention the reason behind it? Jiang Yuan inquired. Song Yining shook his head dismissively. What does it matter? Prepare yourself. We shall visit President Meng at the hospital. Jiang Yuan quietly advised Song Yining. Meng Yan is quite capable. Fostering a good relationship with him will benefit you in the future. Mao Mao, unable to decipher the conversation between the two, sensed an ominous undertone and helplessly tugged at Song Yining's clothing. Aunt Jiang, may I invite the people from the C brand to deliver clothes this afternoon? Song Yining interjected. Jiang Yuan was eager for the relationship between the siblings to deteriorate. At that moment, filled with excitement, she paid little heed to Song Yining, merely offering a perfunctory nod before swiftly escorting Song Yining out the door. Once the assorted individuals had departed, Mao Mao immediately turned to Song Yining and inquired, Uncle, why don't you go visit Annie? Song Yining frowned, replying, Ning Ning has instructed me not to move about recklessly, only to spend money in this household. I must heed her words. What if Auntie is in danger? Mao Mao's little bottom could hardly remain still. That won't happen. When Ning Ning returned my call, I even heard someone laughing beside her. Song Yining shook his head and then reminded Mao Mao, this afternoon, make sure to choose things diligently. Do you understand? If you don't want something, then select it for your aunt. Do you know what our target is for this afternoon? Mao Mao looked utterly bewildered. 5 million. Whoever bullies his sister, he will spend all their money. Chapter 63. The chaos in the Song family. Look at what you just chose. It's all the cheapest options. This afternoon, I will give you a proper lesson on what true luxury is, exclaimed Song Yining. Mao Mao sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. However, those two individuals had clearly treated his aunt poorly, and thus he felt compelled to learn, wanting to make them spend more money. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan and Song Yining were entirely oblivious to Song Yining's schemes to squander more money at home. They had brought some items and headed straight to Meng Yan's hospital room. Just as they arrived, Meng Yan's secretary emerged, upon seeing the mother and son bearing gifts. He was about to speak when Jiang Yuan interjected, You must be Secretary Zhang. I am Song Yining's aunt, here to visit President Meng. That child Yining has always been unruly. It is indeed a blessing if President Meng is willing to discipline her. Absolutely, Song Yining chimed in. We truly appreciate President Meng's assistance today. Secretary Zhang regarded the duo as if they were specters. Were they pretending, or was this genuine? Wasn't it President Meng who had been struck? Had they come to provoke him? Please leave the items here. President Meng is busy with business and cannot receive guests. Secretary Zhang replied sharply. Jiang Yuan did not linger. She made sure her son was recognized and promptly departed, the moment the mother and son left. Secretary Zhang reported the incident to Meng Yan. Meng Yan swept his water cup from the table in a fit of rage. Well, the youngest son of the Song family has grown bold enough to provoke me. Investigate what project Song Yining is pushing these days. Let us see it fail. Secretary Zhang hesitated about Song Yining. Song Yining is at odds with her father. This matter does not concern her, Meng Yan stated decisively. Only then did Secretary Zhang exit, not out of disloyalty, but rather due to the significant psychological impact Song Yining had on others. Jiang Yuan and Song Yining visited Meng Yan in the morning, while Song Yining's project was doomed by the afternoon. Later that evening, when Song Yining returned home, the Si family had just departed, and Jiang Yuan was staring blankly at the bill of 501,000. What are you doing? Why are they here too? Song Yining asked irritably upon seeing Song Yihong and his father in the living room. My dear, I heard that Yining lost a great deal in stock trading and had a scuffle with Meng Yan. So I thought I'd bring the two of them back for a couple of days since no one is looking after them, Jiang Yuan replied tenderly. Did you buy all these clothes and bags? Song Yining noticed the bill in Jiang Yuan's hand and took a glance. How could you spend Aunt Zhang's money like this? Song Yining's anger flared. He hurled his briefcase at Song Yihong. Song Yihong shouted back, Dad, I've spent the money my mom left me before, and you never got this angry. Aunt Jiang is willing to support me. Why are you so furious? Right, Aunt Jiang? Upon hearing Song Yining mention the matter of squandering the inheritance left to him by his mother, Jiang Yuan found her heart less burdened than before, prompting her to quickly step forward and offer words of comfort. Moreover, what was the story behind Yining being beaten by Meng Yan? How did you come to know of it? Song Yining brought this matter up again, feeling a sense of unease, especially since it appeared that his project this afternoon had been disrupted by the Meng family. Song Yining, as if seeking praise, recounted his visit to Meng Yan earlier that morning. Nevertheless, Song Yining still harbored doubts and instructed his secretary to investigate. Meanwhile, Song Yining sat aside, smugly contemplating how Song Yining was bound to face dire consequences this time, as their father was clearly enraged. Half an hour later, the secretary returned the call. After hanging up, Song Yining raised his hand and struck Jiang Yuan, who was seated beside him. Chapter 64. Alas, the calamity that is Song Yining has arrived. In a fit of fury, Song Yining's slap was fueled by a tempest of emotions, leaving Jiang Yuan with a bleeding lip. Upon witnessing this, Song Yining rushed to confront Song Yining, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside. You two imbeciles! Song Yining exclaimed with indignation. I wondered why this project, albeit modest, was still thwarted by the Meng family. It turns out it was due to your foolishness. Darling, Jiang Yuan, eyes brimming with tears, implored Song Yining. Even if you strike me, I deserve an explanation. It was not Meng Yan who assaulted Ning Ning. Rather, it was Ning Ning who had struck Meng Yan. Consequently, you two went prancing before Meng Yan, leading him to believe you were deliberately provoking him. Thus, the retribution fell upon me. $1 billion deal, dashed just like that. Song Yining's ire escalated with each word. Upon hearing that it was Song Yining who had struck Meng Yan, Song Yining and his father exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with intrigue. Song Yining directed Mao Mao, and the two stealthily maneuvered a pile of newly arrived garments upstairs, taking advantage of the domestic turmoil below, which rendered them unnoticed. How splendid! In just one day we've amassed so much. Jiang Yuan and Song Yining remained engulfed in astonishment as Song Yining frowned. Impossible. The news clearly came from Liang Shun's side. It cannot be false. Fool! I've heard that Liang Shun has been ignoring you lately. What useful information can you possibly acquire? Song Yining's frustration deepened. Jiang Yuan, having ceased her tears, wiped the blood from her lip and personally prepared a cup of tea for Song Yining, gently kneading his shoulders. Darling, we may have acted hastily. I heard from Xing that Yining seems to have incurred significant losses in stock trading and that she had a scuffle with Meng Yan. I genuinely fear her troubles might affect you and the company, which is why I panicked. Jiang Yuan expressed softly, it appears our good intentions have led to unfortunate outcomes. Did the elder say she suffered losses in stock trading? Song Yining inquired. Jiang Yuan nodded in affirmation. There are inherent risks in stock trading. I too have faced considerable losses recently. Song Yining pinched the bridge of his nose, stating, you all need to be more frugal. Jiang Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Yijing, how are things progressing with that young lady? Song Yining asked, perhaps we should invite her over for dinner today. If feasible, The couple's marriage could be expedited. He had not disclosed this to outsiders, but the Song family was in dire need of a formidable ally through familial ties. Ah, so sudden? Yijing responded, eager to make an impression on Song Yining after just having been reprimanded. An hour later, amidst the warm reception from the Song family, Hui, clad in a demure and appropriate attire, followed Song Yining into the Song household. Song Yining glanced at her, quietly remarking to Jian Yuan, aside from her slightly heavy makeup, "She appears quite commendable." Jian Yuan, however, thought that as long as she possessed wealth, the makeup was of little concern. "Darling, Xing and the others are still upstairs. Should we call them down?" Jian Yuan suggested, recalling the significant figures still on the upper floor, glancing at Song Yining. After some contemplation, Song Yining decided to summon the others down to join them for dinner. Song Yihong descended the staircase with Mao Mao, and upon catching sight of Hui, he nearly stumbled down the steps in surprise. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the Song residence. The aunt hurriedly went to answer it, and in the next moment, a teasing voice rang out. "What a lively gathering at home. Dad, why didn't you call for me? I had to come find you myself." Upon hearing Song Yining's voice, the walnut that Song Yining had been casually holding slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Alas, the harbinger of mischief has arrived. Chapter 65 Apologies. I have overstayed my welcome at the Song residence. Upon seeing Song Yining, apart from Song Yicheng and his father, the others felt a twinge of apprehension, particularly after learning that Song Yining had physically confronted Meng Yan. Who is Meng Yan, you ask? A ruthless individual, yet he was unable to subdue her. "Yijing, take Hui to your seats first." "Yining, come with me," commanded Song Yining. Song Yining followed him with an air of nonchalance, playfully greeting Hui as she passed, causing Hui to pale in shock. Song Yijing quickly shielded Hui and cast an exasperated glance at Song Yining. "Dear brother, show a little respect for your sister," Song Yining teased with a smirk. Song Yining glanced back at her, and they proceeded to the study downstairs. Upon entering, he handed Song Yining a card. "Behave yourself tonight. Do not disrupt your brother's affairs. If this engagement succeeds, you will reap the benefits as well." Without hesitation, Song Yining shook the bank card in her hand and inquired, "What is the hush money?" 1 million. "The password is my birthday," Song Yining replied. "Very well. I promise to keep my words to a minimum." With that, Song Yining tucked the card away, leaving in high spirits. As she exited, Mao Mao and Song Yicheng gathered around her, and the peculiar family settled together. During dinner, Hui answered every question with poise, impressing even Song Yining, who posed some inquiries regarding her expertise. Hui responded flawlessly, leaving the couple quite satisfied, while Song Yicheng and Song Yining remained unexpectedly silent. Upon learning that Hui's parents were visiting next month, Song Yining beamed with approval. He turned his gaze toward Song Yining and could not resist asking, "I heard you struck Meng Yan?" "Indeed, I broke 3 of his ribs," Song Yining replied expressionlessly. Suddenly, Hui beside her stifled a laugh. "I didn't prepare any gifts for you today. Perhaps next time," Song Yining remarked, glancing at Song Yining and Jian Yuan. "Father and Aunt Jiang must have something in store." "Sister, I have prepared something for you," declared Song Yicheng, turning to Mao Mao. "Go fetch it." Mao Mao looked between Song Yicheng and Song Yining before timidly asking, "Which one should I get? The expensive one or the less costly?" Song Yicheng shot him a look, prompting Mao Mao to scurry upstairs and return with a Black Sea brand box. Hui opened the box to reveal a classic handbag, a timeless piece with high resale value. Upon seeing the bag, Jian Yuan winced. Throughout the day, she had not gained any useful information and instead found herself losing 10 million due to the antics of Song Yicheng and his son. This cannot continue. It must be resolved swiftly, she thought. After dinner, Hui lingered for a while before departing with the assortment of gifts from the Song family. Watching her leave, Song Yining's gaze remained tranquil as a still lake, seemingly oblivious to the facade of deception behind it. "Father, I too shall take my leave," said Song Yining, grabbing her keys and walking away. "Sister, wait a moment. Today, Aunt Jiang bought me a multitude of items. Please assist me in carrying them back." Song Yihong began to transport various bags to Song Yining's car. Standing aside, Jiang Yuan smiled and inquired, "Please take your time on the journey home." Do send us a message upon your arrival. Confused, Song Yining turned back and asked, "And Jiang, did you not suggest that I stay here a few more days? I will not be returning home with Mao Mao just yet." Jiang Yuan's smile faltered. "All right, sister, you may take everything. Aunt Jiang will buy me more. I always say she is truly kind-hearted." With a cheerful wave towards Song Yining, Song Yining expressed his delight. Noticing Jiang Yuan's gradually darkening expression, Song Yining pressed the accelerator and departed. Chapter 66. This scene evoked memories of Song Yining's early entrepreneurial days in her past life. Liang Xian had gone traveling, and Song Yicheng and Mao Mao were enjoying a pleasant life at the Song residence, allowing Song Yining to devote herself entirely to her work. Secretary Lin delivered the week's agenda and casually mentioned, "Boss, I received news from Jingda. A student organization there has prepared several proposals seeking investment and would like to invite you to participate." Secretary Lin elaborated, "I reviewed the data from previous years, and this investment conference is indeed of high caliber. Numerous outstanding projects have emerged, and many individuals have reaped significant returns from their early investments. Given its popularity, many must have been invited," Song Yining remarked. Secretary Lin nodded in agreement. "Clear your schedule. It would be worthwhile to attend." Song Yining was resolute in her decision. On the day of the investment conference, to her surprise, Song Yining spotted Xu Jichen at the venue. Observing him closely, she noted that Xu Xiao was not by his side. "What are you looking at?" Xu Jichen noticed her presence and approached her directly. His popularity drew considerable attention, quickly making Song Yining a topic of conversation as well. Song Yining had no intention of engaging with Xu Jichen. She remained seated, perusing the materials for the day. Xu Jichen settled beside her and, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, "Song Yining, you have succeeded." Taken aback, Song Yining responded with a puzzled expression. "Compared to Xu Xiao, you possess more rationality, albeit she exudes a certain tenderness." Song Yining regarded him with an incredulous look, opting for silence as she quietly moved to a seat further away from him. She realized that whenever Xu Jichen was involved with matters concerning Xu Xiao, he exhibited a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Having lived a life of privilege, Xu Jichen did not pursue her when she coldly rebuffed him. Uninterrupted by him, Song Yining attentively listened to the presentations on stage. When an intelligent project was discussed, Secretary Lin quietly reminded her, "Boss, I've learned that many are preparing to invest in this." Song Yining marked an X on her paper, jotting down her thoughts. Profitable, yet not significantly so. Following the incident with CUN Technology, Secretary Lin had come to trust Song Yining's judgment implicitly. Thus, it came as no surprise to him when she concluded the entire conference without selecting a single project. However, Song Yining unexpectedly appeared from a corner, approaching Song Yining with a taunting expression. "Song Yining, are you merely staring blankly? Without real skills, do you truly think you could deceive others?" Song Yining glanced at the contract in his hand and inquired, "How much did you invest?" Song Yining eyed her warily, fearing that she might take an interest in his project. "Use your brain. Don't come too close," he retorted cautiously. Song Yining, with a hint of disdain, replied, "Stupidity is contagious." Just as Song Yining was about to retort, she had already turned on her heel and walked away. As she was about to leave, she softly instructed Secretary Lin to find someone to investigate how much he had invested. Secretary Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the conference room, Song Yining noticed a figure squatting by the nearby trash bin, clutching a handful of discarded papers, with an expression of profound sorrow etched upon his face. "Could you go and see what is troubling that person?" Song Yining directed her gaze towards Secretary Lin. This scene reminded her of her own struggles at the onset of her entrepreneurial journey in her past life. Chapter 67. No wonder you are so cheerful. It turns out you have attached yourself to my sister. Song Yining had been waiting in the stairwell. In less than 10 minutes, Secretary Lin returned with a fragmented proposal, a look of regret on his face. "Boss, it's a project from a group of impoverished students, but it lacks maturity and the proposal didn't pass. I glanced at it, and I don't think it merits investment," he reported. While Secretary Lin spoke, Song Yining was swiftly perusing the proposal. "Please inform him to come to the company tomorrow at 9 in the morning with a complete project plan," Song Yining instructed Secretary Lin. Secretary Lin, astonished, observed that Song Yining was not jesting and hurriedly set off to find the destitute student. What extraordinary fortune to be favored by the boss. Lin Zhan adjusted his slightly inadequate black-framed glasses, feeling as though each step he took was cushioned by cotton. Their team had invested considerable time and effort into the project, only to see it dismissed due to an unprofessional proposal, thereby denying them the opportunity to present it to investors. He had initially intended to take the proposal to the conference room in hopes of a stroke of luck, only to unexpectedly encounter Song Yining, who had always looked down upon him, and to his dismay, tore his proposal apart. Yet fate took a turn. Someone had come to seek him out, inviting him to meet with investors the following day. Lin Zhan glanced at the business card in his hand, feeling as if a sliver of sunlight had pierced through the obscured path ahead. "Hey, Lin Zhan, why do you seem a bit cheerful?" As Lin Zhan hurried back to his dormitory, he was confronted by Song Yining and several of his companions, who blocked his path. The moment Lin Zhan laid eyes on Song Yining, a wave of dread washed over him. Song Yining stepped closer, sniffing the air, and remarked, "TSK, still reeking of pickled vegetables. Who will want to see a proposal that smells like pickled vegetables?" He added, "Let us give him a beating. I've been feeling a bit irritable lately." Upon hearing this, Song Yining's henchmen hesitated. With graduation approaching, they were reluctant to stir up trouble, even attempting to dissuade him. Song Yining felt a pang of concern. His father had just scolded him harshly, and he couldn't afford to create further chaos. However, upon seeing Lin Zhan, his temper flared, and he lunged forward, seizing Lin Zhan by the collar and pushing him around. During the scuffle, the business card from Cine Jewelry fell to the ground. Song Yining instinctively picked it up, and upon realizing it belonged to Song Yining's company, his suppressed anger surged anew. "No wonder you're so cheerful. It turns out you've attached yourself to my sister," he exclaimed, delivering a blow to Lin Zhan's abdomen. "So, you have caught the attention of that wretched Song Yining. Well done, Lin Zhan, well done." As Song Yining's companions saw they could not restrain him, they all fled. By the time Song Yining was finally stopped, an ambulance had already arrived. Lin Zhan, who was already in poor health, was taken to the hospital, while Song Yining was escorted back to the Song family by Jian Yuan. Unbeknownst to Song Buyan, a series of events had unfolded concerning his younger son, meticulously concealed by Jian Yuan, who also arranged for someone to assist the impoverished student at the hospital. Meanwhile, Lin Zhan, due to his hospitalization, was unable to arrive at Cine Jewelry on time the following morning. He had informed Secretary Lin of this situation in advance. Moreover, upon realizing that the investor was likely the sister of Song Yining, he ultimately chose to withdraw. Perhaps it was fate. He wished to sever any ties with the Song family. As soon as Secretary Lin received the news, he promptly relayed the information to Song Yining. Chapter 68. The boss is arrogant, and I adore him. Upon learning of the situation, Song Yining promptly took the time to accompany Secretary Lin to the hospital. When Song Yining encountered Lin Zhan, she was taken aback by his emaciated state and the pallor of his complexion. As Secretary Lin and Song Yining settled beside him, Lin Zhan, roused by the commotion, opened his eyes to see them. "I am aware that this is the consequence of Song Yining's actions. I will address this matter. I have come merely to inquire. Are you certain you wish to forego our investment?" Song Yining posed the question without any pleasantries, her demeanor composed as she directed her inquiry towards Lin Zhan. He found himself unable to meet her gaze directly, a sense of apprehension washing over him. Secretary Lin, enveloped by the tense atmosphere, remained silent. Observing this somewhat youthful figure, Song Yining felt no trepidation. She understood their profound longing for an investor in their project, akin to a parent's attachment to their child. Eventually, Lin Zhan seemed to resolve within himself. Looking towards Song Yining, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Ms. Song, may I pose a question? Are you akin to the Song family?" "I am myself, and the Song family is the Song family. Naturally, the future Song family will also be a part of me," Song Yining replied candidly. Secretary Lin instinctively covered his mouth, overwhelmed by the audacity of her words. "I agree." Lin Zhan's expression suddenly relaxed. Their dialogue shifted back to the project, and with each word, Lin Zhan grew increasingly convinced that he had found the right investor. As Song Yining prepared to depart, she glanced back at Lin Zhan and advised, "Register a company promptly, and after recuperating, come and find me." Lin Zhan's pupils widened in astonishment. Before exiting the hospital, Song Yining encountered the hurriedly approaching Su Xiao. "Hasn't she recovered? Why is she back at the hospital?" "Boss." "Lin Zhan, just send me a video," Secretary Lin said, oblivious to Song Yining's gaze as he hastily presented his phone. Opening the video, Song Yining realized it was a covert recording of Song Yicheng violently assaulting Lin Zhan. "Indeed, he struck quite harshly," Secretary Lin remarked. "Someone ought to leak this." "Those who resort to violence must face consequences," Song Yining declared. That evening, the footage of Song Yicheng's assault surged to the trending topics, leading to a significant plummet in the stock prices of the Song family. Given that Song Yun's business was already struggling, this incident plunged him further into despair. Moreover, the assault was merely a spark. Numerous alumni whom Song Yicheng had bullied began to anonymously report him, prompting the school to initiate an investigation. At the Song residence, Song Yun nearly broke Song Yicheng's legs in his wrath. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Song Yicheng swiftly returned to the Linjiang villa with Mao Mao to meet with Song Yining. "Sister, I believe you should find a place to hide." While Song Yicheng is enduring punishment at home, he has accused you of inciting that impoverished student, Song Yicheng urged anxiously. "It matters not. He is far too preoccupied with his own predicament to concern himself with me," Song Yining replied nonchalantly. Song Yining waved her hand, beckoning Mao Mao to come over. "Come here. I'll play with you." Song Yicheng sighed, contemplated for a moment, and then directly went to the study to sketch design plans. The Song family had become unreliable. As Song Yining had surmised, Song Yun was now in a state of utter disarray. After he had given Song Yicheng a severe beating, he wearily said, "Tomorrow you will seek out Hui. The Song family is in dire need of substantial financial backing. You two should hasten your engagement. The sooner, the better." Chapter 69. Father. Hui has blocked me. Song Yicheng endured a night of brutal beatings and had come to realize the gravity of the situation. Consequently, as soon as Song Yun finished speaking, he hurriedly sought out Hui. When Song Yicheng arrived, Hui had yet to awaken. As he roused her from her slumber, the faint moonlight filtering through the slightly drawn curtains revealed his disheveled appearance, startling her. "Hui, please help me, help our family. If you do not assist me, the Song family is doomed," Song Yicheng implored, succinctly recounting the events of the past 2 days. Upon hearing this, Hui sprang up in alarm, attempting to stop him from turning on the lights while questioning, is it truly possible for such a vast family business to collapse over this? Is your father deceiving you? Hearing her words, Song Yicheng shook his head. "Initially, I thought the same, but my father insists that ever since my grandfather passed away, the family has been on a downward spiral. Recently, his projects have suffered consecutive losses. In short, this matter appears to be genuine. Otherwise, my father would not have resorted to such drastic measures." Upon hearing this, Hui's expression turned contemplative. "Do not hesitate. Did you not also wish to marry me? If your family assists me, everything we acquire henceforth will belong to us both," Song Yicheng urged fervently when she fell silent. Seeing the genuine urgency in Song Yicheng's demeanor, Hui nodded decisively. "Very well. I shall return home today and catch the earliest flight. Await my news." "You truly are remarkable," Song Yicheng exclaimed, embracing her tightly. Hui gently patted his back. Once Song Yicheng departed, Hui quickly sprang into action, frantically packing her belongings. Meanwhile, Song Yun faced a series of misfortunes and, with his company on the brink of crisis, had no choice but to summon the courage to use the property deed of the Song family villa as collateral at the bank. Upon inquiry, the bank informed him, "Mr. Song, we have checked, and this villa has already been mortgaged for a total loan of 100 million. Upon hearing this, Song Yun's face darkened. "Investigate further," he commanded. A few minutes later, as he gazed upon the loan agreement bearing Jiang Yuan's signature, his fury became uncontrollable. Upon returning home at noon, he summoned both Song Yining and Song Yicheng back to the Song family's ancestral residence. As Song Yining settled onto the sofa, Song Yun's gaze was sharply directed at her. "Ningning, how much money do you have on hand?" "Father, All my funds are invested in CU and technology. As you know, it will take at least 2 to 3 years to see any returns, Song Yining confessed. Moreover, I spent some of my money yesterday to comfort the student who was beaten by Song Yichen, and I sold the bags and clothes that my brother had bought for me. Song Yichen shrugged. Father, I have even less. By the way, comforting that student was also the responsibility of Song Yichen. Should you reimburse me for the money I spent on that? Song Yining countered, turning the question back to Song Buiyuan. Upon hearing this, Song Buiyuan swept everything off the table in a fit of rage. Song Yichen, where is Song Yichen? He shouted towards Song Yichen. What news from Hui's side? Has her family agreed to assist us? Song Buiyuan raged for several minutes, leaving Song Yichen in a daze. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly lifted his head, a look of despair etched on his face as he spoke to Song Buiyuan. Dad, Hui has blocked me. Chapter 70. Finding a suitable match for Yining. What? Upon hearing this, Song Buiyuan was immediately filled with urgency. Have you been to her residence? He inquired. It's futile. She mentioned she took the earliest flight back to Shaanxi this morning, replied Song Yichen. Nevertheless, we must go and see, insisted Song Buiyuan. Go find her. Just as Song Buiyuan finished shouting, Jiang Yuan rushed down, her face bruised and her voice piercing. What? Hui is missing? I gifted her a particularly expensive bracelet. What has happened to Aunt Jiang? Song Yichen whispered to Song Yining. She has been struck. Song Yining indicated her face. I suspect she has endured quite a few slaps. Ningning, you know who Hui is, don't you? Asked Song Yichen. I recognized her at a glance. I am quite familiar with people's facial structures. Song Yining nodded. Of course, otherwise, we wouldn't be witnessing today's drama. Seeing this, Song Yichen refrained from further remarks, but after a moment's hesitation, he leaned closer and said, I told you she wasn't a good person, didn't I? These matters must not be mentioned in front of Mao Mao. Song Yining instructed. Song Yichen nodded in agreement. With Song Buiyuan still fuming, Song Yining decided that there was no need for her and her brother to linger, so she took Song Yichen and departed. As soon as they left, Jiang Yuan immediately drew close to Song Buiyuan, her demeanor gentle, as if she had not just endured his wrath. Darling, how about we seek assistance from Yining's grandfather's family? Upon hearing this long-forgotten term, Song Buiyuan interrupted, absolutely not. When Yining's mother passed away, the two families severed ties. I would rather die than endure humiliation by visiting them. Seeing Song Buiyuan's fury, Jiang Yuan offered a calming smile. If that is the case, a betrothal for Yijing seems unrealistic. Instead, why don't we find a good family for Yining? Look at her now. She is no longer the disoriented girl she once was. Moreover, with her beauty, there will surely be families eager to establish a union with us. To Jiang Yuan's surprise, Song Buiyuan did not oppose her suggestion. She was correct. Their eldest son, Song Yichen, had a son, while the youngest, Song Yijing, had a tarnished reputation. Only Yining remained, and although her name was not entirely unblemished, it was certainly not as disgraceful as that of her brothers. Do you have any promising candidates in mind? Song Buiyuan inquired. Actually, there is one. Jiang Yuan pondered before speaking. There is a nouveau riche family, surnamed Yuan, who divorced and brought 2 children with him. They are quite wealthy, yet due to their lack of foundation, they seek a daughter-in-law with a solid family background. I encountered his mother at a gathering recently, and I heard she is still on the lookout. Are you referring to the Yuan family involved in imports and exports? Song Buiyuan instinctively grimaced. They lack any substantial foundation. They seem rather crude. Nevertheless, they possess wealth, Jiang Yuan argued. Yining's reputation is not stellar. And while Yuan Liang may be a nouveau riche, he is not foolish. Song Buiyuan shook his head. We could take the initiative and make things happen, darling. Please do not perceive my intentions as malicious. I am genuinely considering the welfare of our family. Jiang Yuan leaned in and whispered her thoughts in Song Buiyuan's ear. Song Buiyuan spoke these words with a veneer of nonchalance. Yet after listening intently, he decisively declared, let Ningning return for dinner tomorrow. As for the rest, you may handle it as you see fit. The invitation for dinner reached Song Yining the following morning. Observing the silence on his phone, Song Yichen furrowed his brow and remarked, Sister, they have not extended an invitation to me. This situation appears rather peculiar. They seem to be plotting against me. Song Yining shrugged in response. However, it remains uncertain who is truly deceiving whom. A person's greatest folly lies in their tendency to overestimate their own cleverness. Chapter 71 Boss. Are you worried about President Song? Upon hearing this, Song Yihang's face was etched with concern. Auntie? Mao Mao, seated across the dining table, struggled to grasp the entirety of the conversation, yet sensed that someone intended to harm his aunt. Rest assured, just focus on your studies, Song Yining reassured, waving her hand. She possessed an inherent power that inspired confidence in others. For Song Yining, the dinner at the Song residence was merely a trivial matter. Her primary objective today was to meet Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan had just been discharged from the hospital, and the necessary formalities at the company had been completed. Accompanying him, Song Yining surveyed the office space, noticing that he still wore those thick black-rimmed glasses. She pointed out, from today onward, you can consider this your entrepreneurial venture. Besides research and development, you'll need to interact with many people. It might be time for a new pair of glasses. She added, the school can also be relocated, and once settled, please provide me with monthly updates. Thus, Song Yining succinctly outlined the terms of their collaboration. Lin Zhan, however, seemed unable to swiftly adapt to Song Yining's pace, particularly regarding his outward appearance. Secretary Lin, please take him to the mall for some shopping. Song Yining instructed the secretary trailing behind them. The secretary, enthusiastic about the task, nodded eagerly. Yet Lin Zhan exhibited considerable resistance, even objecting to having his glasses adjusted. As he attempted to evade her, Song Yining decisively removed Lin Zhan's glasses. Young man, these glasses are completely non-prescriptive, she remarked, turning to face him. Without the heavy black frames, Lin Zhan revealed himself as quite a handsome young man, possessing notable charm. Once you embark on this entrepreneurial journey, you are no longer a student. You must learn to transcend your limits, Song Yining stated, locking her gaze onto his clear eyes, enunciating each word carefully. Lin Zhan appeared somewhat stunned, finding it difficult to meet her gaze. After conveying her directives, the secretary led Lin Zhan away for his shopping expedition. As Song Yining exited the office building, she felt an abrupt stillness in the air. Raising her eyes, she was puzzled to see Lu Mingyu in such an unassuming office environment. I have an investment to review. Lu Mingyu seemed to anticipate her question, responding directly. Secretary Fong, brimming with vivacity, eagerly inquired, President Song, who was that young man just now? I asked Secretary Lin, but he remained tight-lipped. He is the project leader for an investment of mine, Song Yining replied candidly. Secretary Fong glanced at his superior, chattering animatedly with Song Yining, eventually extracting details about her schedule over the past 3 days. The trio parted ways in the parking lot, and as they entered their vehicle, Secretary Fong remarked, Boss, President Song possesses an undeniable charisma. That young man's ears turned red upon leaving. Had I encountered such a mentor in university, I would have been equally thrilled. Lu Mingyu cast a dispassionate glance at him, prompting Secretary Fong to fall silent. Find out who else will be at the Song residence tonight. Lu Mingyu suddenly instructed Secretary Fong. Does the boss suspect something amiss at the Song family gathering? Secretary Fong suddenly engaged in a self-dialogue. Indeed, the Song family is in a dire predicament. How could they possibly find the leisure to invite President Song back for a meal? Rest assured, boss, I shall investigate this matter immediately and ensure that President Song remains unharmed. Secretary Fong exclaimed with an air of youthful exuberance. Lu Mingyu, unable to bear the noise, muttered, Annoying. Chapter 72. Setting a trap for Song Yining. Having concluded matters concerning Lin Zhan, Song Yining returned to her company, where several individuals awaited her arrival. The door to the conference room was closed, and aside from the few inside, no one knew the nature of their discussions. When Secretary Lin returned, the meeting was still ongoing, and a curious employee quietly inquired, Secretary Lin, who are those individuals? They seldom made appearances at the company's design and development conferences. It was apparent that President Song held them in high regard. Do you think the company's core secrets are yours to know? Secretary Lin retorted disdainfully, though inwardly he felt a chill. In truth, President Song had not been secretive about her endeavors, allowing him to surmise some details. These individuals only surfaced during critical moments, and no one understood how she had managed to gather them so swiftly. Their aim was not the advancement of Cine jewelry, but rather the Song family. Gazing at the closed conference room, Secretary Lin sensed that it would not be long before the entire Song family would indeed fall under the control of the boss. The boss is truly impressive. After a day of labor, Song Yining tidied herself up and donned an elegant dress before leisurely making her way to the Song residence. Upon her arrival, a middle-aged, portly gentleman seated on the sofa brightened at the sight of her. Before Jiang Yuan could make introductions, he stood up and greeted Song Yining. "Who is this?" Song Yining inquired, glancing at Song Buiyuan beside her. "This is the former president of Guangming Foreign Trade, Yuan Liang," Song Buiyuan indicated, gesturing towards Song Yining. "This is my daughter, Song Yining. Miss Song is exceptionally beautiful," Yuan Liang remarked with a broad smile. Song Yining responded graciously. President Yuan also retains his charm. Noticing that Song Yining did not wear a frosty demeanor, but rather seemed quite pleased, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel disdainful. Indeed, a fool. Even such an unattractive man can capture her interest, and they still believe Song Yining has become wiser of late. Song Yining maintained her composure while conversing with Yuan Liang, and they exchanged contact information. Jiang Yuan busied herself pouring drinks, while Yuan Liang's gaze remained fixed on Song Yining. "And what is Song Yining?" Song Yining asked Jiang Yuan. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Yuan explained, "Your brother mentioned he had matters at school and would not be returning." Feigning ignorance to the glimpse of clothing visible around the corner of the second floor, she excused herself to the restroom, discreetly expelling some alcohol. Meanwhile, in the living room, Jiang Yuan and the others continued to pour drinks for Yuan Liang. As Yuan Liang's gaze toward Song Yining grew increasingly lascivious, Jiang Yuan, noticing this, nearly beamed with delight. She gently urged, "President Yuan, having consumed so much alcohol today, if you don't mind, why not stay here for the night?" Yuan Liang, despite appearing quite inebriated, retained a glimmer of clarity in his eyes. He suppressed the fire within him and nodded toward Jiang Yuan. Why refuse such an advantageous offer? When Song Yining emerged, she appeared somewhat unsteady on her feet, yet she did not refuse the alcohol that was offered to her. Yuan Liang had already been escorted to a guest room on the first floor, and upon seeing Song Yining in a drunken stupor, Jiang Yuan swiftly supported her, guiding her directly into the guest room. As soon as Song Yining entered, her previously heavy eyelids sprang open, revealing a sudden clarity. Chapter 73. Song Yining. "I have been waiting here for you." Song Yining cast a glance back and noticed that Yuan Liang was already lying on the bed. She deliberately turned on the faucet in the bathroom, creating an illusion that someone was inside. Then, she crouched silently by the door, making no sound at all. She was waiting, anticipating someone would be unable to resist the urge to check the situation. On the second floor, Jiang Yuan and Song Yining were stationed at the stairway. Song Yining glanced at the closed door, a smirk of triumph on his face. "Wonderful, that wretched Song Yining is finally going to face her downfall. Is the back window secured? We mustn't let her escape," Jiang Yuan inquired of Song Yining. "Rest assured, it's certainly fine. I added something to her drink. How about this, Mom? I'll go out for a bit and take a look," Song Yining suggested. After arranging for her son, Jiang Yuan stealthily crept toward the guest room door. For some reason, she always felt a twinge of anxiety when it came to Song Yining. Unless she personally heard something, her heart remained unsettled. Thus, she pressed her ear against the door, straining to catch any sounds from within. Just as she leaned in, the door swung open unexpectedly, and she was yanked forcefully inside. A hand covered her mouth, rendering her unable to utter a sound as she was tossed onto the bed. The man who had seemingly been asleep on the bed suddenly threw off the covers and enveloped Jiang Yuan entirely. She attempted to scream, but it was futile. During the struggle, Song Yining casually picked up a pair of foul socks and stuffed them into Jiang Yuan's mouth. Having efficiently completed her task, Song Yining quietly closed the door, trapping the two inside, and then slipped away through a small door in the kitchen, walking barefoot to avoid making noise. Her car was parked in the front yard of the Song residence. To avoid arousing suspicion, she refrained from driving and prepared to contact Song Yining. Just then, a black sedan awaited in the darkness. Song Yining became fully alert, bracing for any unforeseen events. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the car. "Apologies," Lu Mingyu said. "Not dressed in a suit today, but rather in a simple white shirt and black pants. Song Yining was momentarily taken aback as he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. He seated her in the back, then drove away. As Song Yining settled comfortably in the rear seat, watching Lu Mingyu drive, she inquired with curiosity, "How did you know I would come out at this time?" "I have been waiting here," Lu Mingyu replied, glancing at the rearview mirror. "Did you know something would happen at the Song residence tonight?" Song Yining could not deny that a flicker of curiosity had been ignited within her regarding this man. Lu Mingyu nodded. The Song family is in dire straits. There is hardly a moment to spare for a banquet. It's likely a trap, especially considering the host is Yuan Liang. "You are keeping an eye on me," Song Yining stated with certainty. Lu Mingyu showed no signs of embarrassment for being exposed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With a smile playing on her lips, Song Yining sent a message to Song Yichen to reassure him of her safety. When she looked up again, they had arrived at a reputable private hospital. "Why have you brought me here?" Song Yining sat up straight, her curiosity piqued. "Are you injured?" Lu Mingyu asked, parking the car and glancing back at Song Yining's right arm. Song Yining lowered her gaze to the wound, dismissively responding, "They spiked my drink. I vomited some of it, and fearing the remaining substance might affect my mind, I made a small cut on my arm. It's not that serious." Lu Mingyu furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he opened the car door and gently lifted the shoeless Song Yining inside. Chapter 74. The boss personally drives and picks up. Lu Mingyu's stature made it effortless for him to embrace Song Yining. He even took a moment to call Secretary Fong, requesting a pair of slippers. Unaccustomed to such close proximity, Song Yining was led into a room where a doctor diligently attended to her wounds. "What kind of person is Yuan Liang?" Song Yining suddenly inquired, glancing up at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu shook his head. "I'm not quite sure. However, Secretary Fong will be here shortly, and you can inquire further." Noticing Song Yining's gaze fixed on him, he added, "My personal impression of him is rather mediocre." "President Lu, the wounds have been treated. I will take my leave now." The doctor, having finished, cast a curious glance at Song Yining before exiting with his supplies. In less than 10 minutes, Secretary Fong arrived, laden with various packages, resembling a refugee in flight. "What did you bring?" Lu Mingyu's tone conveyed a hint of exasperation. "I brought several pairs of slippers, as I was unsure of President Song's preferred style. The boss mentioned President Song's hurried departure, so I also brought a coat. And to facilitate her driving, I included a pair of athletic shoes, with sizes confirmed by Secretary Lin," Secretary Fong chattered on. Listening to this, Song Yining began to understand why such a composed man like Lu Mingyu would have such a lively secretary. "Please inform me about Yuan Liang," Lu Mingyu said, glancing at Secretary Fong. After a moment's thought, Secretary Fong replied succinctly, "Rogue." Upon hearing this assessment, Song Yining pondered, "So, it seems the Song family may not benefit from Yuan Liang tomorrow morning. They might even find themselves at a disadvantage." "Exactly," Secretary Fong affirmed. "Just what they deserve," Song Yining remarked with a click of her tongue. Secretary Fong glanced between Song Yining and his boss, then said, "I have some matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave." Lu Mingyu nodded, and Song Yining turned to him, asking, "Shall we be on our way?" Secretary Fong's eyes widened in surprise. "We?" Lu Mingyu waited for Song Yining to put on her shoes before they exited together, while Secretary Fong sped away on a shared electric scooter. "Let's go. I shall escort you home," Lu Mingyu said, looking at Song Yining. "I need to return to the Song residence," she replied. "Do you still plan to go back?" Lu Mingyu inquired. Song Yining nodded. "I intend to witness the entire performance." "Then let us proceed," Lu Mingyu agreed. Turning to him, Song Yining stated, "I will wait outside. I believe you won't take too long to resolve matters with them." Lu Mingyu asked, "Is this a favor I owe you today?" Song Yining smiled genuinely, perhaps anticipating the unfolding drama at the Song residence, her smile radiating sincerity. As they settled into the car, just as Lu Mingyu was about to start the engine, Secretary Fong hurried back on his scooter. "Ah, President Song, over the past few days, Song Guiyuan has been investigating individuals. Upon catching wind of this, I took the liberty of conducting some inquiries myself. Here are the results. I hope this proves useful to you." Secretary Fong handed Song Yining a small envelope before dashing away once more. Song Yining, truly a competent secretary. Lu Mingyu curled the corners of his lips as he escorted Song Yining back to the Song residence. After she entered the house, Lu Mingyu glanced at his phone. It was a message from his former secretary sent 10 minutes prior. It's incredibly impressive that the boss personally drives to pick up and drop off. Lu Mingyu. Chapter 75. What have you done to my mother? As Song Yining approached the door, she glanced at her watch. It was already past midnight. Indeed, a most opportune hour for a disturbance. In the next moment, she began to knock on the door. Upon hearing the commotion, the housekeeper emerged to investigate. Upon recognizing Song Yining, her expression transformed into one of sheer horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Evidently, she was somewhat aware of the sordid events that had transpired this evening. Open the door. Why are you shouting? Song Yining called out to Aunt Wang as she stepped inside. I'm hungry. Prepare me a midnight snack. Some stir-fried noodles will suffice. Aunt Wang was momentarily taken aback, but soon hurried upstairs to find Song Buyen. Upon hearing from the housekeeper that Song Yining was downstairs, Song Buyen was visibly startled. He hastily donned a jacket and descended the stairs. Upon seeing Song Yining comfortably seated on the sofa, he regarded her with a gaze akin to that of a ghost. Fixated on the guest room below. What are you doing here? Song Yining followed closely behind Song Buyen, his voice booming even louder than Aunt Wang's had been. Aren't you supposed to be? Song Yining's gaze swept over the group, ultimately resting on Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, have you gone deaf? Please assist me in preparing a meal. Aunt Wang instinctively glanced at Song Buyen before hastily retreating to the kitchen. Yijing, open that door. Song Buyen leaned against the wall, his posture slightly hunched, struggling to catch his breath. Something felt amiss. Jiang Yuan had yet to be found, and he had assumed she was upset with him for having struck her, but now, with his daughter seated here, he found himself hesitant to confront whatever lay within the guest room. Song Yijing, clearly having realized something, trembled as he opened the door to the guest room. The moment he switched on a light and beheld the scene inside, he collapsed in despair, crying out in panic. Jiang Yuan sat listlessly on the ground, while Yuan Liang had already awakened and tidied himself up. However, at that moment, Song Yijing charged at him in fury. With a volatile temper, Song Yijing intended to strike Yuan Liang, only to be effortlessly subdued by Yuan Liang's robust physique. What have you done to my mother? Song Yijing exclaimed, his face contorted in anguish. Yuan Liang retrieved his phone, snapping photos around the room, even capturing Jiang Yuan in the corner. Mr. Song, I shall sue you for unlawful confinement and coercing me into relations with your wife, Yuan Liang stated briskly, directing his words at Song Buyen. Upon hearing this, Song Buyen could no longer maintain his composure and staggered toward the ground. You are the one who has bullied my mother. Song Yijing shouted vehemently. I shall contact the police at once, Yuan Liang declared, preparing to dial. I want to see who is responsible for shoving someone into this room. Do not call the police. Song Buyen instinctively interjected. Jiang Yuan squatted there, her face a portrait of despair as she gazed at Song Buyen. Yuan Liang exited the room, his eyes landing on the seated Song Yining. Miss Song is here as well. Were they intending to deliver you to my bed? With a sigh, Song Yining responded. I wondered why they looked at me as if they had seen a ghost when they spotted me outside. It turns out this was their intention all along. Aunt Jiang, although I'm not your biological child, how could you treat me this way? Song Yining gazed at the woman on the brink of collapse, her tone icy. Mr. Song, I believe you should compensate me for tonight's incident. Yuan Liang leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on Song Buyen. Song Buyen beheld the scene before him, feeling as though the very heavens were crashing down. Chapter 76. Song Yining's descent into madness. He gazed at Jiang Yuan, who was weeping despairingly in the corner, and then at Song Yijing, who lay on the ground, struck down by Yuan Liang. In that moment, he shattered, shouting, Are you trying to drive me insane? Yuan Liang surveyed the distraught Song Buyen and scoffed. Mr. Song, if I had remained silent, would you dare to swear that you wouldn't attempt to extort me? Song Buyen fixed Yuan Liang with a piercing stare. Yuan Liang chuckled, a flat rate, 5 million. Song Buyen was so enraged that he nearly toppled backward. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yuan swiftly stepped forward to support him. I've already summoned a lawyer. You should prepare yourselves promptly, Yuan Liang remarked, directing his gaze at Song Buyen. The Song family is prosperous, although recent times have been tumultuous, Surely you can muster this amount? I demand compensation as well. Song Yining interjected, raising an eyebrow. Song Buiyuan pointed an accusing finger at both individuals. Yuan Liang's lawyer was prompt. Song Buiyuan had no choice but to sign. If he refused, the photographs of Jiang Yuan would inevitably be leaked, effectively rendering the 5 million a purchase for silence regarding those images and videos. As for Song Yining, Song Buiyuan chose to ignore her. After receiving the money, Yuan Liang cast a glance at Jiang Yuan, standing behind Song Buiyuan, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he departed with his lawyer. Once they were gone, Jiang Yuan erupted like a tempest, lunging at Song Yining with claws aimed at her face. Song Yining, unfazed by Meng Yan, was more than capable of dealing with Jiang Yuan. She seized Jiang Yuan by the hair and relentlessly slammed her head against the table, the commotion startling Song Yining into inaction, leaving the living room filled solely with Jiang Yuan's anguished cries. And Jiang, you are utterly heartless, trying to send me to an old man's bed. Song Yining laughed maniacally while forcefully pressing her head down. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Jiang Yuan pleaded, overwhelmed by pain. Yuan Ti, these vile schemes are all you're doing, are they not? Song Yining retorted with a mocking laugh. Who provoked me today? After ruining my brother, you aim to harm me as well. Do you wish to devour the entire Song family? Her ruthless demeanor deterred both Song Buiyuan and Song Yining from approaching. Having dealt with Jiang Yuan, Song Yining strode menacingly towards Song Yining, who instinctively fled, too intimidated to confront her. Witnessing this scene, Song Buiyuan bellowed, "Enough!" Song Yining halted, turning to face him, her voice frigid as she remarked, "Father, I never imagined you would consent to their degradation of me." Song Buiyuan could not bear to meet her gaze. With a cold chuckle, Song Yining picked up a golf club from the corner and began to smash items throughout the living room. In that moment, even Aunt Wong hid in the kitchen, too fearful to emerge. After wreaking havoc, she discarded the club. Outside, rain had begun to pour heavily, and as she listened to the sound of the downpour, Song Yining smirked and declared, from now on, do not seek me out unless absolutely necessary. With that, she stepped outside. As she opened the door, a wave of damp, rainy air enveloped her. As Song Yining lifted her gaze, a large umbrella was already opened above her head. Let's go. The man's deep voice resonated. Surprised by Lu Mingyu's arrival to escort her, Song Yining nodded and softly expressed her gratitude. From behind, she appeared entirely enveloped by the man's towering figure. Behind them lay the increasingly shattered remnants of the Song family. Chapter 77. Do not soil your hands. Song Yining stood at the door, observing the man's silhouette, utterly unable to recognize him. Yet, he could not restrain himself from shouting, a pair of shameless lovers. In the next moment, Song Yining bent down, picked up a pebble from the ground, and hurled it towards Song Yining's knee. Instantly, he knelt on one knee. As Song Yining rose, Lu Mingyu handed her a handkerchief, advising, do not soil your hands, before escorting her into the car. Lu Mingyu personally drove Song Yining back to the Linjiang villa. During the journey, he glanced at her, eyes gently closed, and said, you must be cautious these days. The Song family is at a dead end, and you should be wary of the changes in authority. It appears your father has no moral compass. Do you know what I am waiting for? Song Yining looked at Lu Mingyu, revealing her thoughts openly. Are you waiting for them to act this way? Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment. However, the mess the Song family is in is too vast. Taking over now would yield little significance. Just wait and see. Song Yining chuckled, exuding confidence. Seeing her demeanor, Lu Mingyu seemed to catch her optimism, nodding. I believe in you. Upon her return to the Linjiang villa, Song Yining awaited her in the living room, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. The room pulsed with loud music, reminiscent of a bar. Was this truly his method of keeping awake? Such a peculiar hobby. Ascending the stairs, Song Yining checked on Mao Mao, finding him in a peaceful slumber. She quietly closed the door before opening the envelope given by Secretary Fong that evening. Inside was a detailed investigation about Hui Hui, revealing her true identity by Lily. A smile crept upon her lips as she murmured to herself, tomorrow will be a propitious day. May old Song endure. The following morning, Song Buiyuan instructed Jiang Yuan and others to expedite the sale of the property adjacent to Jing University, preoccupied with borrowing money. At that moment, News regarding Huey's investigation arrived. There's quite a bit of information. I've sent it to your email, the voice on the phone relayed. With a sense of urgency, Song Yining opened his computer, prompting Song Yining and Jiang Yuan to gather around. Upon seeing Hui without makeup, Song Yining gasped in shock. It's by Lily. My goodness, she's by Lily. I never noticed. She spun in circles, clutching her head in disbelief. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to express her frustration, she caught sight of another photograph. Clearly taken in a bar, it depicted Song Yining embracing a woman, who, shockingly, was also transformed into by Lily. Jiang Yuan's gaze turned to Song Yining with horror. You were with her. I don't know, Song Yining murmured, barely managing to utter a coherent sentence before collapsing backward. As Song Yining fainted, Jiang Yuan and Song Yining found themselves lost, unsure of what to do. Mother, let us take father to the hospital. Song Yining urged Jiang Yuan. Please find a lawyer and have him prepare a divorce agreement at once. Jiang Yuan firmly pinched herself, striving to maintain her composure, and then addressed Song Yining. Unable to comprehend Jiang Yuan's intentions, Song Yining pondered the possibility of his father's untimely demise. However, Jiang Yuan's expression was exceedingly grave, compelling him to comply. After Song Yining departed, Jiang Yuan turned her gaze towards the unconscious Song Yining and murmured, Old Song, do not hold this against me. I am merely acting in self-preservation. I can no longer endure a life of hardship with you. Chapter 78. What? Giving the company to Song Yining? The lawyer arrived promptly, quickly sending away Aunt Wang from the household. Jiang Yuan took Song Yining's hand and pressed it down on the divorce agreement, simultaneously explaining to Song Yining. The Xu Jichen apartment will no longer be sold. It will be kept for you. Song Yining glanced at the unconscious Song Yining on the floor, then at the resolute Jiang Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to remain quietly crouched there. What about the inheritance distribution document? Jiang Yuan inquired. The lawyer handed her a document, and, as she repeated the process, she elucidated to Song Yining 2 properties. The larger one is for you. The smaller one is for Song Yining. Mother, what about the company? Song Yining asked anxiously, knowing full well that the most valuable asset of the Song family was the company. Are you foolish? Who would dare take on a company now? If it were still profitable, would your father be in this situation? Jiang Yuan retorted with clenched teeth. Let Song Yining bear these debts for the rest of her life. After finalizing everything, Jiang Yuan and the others hurriedly took Song Yining to the hospital. At the hospital, the doctor addressed Mrs. Song and Mr. Song, saying, You must prepare yourselves. After a thorough examination, he wearily turned to Jiang Yuan. With a heavy heart, Jiang Yuan nodded, only to faint the next moment, unable to bear the emotional strain. In an instant, the entire Song family and the Song group were thrown into disarray. With Song Yining's collapse, his inheritance document was also revealed. Upon learning that Song Yining had bequeathed the company to Song Yining, many individuals fled under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan and Song Yining had settled comfortably in a residence adjacent to Jing University. When Song Yining received the news, she was seated on the sofa in the Song family's villa. Aunt Wang had also been dismissed, and all valuable items had been taken by Jiang Yuan and her son. Song Yining sat beside Mao Mao, his complexion pale as he said, Sister, the company is now heavily in debt. They did this deliberately, and you won't be able to bear it. Go with Secretary Lin and sell the property that has been allocated to you as soon as possible. Song Yining instructed Song Yining. Song Yining wanted to ask why, but upon seeing his sister's grave expression, he refrained from voicing his curiosity and obediently followed Secretary Lin. Mao Mao sat quietly beside Song Yining, reading a comic while stealing glances at her. Annie, are you waiting for someone? Mao Mao asked in a hushed voice. Song Yining nodded, yes. Just stay here. There's no need to be afraid. Mao Mao nodded obediently. Before long, Jiang Yuan and Song Yining hurried in. Song Yining, what scheme are you concocting this time? Song Yining blurted out. Jiang Yuan, you divorced my father, and he allocated the Xu Jichen apartment to you. But in the inheritance distribution, this villa is mine, Song Yining stated. I brought you here today to inform you that the Xu Jichen apartment was mortgaged against this villa, and now I must sell this villa to cover the company's debts. If I were to sell it, the property at Xu Jichen would require a new mortgage in its place. Should that not be feasible, this property, valued at 100 million, would likely result in you both defaulting on the loan within 2 months given your current savings. Consider this carefully. Song Yining leaned back with a languid demeanor, casting a lazy glance at the mother and son. Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of regret. The events had unfolded too swiftly, and she had overlooked the matter of the mortgage. The monthly mortgage payments were substantial. They truly had no means to manage it. Yet, they could not assert that the divorce agreement and inheritance distribution were fabricated. With the lawyer present, it would be prudent for you to cooperate. The Shuyuan property is to be reclaimed. Song Yining raised a hand, and the lawyer promptly approached with the necessary documents. As Jiang Yuan signed, she grit her teeth, declaring, "Just wait. You will regret this." Song Yining's smile was chilling. Chapter 79. The glory of the Song family at this moment. After Jiang Yuan and her son stormed off in anger, Mao Mao anxiously grasped Song Yining's arm. His cherubic face etched with concern. "Aunt, will they hurt you in the future?" "Not at all." Song Yining shook her head resolutely. "They lack the qualifications. From this day forth, our disparities will only widen. Mao Mao, when you first arrived at this home, it was still prosperous. Look at it now. Remember, only that which you learn yourself can never be taken away by others." Mao Mao nodded, half comprehending. After reassuring the child, Song Yining dialed the intermediary's number. "I have an old business proposal to discuss with you." The Shuyuan apartment had changed hands twice under her purview, and the profits had multiplied accordingly. As for the Song family's villa, she would also expedite its sale. As Song Yining prepared to leave with Mao Mao, Liang Shun hurriedly approached, dismounting his flashy motorcycle, his brow glistening with sweat. "I finally found you. I heard that before your father fell into a coma, he handed the company to you? You need to find a way to extricate yourself quickly. Today, I learned that Meng Yan has begun to prepare to divide the Song family market. Meng Yan, lacking the robust support of powerful forebears, had built his empire from the ground up. While many might overlook the Song family's modest profits, Meng Yan was in dire need of them. "I understand." Song Yining nodded, then inquired, "Is your sister still out seeking solace?" Liang Shun replied anxiously. "At a time like this, you're still concerned about my sister? She's fine. It's you who should be wary. Young man, you're about to graduate. No need to be so alarmed," Song Yining said, patting Liang Shun's shoulder. "Return to your classes. I'm aware of the situation with Meng Yan." Meng Yan was indeed a man who resorted to any means necessary. Liang Shun was beside himself with worry. "Liang Shun, as my former brother-in-law, did you truly hold such a high opinion of me?" A chilling voice emerged from behind. Both turned to see Meng Yan's car approaching. The window rolled down as he eyed them like a predator stalking its prey. His tone was menacing. "Song Yining, prepare for the downfall of the Song family. And you," he added, addressing Liang Shun, "tell your sister that since the divorce is finalized, she should act accordingly and refrain from bothering unrelated individuals." Before Liang Shun could seek clarification, Meng Yan's vehicle sped away. "Don't worry about me. Just inform your sister." For quite some time, her relationship with Meng Yan has been strained, likely due to Jiao Jiao abroad, Song Yining remarked, gazing toward the direction of Meng Yan's departing car. Her tone was indifferent. There is no need to bear the burden of so many years and continue to carry the blame. Liang Shun watched as Song Yining left with a sense of relief. He had never felt such disdain for his own lack of graduation and capability as he did at that moment. How he loathed that she still regarded him as a mere child. In the following days, Song Yining remained out of sight, while Meng Yan indeed began to encroach upon the Song family's market, systematically devouring every industry related to emerging technologies. The onlookers eagerly awaited the spectacle of Song Yining's downfall. "I never anticipated that the once mighty Song family would descend to such a state." Amidst the chorus of pessimism from the crowd, on a clear day, Song Yining, clad in a sharp business attire and surrounded by a group of supporters, pushed open the doors of the Song Group's conference room. At that moment, those present were unaware that the resurgence of the Song family's glory was about to commence.